HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you. Happy beginning of the tournament day. Real beginning of the tournament to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We're with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. I'm still waiting to get paid 10 or 15 million. Nick's paying everybody else right now. Why can't
what the hell? You've been here. You've kept your mouth shut. You've gone about your work. You've been a good example for younger fellas like myself.
I'm in the building every day. You know?
Yeah.
Why can't I get 15
you just put your head down and go to work. You don't ask your agent about the details or anything.
No, man.
Or your Asian.
I'm just here to play radio, you know?
Yes.
I'm just here to play radio.
I'm just here to spit hot takes.
That's it.
And whatever happens.
That's right, man. That's right.
Lots of news yesterday.
Yeah, lots of news.
Yeah. And it started off, it kind of built to a crescendo of sorts in that Titus Howard was restructured. Yeah. It frees up about $11 million in cap space this year. It being immune to whatever reset button the Texans were hitting on the offensive line.
That's a great way to put it. Yes, he's going to be here. Is the message?
It makes it really hard to trade him. We were, at least a lot of us were wondering. Okay, boy, D'Amico Ryan said we got to hit the reset button on the offensive line back at the combine, and they commenced to resetting. Mm-hmm. But would it include Titus Howard? Doesn't appear so. So, so you're trying to juggle that and think, okay, well, does this mean that maybe he feels comfortable that they're going to use him as a tackle? And then, bam, they sign Cam Robinson, who's had an up and down career, has played pretty well versus the Texans, truth be told.
Yeah.
I think I've always had a higher assessment of Cam Robinson, the left tackle, because with the Jaguars, he's only allowed, in 10 games, he's allowed 1 sack and several pressures versus the Texans. And yet, if you look at other games or if you look at his experience in Minnesota, he's kind of an up and down player.
Sure.
So then you're wondering, okay, does this mean Cam Robinson for now is the left tackle and Titus Howard is going to move to guard and then they're going to have Blake Fisher start at right tackle? I don't know.
Yeah.
It could be any number of things.
Yeah.
And then something that you and I and many other people had been hoping for, Danielle Hunter signs a 1-year extension, which is awesome for many, many reasons.
One, he's going to be around for another year after this. That's the biggest thing.
I just wanted you to fill in the blanks.
That's the biggest thing. Yeah.
Well, this is the biggest thing that you've been hitting. I was thinking of you as I was saying this.
Okay.
The fact that I'm glad you pointed this out because I hadn't been Hunter, Myles Garrett are in age. Yeah. That Danielle Hunter's only 1 year older than Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett just signed a $40 million per year contract. Mm-hmm. So we were wondering, all right, boy, it was really cool that Danielle Hunter signed a 2-year deal because that's team friendly, yada, yada, yada.
Flexible.
Last year.
Yeah.
But now he's a free agent next year, and he's probably thinking about making $40 million per year.
Correct.
I love the fact, for those of you who don't know, he signed a 1-year extension, makes about $35 million next year. According to Texans cap, as of last night, he anticipates that this deal, even though they also gave Danielle Hunter a pay raise this year too, will probably save some money on the cap this year. So I've always advocated and advised players like, man, sign 1- and 2-year deals. Get a bunch of guaranteed money, and then you can have freedom. You get disgruntled, a new coach comes in that you hate or something, you don't have to be a B-word about everything. You just pick up and move. If you like where you are, just go ahead and sign another 1-year deal, which he basically did.
I think it's great. You keep a great player around for another year. You got this defense solidified. You know, the core nucleus of the defense is solidified for multiple years now. They bring in C.J. Gardner. Bring in C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who's got 2 years left on his deal. You're going to keep Will Anderson Jr. around for a while. Azeez is around for a couple more years. Stingley just got extended. Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock are on rookie deals. The nucleus, the 7 or 8 headed straw that stirs the drink on this defense is intact for 2 more seasons, which in the NFL, good players intact on one side of the ball. I love this deal for Danielle Hunter. It's almost completely guaranteed, just like his initial deal with the Texans, the 2 years, $50 million, where like $48 million was guaranteed. Practically all of this new money of $35.6 million is guaranteed. I also love the fact, just a little wrinkle in all this, that in a way, Cleveland has given another deal to somebody that the rest of the league is ignoring entirely when it comes to the pecking order at the position. Remember when they gave Deshaun the $230 million guaranteed, and the rest of the league was like, yeah, the next quarterback is not getting the $230 guaranteed. Myles Garrett got $40 million guaranteed right after Max Crosby got $35.5 million guaranteed. A week later, like, that's a massive jump. Cleveland is clearly bribing Myles Garrett to put aside all his ill will and money whipping him. Danielle Hunter got $35.6 million, just a little above Max Crosby, who has the same contract in the defensive end market.
I would say, though, honestly, that Danielle Hunter, when you talk about guaranteed money per year of the contract, per the amount of service time, Danielle Hunter's is better. I like looking at the NFL, and the agents try to make everything look glitzier and bigger than it is. Yeah. The guaranteed money is what matters. Yeah. Danielle Hunter signed up for one extra year, and it's not one extra year 6 years from now, and got $35 million extra guaranteed. Yeah. Right. So for now, Myles Garrett, it was over $100 million guaranteed, was it not?
It was a lot. It was 123. Yeah.
Okay.
123.
I think you said his guarantee was the whole deal. So the big thing about Garrett, which is similar to Stingley, is it doesn't genuinely kick in until a couple years down the road. Yeah. So when you factor in the time value of money and whatnot, it's a really good deal for Danielle Hunter. But it's also, as we've been saying, it's really good for the team to not leverage their future completely and totally, and they can account for injury by doing these shorter-term deals. I just love it. It's leasing instead of owning.
Yeah.
And,
that's a good way to put it.
You buy a really expensive car, it's a depreciating asset, and 4 years down the road, you're upside down on the mortgage or on the note. Football players are very similar, and if you only potentially need them for 2 or 3 years, sometimes a lease is your best option.
They lose 20% of the value when they drive off the lot. Yes.
Yeah.
So the Cam Robinson deal, for those who don't know the details on that, Cam Robinson, of course, left tackle for most of his career in Jacksonville. Got traded to Minnesota before the deadline last year after they lost Christian Dursau. And he played for Minnesota last year. It wasn't great. It wasn't horrible. Cam Robinson, in doing all the recon work on him yesterday, Seth, obviously we watched him in Jacksonville a number of years. He is truly one where, like, kind of beauty's in the eye of the beholder. There were some people like, all right, this will work, for a year. Yeah. And there were other people saying he had his worst season in 2024. Look, it's a 1 year, $12 million deal. It can go up to $14 million a year. I think this is nicking the middle on the current market. You get a veteran guy you can presumably put out there at left tackle. Yeah. You see how the draft unfolds. And I think they're going to know better how to attack left tackle long term once the draft is over. But this is at least you're not playing either a rookie at left tackle or Titus Howard, who's never played left tackle before, at left tackle. I think that's what this is.
I think I would disagree slightly in that it was pretty bad in Minnesota. He gave up the third highest pressure rate and the fourth most sacks among left tackles in the NFL. Mm-hmm. It wasn't a good fit for him in Minnesota. So the question is, though, a midseason trade for an offensive lineman is not a simple thing to pull off. So I'll give him a little bit of a pass there. He's been hot and cold. There have been times where he looks like he was worth a high draft pick and all of that. I don't think by any stretch of the imagination that you can put him in ink as the starting left tackle. It's probably the most likely scenario. Mm-hmm. But as I've been saying all along, you need to have five. First and foremost, if you can get 5 competent offensive linemen, it makes sense that this guy is a starter along the offensive line, you'll be better than what it was last year, which was 1.5 really good players and 3 guys that just looked like they didn't belong. So I'm cool with that for now, but you have to wait and see what happens with the draft. You have to wait and see which veterans might become available at some given point. And the other big thing here, and this annoyed me last night, almost wanted to punch a wall. When the initial reporters It's not $14 million.
Oh, the Nugget Hussies have been doing this for 3 years now.
Yeah, and because immediately, it bothers me that people still, they go talking about it that way. You're going to pay him $14 million? No. It's up to $4. We don't know what the incentives are. There could be starts, playtime, all that stuff.
Yep.
So once we see the details of the contract, maybe we'll see exactly how the Texans felt about it. But the other big thing about this offseason is that it makes sense financially. We could leave aside any kind of culture talk or anything. It makes sense financially to move on from Laramie Tunsil when you have to address the entire offensive line. But this is an offseason where there really weren't great options available in free agency unless you wanted to pay overpay huge money. Dan Moore went to the Titans for what? 20-some million.
4 years, $82 million is what I saw on that.
No, I didn't have an appetite for that. No. I don't need Dan Moore for 4 years.
4 years. That's the big thing, the 4 years, right?
And then in the draft, you look in the draft, and man, most of the guys that are the higher-ranked tackles that might be there around 25, or even if the Texans trade up a little bit, they're, okay, he's an offensive tackle, but maybe he's better off as a guard. And so I don't think the Texans are in a position to really – it wouldn't have been wise to throw a boatload of resources into any left tackle this year. And if they use the 25th pick on one of these guys, that's going to be an appropriate pick. But it's not exciting. It's nothing you should get excited about on the optimism scale that the Clinton Ron are. You and I tend to be a little bit more to the right side of the scale.
Yes.
But it's interesting and it's something to work with. So at the very least, if Cam Robinson starts, he's not my dream candidate at left tackle, but he's a viable football player for now.
Yeah. I mean, you can kind of start to see where it's going, and so I'm cool with that signing. I'm cool with what you said, that don't put him in ink at left tackle. If I had to bet, I would say he's going to be the left tackle, but I think that's a competitive situation too. I think what gets interesting with the offensive line is the ripple effect. I mean, Titus Howard, you got to make up your mind on Titus Howard. Is he a guard or a tackle, right? Like heading into training camp, you got to make up your mind. Are you making the bet on Blake Fisher at right tackle, and thus is your left guard solution what your left guard solution ended up being at the end of last season, Titus Howard?
And Sam Warren from the Chronicle had a really good stat on that. Once they went to that lineup where Titus Howard was at left guard and Blake Fisher was at right tackle, Stroud was pressured on 28.8% of his dropbacks over the last 5 regular season games, as opposed to the previous regular season games where it was 38.6%.
Yeah.
So it wasn't great. It wasn't like it was an awesome offensive line out there, but they were a better operating offensive line with Titus at left guard and Blake Fisher at right tackle. Everybody disregard the Chiefs game. Don't even think about it.
Yeah, what Chiefs game? I don't know what you're talking about.
Although they did, in the run game, they did some really good things in that game. They actually moved people. They moved large human beings in that game.
I was optimistic to begin with. The Cam Robinson signing does not do anything. I know he was very up and down, a lot of down last year. I'm cool with it. This is still a big bet on Nick Caley and Cole Popovich at the end of the day to make it work in 2025. This is not an all-star crew that they've got out there.
Yeah, no, it's the biggest wild card, and we know nothing about it or can't predict anything about it, is that, it's really, really going to matter whether or not Nick Caley's a good offensive
whether they're well
coordinator.
coached. Yeah, no question. All right, we're off and running on a Thursday. Good to be with you. You can text us 713-572-4610. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Watch us on YouTube and Twitch, and we appreciate you tuning in on that Odyssey app. The Derek Stingley Jr. signing is official. He met with the media yesterday, and he was vintage Stingley yesterday in his press conference. We will hear from the Texans' newest multi-millionaire coming up next. But first, Academy Sports and Outdoors.
studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Derek Stingley Jr. met with the media yesterday. He was classic Stingley, man. I didn't get to see the initial press conference right away. I had an event in the middle of the day. By the way, shout out to Frost Bank. I had a really great event with them yesterday. They do a lunch at a luncheon. I think it's monthly or quarterly, but I was their guest speaker, and I had a great time out there. A lot of
Frost Bank, yes, way better than Frost Nixon.
Way better. I would have been out of place at Frost.
Frost Nixon sucked.
Yeah.
So you spoke and you basically did you save the company? Was that what they brought you in to do? were they like, hey, we need you to save the company?
They gave me a handheld microphone. If you see any of the pictures on social, and I walked around and I said, "Greed is good."
You did.
I did a gecko. I just walked around.
Let me tell you a little something about social Darwinism, my friends.
That's right.
Yes.
I just geckoed the whole thing. Yeah. Kids, look it up. It's Wall Street, 1987. Great movie that ages really, really well. Yeah.
The government's going to tell you that you can't give mortgages to people because of their credit rating.
Meanwhile,
are you a man or are you a mouse? You too, ladies. He had suspenders on and a pinstripe shirt.
Hell yeah. Cigarette.
Cufflinks. Yeah.
Smoking a cigarette while I'm doing it. Yeah.
You got yourself a toupee and slicked it back.
It was cool, man. We had a lot of listeners in that room. It was fun. So we're
good.
Getting some love. So shout out to
To be clear, I was 100% joking about saving the company.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Banks tend to care about stuff like that.
Yes.
There's gonna be a run on Frost Bank later this morning.
Things are fine.
People pounding at the door
things
at 8 a.m. I want my money.
Seth was joking. It's all good. It was a great luncheon. Shout out
to afford to pay Shanti Pendergast. I think things are all right.
That's right, man. That's right.
Yeah.
I don't work cheap.
So Stingley.
Yeah, he also, like a lot like me, does not work cheap. Derek Stingley Jr.
No, he doesn't.
Mm-mm.
But he also, unlike Gordon Gekko, would never stand up and say anything about greed is good or anything.
He would never stand up and say anything.
He had 18 questions. The press conference lasted 11 minutes.
Yes.
So if you cut it down to when he actually spoke, it's probably about 6 minutes of talk time.
Yes.
But gave some good answers. And I think the one thing about my honest impression of Stingley over the last year or so has been he's a guy who obviously naturally doesn't crave the spotlight, and I don't think he really enjoys talking to the media or anything. He just really wants to play football. Like we said, he's like a more ethical Yoda.
Yes.
He's a Yoda without the inflated ego.
Yep,
he just wants to work at his craft.
That's right.
You know?
And he doesn't care about having to teach other people their craft. I just want to come in, although I think he likes working with the young guys and whatnot, Kamari.
Oh, no, he loves it. But he doesn't bing him the way Yoda did or anything. Like put him down to try to, loft up his own status.
That's right.
So, he's also, he's not comfortable speaking, but it doesn't make him uncomfortable, which I'm always amazed by people like that, because there's nothing worse than public speaking if you hate public speaking.
Right.
And yet, he looks like he's not enjoying it, and yet it doesn't look like his confidence is shaken or anything. It's just, and he doesn't look like I got to get the hell out of here. He doesn't get grumpy about it or anything. So I thought he gave some really good answers last night.
Yeah, and yesterday. I think to that point, I think he's very thoughtful. And I know this. We did the post game show with him after the Dolphins game when he had the 2 picks. And boy, if you get him going on a subject that he really, really likes, he'll go. And not that he doesn't like talking about the contract or his family and things like that, but
Pokemon, he'll get after it.
But when you ask him, take us through that play, like take us through the play where you rip the ball out of Tyreek Hill's hands. Holy crap! Like, he'll start to sound like one of these guys that's at the desk on one of the studio shows. He's excellent. So yesterday, he was asked what it means that the Texans are willing to invest in him.
I mean, it means a lot. That they, allowed me to go out there with my coaches, and they taught me this game and at this level, and they believe that I can be somebody to teach the younger people that's on the team, and I'm not gonna talk in front of everybody, but I mean I know how to be a great teammate, so I guess they believe in that. So I mean that's what I believe in.
Basically, just said I'm not going to be Yoda. He said, I like teaching the young guys, but I'm not going to be the center of attention on everything.
Right, yeah. I don't need to be Again, he was about to speak at the council.
Right.
Shut your stupid ass up, Samuel L. Jackson. Okay.
Mace Windu, yeah.
Yeah, he's just going to go out there and slay some hooded fools, and there you go.
That's it.
Without having to yap all the time.
Man. Yeah.
No, I think there's a lot about him that reminds me of Andre Johnson, which is
yes.
Andre Johnson was a great leader just by simply setting a really good example. When you're the best player on the team, or with Andre, 100% the best player on the team for large stretches of time, but with Derek Stingley, one of the best players on the team, that you don't really have to say a lot, and I think sometimes coaches make the mistake, because I saw this with Andre Johnson sometimes when he was a young player, was like people encouraging him were like, hey, Andre, you can speak up and everything. And I'm like, all right, but I don't if Andre doesn't want to speak up, I just let him keep doing what he's doing.
Right.
Because other people do it for you. Because the coaches love being able to say, okay, you guys see Andre there? You see the guy that's winning every wind sprint by 20 yards.
Yeah.
Not just, and when you win wind sprints, it's not just because you're naturally gifted. It's because you're actually working hard. You see Andre doing his work in the weight room and everything, and I think Stingley's a lot like that. Stingley is he works at his craft.
Yes.
He does his job.
He does his job. And I think the other thing, too, if you encourage people who normally lead by example or are naturally quiet leaders to all of a sudden speak out, there's a lack of authenticity to it. And I'll tell you this, ultimately, those guys do speak out at some point, and that's it's a lot or whatever about something when they're not normally that kind of person. Yeah. It's got a bigger, holy crap, Andre is mad. Stingley is mad,
Or
wow.
even if he's not mad, just in a team environment when everybody's circled up, and a lot of times you've got a tendency to zone out. Because, man, some guys get up there and they get way too happy.
Yeah.
And they're going on for 10 minutes afterwards. When a guy like Andre spoke, it was, okay, it's going to be 30 seconds and everybody's dialed in like it's a moment of silence.
Yeah.
So the other part of it, too, is I think if you look at the two restructures or extensions this week, these last 3 days, Derek Stingley, huge extension, record-breaking for a DB, and then Danielle Hunter, second highest paid defensive end in the league. And if you wanted to cut it up different ways, I could argue that it's actually a much better contract than what Myles Garrett got in terms of guaranteed money per year, all that.
Average annual value, people speak that language. You're right. It's the second highest, yeah.
So two guys who just do their job.
Yes.
It's the old mantra. It's the old Bill Parcells mantra, just do your job. And those guys both do that. It reminds me of when I was a rookie and I was sitting in a meeting next to Don Davey, who's now, he got initially rich a little bit from football, but then he went and
he's legit rich now.
He owns 200 Firehouse subs, and he's got a financial planning company that's got billions under management.
Yeah.
He knows what he's talking about.
Right.
And that was me. It was my first week or two in the NFL. In the regular season, we started getting our regular season checks. We got paper checks back in the day. And I was sitting next to him in meetings, being a good rookie and just taking notes and being quiet. So we sat in and we were waiting for the coach to get in there. And he opened up his paycheck and just slid it over in front of me and was like, see, Seth, you just keep your mouth shut, do your job.
Yep.
That's all it takes, man.
That's great. That's really cool. I mean,
yeah. And that was his advice. Just, you know what? Just don't. I think he said, keep your mouth shut, don't be a pain in the ass, and just and work really hard at doing your job.
Well,
that was it.
Does anybody embody that more than Derek Stingley Jr. and Danielle Hunter? I mean, they're in the building every day. They're putting the work in. They are low maintenance. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They are low maintenance.
Well, and I think it's good when the team sets an example by rewarding those guys.
Absolutely.
It doesn't have to come by agitating for a new contract or anything,
Quite
or
the
side-eye
opposite,
emojiing every big deal and stuff like that. It is interesting that they trade away Laramie Tunsil, the ultimate side-eye emoji on social media whenever anybody gets a big contract.
Yep.
And then in the same stretch of time, reward a couple guys very handsomely that just do their job.
It's not nothing.
And,
it's not nothing. You know what I mean? It's not a coincidence, I don't think. Derek Stingley Jr. was asked, what does it feel like to have the McNairs and Nick Caserio show this much faith in him from the start?
I mean, that means a lot, especially throughout the years. Just every single year, it seemed like I gained their trust more to be comfortable with who I am, like whether that's on the field, off the field, like so there was never any like pressure to be this person or be that person. So I mean I think it's pretty cool. Like they actually believe in me. So yeah, so it's nice.
You know, it's interesting. If you were to go back and look, less than 2 years ago, really like 18 months ago, after week 2 of Stingley's second year, that would be D'Amico's first year as head coach. They were 0-2, and he hurt his hamstring in that Colts game. And keep in mind, like Stingley had not been Stingley yet. He was coming off a rookie year where he missed the second half of the season with a hamstring, and now 2 weeks into 2023, he's got a hamstring injury. And I guarantee you, if we go back and find our shows from that week after that Colts game, I know it. I can remember it. There were people looking for Nick Casario's head because Kenyon Green was not work. Kenyon Green had been lost for the year.
Yeah.
And now Derek Stingley Jr., the first 2 first-round picks of his regime, all of a sudden are just these injury-riddled afterthoughts, and it's been a lot of fun to see the Stingley thing kind of come back around to where they envisioned it being.
Well, and there were warning signs on those injury issues, too, with both those guys. Yeah. Kenyon Green was injured when they drafted him, and then Derek Stingley had a long and documented history of it. There is a clip coming up that we'll play in a little bit that still makes me a little bit nervous about the injuries, but we'll get to it when we get to it.
Which one is it? We can do it here.
We'll do Stingley 14.
Okay.
But as far as him letting him, saying they let him be himself, I do think it's one of the things, and I'm not criticizing his one team has changed a lot since Bob McNair was the owner, and then really including the Bill O'Brien era afterwards, after he passed away, where I think Cal and Hannah, I don't know if they either encourage or the environment is just developed into one where it seems like guys feel much more comfortable just being themselves. Yeah. Part of that comes, though, too, in getting the right kinds of guys on the team.
Yeah.
Because there's sometimes when, the Bengals back in the day, it was like, okay, you guys, listen, you're not allowed to be yourselves. You want me to pull up your criminal record?
Right.
You guys are not allowed to be yourselves. It feels looser in some respects with D'Amico and then with Cal and Hannah, just the environment over there.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned D'Amico. I think he's got a lot to do with that, too. Here's Derek Stingley Jr. talking about, we just mentioned his health. What's allowed you to stay healthy this past season?
Well, I mean, when it comes to injuries, like you're not really in control of injuries. Like, I mean, certain things you are, but like I don't know, sometimes stuff just happens. Last year being able to play every game, that was really my main goal, and I mean that's my goal every year. So I mean, I don't know. Like I just work out, and then like the strength staff, they make sure that they know what we're doing, and just go by that. So.
Okay, here's my swing of emotions through all of that. Because I've been hoping to hear something like we did with Correa back when he used to have back issues, but then he developed a routine very specifically to address it, warm up beforehand, and lo and behold, his back issues were gone, except when and that was a rib issue, right?
Yeah,
not the back, whatever.
Yeah, that was a rib. Yep.
The saving grace I think was at the end, where I think when it comes to working out and a lot of those things, I think Stingley's one of those guys that he's got his team of people, including his father. They tell him what to do, and he goes out and does it. And he probably doesn't demand lengthy explanations of it all. So I wouldn't be surprised if they've tweaked his regimen to perhaps address any potential hamstring issues.
Yeah.
You figure out the quad hamstring strength balance and all that stuff. So I that's what I'm hoping to. That's what I'm throwing my faith into, is that Stingley doesn't even realize that they've actually done things to help him stay healthy.
To him, it's just like, I just go work out. I just go.
Sean, those are the guys that, because you know how I overanalyze everything. Mm-hmm. I used to be jealous of the guys in college, especially. It seemed like the kids who were engineering majors, they'd be like strong as farm kids who would they look at the workout, even if it's a miserable workout, and then ba-dump, they just go through the workout and do it without thinking a single thing about it.
Yeah.
It's just like, here's the program, I'm going to do it. I'm not going to whine, I'm not going to do it. I have an objective and I'm going to hit it. You know who else is like that? Who's an engineering type?
Who?
Wallace Marsh, your friend.
Yeah, very much so.
My friend, too.
Yeah,
but a closer friend to you.
Yeah.
For now. So, but he's super successful, and he's brilliant.
Yeah.
There are so many really, really, really smart dudes who are freakishly. And when I watch them and I've gotten around them, like at gyms and stuff, it really is that they put a lot of research into how they're going to work out, but then they don't overthink it. Yeah. They're like, nope, here's the protocol. I'm going to do it. Here we go.
You know what's funny?
And I'm like, how are you this strong, you nerd?
You know what's funny?
Can you let me out meathead you at least in this
right.
one thing?
You know what's funny about that? Wallace used to be a master weightlifter back when he was in high school, like his younger days.
No, that was my point.
Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't know you knew that.
He's freakishly strong.
Okay. Yeah. I just thought you meant he was.
I guess I didn't explain that part. I thought you knew where I was going with it.
Yeah, I didn't know the audience knew.
Sean, know what I'm thinking 10 seconds before I say it.
Yes,
come on.
Wallace is a freaky weightlifter, for those who don't know. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Headlines. The Astros spring training has been about two things. And they both happened yesterday.
Do your job, left fielder. Have you not been listening?
And then the Texans. We'll recap what the Texans. It was a big day for the Texans. Rockets get a win last night, 8 in a row for the Rockets. So we'll get to all that coming up next. But first, Bex.
and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines here. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Let's start with the Astros. Okay, let's start with the good. Let's start with the good.
The good.
There's two things that have been happening with great frequency this spring training. Well, I say great frequency. One more frequent than we would like. One, we would love more frequency. Cam Smith hit another home run yesterday, Seth. Yeah. So the bid, look, I mean, we're a week away from opening day. Like, there is a decision to be made here. We are a week from today. They open the season, and his OPS is still sitting here at 1,400 in spring training. There's really been, I mean, other than the first, when he went 7 for 11 to start off, I mean, he wasn't going to continue at that pace, but he's not dropped down to where his OPS is at a human level at this point.
But then when you start wondering, well, why wouldn't they just make a go of it? Just throw him out in right field. Jose Altuve shows up to remind you that it's not so simple to just throw a guy into the outfield after they've never played the position before.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Because Jose Altuve dropped another routine fly ball yesterday. Now, the similarities between the two situations, I guess, should be pointed out here. He dropped one a couple of, and last night's was just as bad. In both instances, he was kind of gearing up to try to throw what was definitely going to be a runner tagging up on that arm from third base. And so the thought is, like, okay, he's just, and it's one of those things like a wide receiver in football. They start running before they catch the ball. He's taking his eye off the ball. He's focused too much on the runner, and the ball winds up rolling into foul territory.
And he's doing what he has naturally done for a long time. Is he's a great baseball player. He's gearing up to make a great play, but he doesn't have the fundamentals of it down. It's like trying to drive a manual transmission really fast before you've really gotten ingrained in your soul exactly how to shift without thinking about it.
Yep.
So he's trying to downshift into third gear and take a corner, but he forgets to press the clutch.
Dude,
is basically what's happening.
He's grinding the gears on the regular out there in left field.
Yeah. I don't know if we get. I feel like we can't even make manual transmission analogies anymore.
I know,
it's like a Seinfeld reference. There's too many young people in the audience don't know what the hell we're talking about.
That's right. So Altuve, look, the problem for the Astros, and we're getting texts on Altuve that we should read here. We might need to finally consider trading Altuve to a team that just needs a DH. I don't know what else to do. He can't play in the field This is the problem. The texter points this out. He can't play in the field anywhere, and we already have a DH. That's the problem with this team. They have two guys on this team that should be full-time DHs.
And they're not trading Jordan.
And they're not taking him out of DH either. They don't want him running around.
That's what I mean.
Outfield.
I'm saying that if you have one full-time DH, to get one, you'd have to trade one of them away.
Yeah.
I don't think Jim Crane. I think Jim Crane would rather jump off a bridge than trade Altuve. And there's no way in hell the smart financial thing to do is to trade Jordan. Jordan's got one of the best deals in baseball.
Oh yeah.
And not to mention the fact that he's also just a really, really good baseball player and younger. And so this all comes back to, because we still get texts of people asking, hey, why are they even having Altuve in left field? Because he's not a good second baseman anymore. He's aged, and the reality of it too is that since they banned the shift, it's gotten harder to play second base.
Yeah.
So he's been aging, as Father Time would suggest he would have, and also it's gotten harder to play second base defensively.
Yeah.
So now the question is, do they move him back into second base? He's probably less of a, I don't know. It's weird. Second base is more important defensively, and yet he's probably less of a liability at second base. If he continues to have a drop every third game in left field, that he's going to be a bigger liability in left field.
I don't have the analytics to back this up. This is just my feeling, and a lot of it is based on recency and watching Altuve's errors cost them runs the last couple of games, and even the one that didn't count as an error, where he just mistimed his jump and the ball goes rolling away and you give up a triple to a guy. It feels like to me that when errors do get made out there in left field, things like runners on base, runners on third, like misplaying it turns into a double or turns into a runner on second or third. Those are higher leverage errors than the ones at second base, probably, is my guess. Those are run-causing errors out there.
Well, and especially when they're errors like we saw in the one spring training game where, he missed the catch, and it was kind of a difficult catch. It wasn't a routine catch, but then he forgot that he had to throw the ball in.
Stands there, yeah.
And people are going to test him.
Mm-hmm.
We can't have Altuve turn into a joke. You know, like I don't want it to turn into a laughingstock situation of him in left field.
No, I don't either.
For the good of the team, obviously, but just for our emotional attachment to Jose Altuve,
Yep.
I don't want this to be an era of Jose Altuve's career that's brought up ever again. If it ends up being a disastrous experiment in the first month.
It's fine. If that's what it turns into, Seth, we can withstand the rest of Jose Altuve's contract. Let me see how many years are left on it here real quick. There's only 5 years left on his deal, so this is only going to be a topic for 5 more years. He better hit. I said this last. I know he's Jose Altuve. He's arguably the greatest athlete in the history of this city. But he's on a 5-year deal for well over $100 million moving forward. He deserves every penny just based on what he's meant to the franchise. I'm not complaining about the money, but he's not going anywhere. He's going to be on this team. And if you're going to trot him out there as a charity case in the lineup, he better be hitting every day. You know, his OPS better still be 850 every year, or else this does turn into a running joke.
I'm just in it. You know, I think his arm strength initially. For the most part, this was my stupid take, was that, hey, it'll take a while for him to get a feel for getting a read off the bat and all of that stuff. And he actually seems to adjust it. He's in position to make these catches.
Yes.
He's reading it just fine.
Yeah.
It's when it comes to actually making the catch that it seems to be incredibly difficult for him.
Yeah, and that's a big part of it, is making the catch. That's a big part of the process.
This was my worst take. My worst take in terms of predicting anything was that I should have been saying, no, everybody, don't worry about the arm strength. No, don't worry about him reading the ball off the bat. It's going to be actually raising his glove and watching the ball into his glove.
Securing the ball.
It's going to be the issue.
Yep.
Now, Spillane the other day said, well, listen, these types of errors that he's been making, basically seeing the ball into his glove, I can't remember what Adam said. It was easily correctable or fixable or whatever.
He was talking because he said it was the same thing last night. He said it's because there's a runner on third, and Altuve's more focused on the runner than he is the catch.
And it is, but it is like when you get the simple things aren't so simple when you get to the highest level of a sport.
That's right.
And that's where I get concerned because he's 35 years old, trying to ingrain the muscle memory into doing the simple things.
When have you ever gone into opening day hoping that one of the things you need to really focus on is your left fielder actually catching the ball? It's opening day in Major League Baseball, and our left fielder has had problems catching fly balls. Like, that's not good. Real quick, just to get to the rest of the headlines.
I'm laughing to keep from crying. Okay.
Yeah. Cam Robinson signs with the Texans, 1 year, $12 million. Danielle Hunter extends his contract by a year, $35.6 million. Stingley deal is official. He met with the media yesterday. We'll get to all that at 7 o'clock. If you're just getting in your car, you're waiting for our takes on that, we will revisit that at 7 o'clock. Rockets win again last night. They beat the Magic 116-108. 8 wins in a row. Magic, not a good offensive team. Rockets kind of let them hang around a little bit at the end of the game. But at the end of the day, a win, another win without Amen Thompson. It looks like Amen Thompson. We have Vanessa Richardson on the show yesterday, sideline reporter for the Rockets. The best Amen Thompson injury updates have been coming from Vanessa on the broadcast. They showed some footage of him yesterday taking shots. I think the thing now is, can he withstand contact out there? But the hope is that he could be back for Miami tomorrow. That would be great.
Really good response from our listeners to Vanessa yesterday. Vanessa's very, very good at her job, and she's got an awesome personality.
Yep.
She's friends of both of us, much closer with you because she lives in your building.
Yes.
If she lived in our building, listen, she'd be over for dinner with Brandy and I every night. All right?
Amy and I joke, she's our Kramer. Like, she, just knocks on the door, pops in. Yeah.
This is my final
Seinfeld reference,
thought.
Everybody. Seinfeld reference.
And then we'll get you a manual transmission one later. This is my objection to the, hey, that's a simple problem to fix.
Yeah.
That's exactly the problem.
Yeah.
It's like, right, if it's a simple problem to then why is it not fixed?
Yes.
That's like taking a dyslexic kid and being like, learning the alphabet's easy. That should be simple. I don't know why it's a problem. That's me. A special ed teacher. I have a kid comes in, I'm like, Everybody knows how to do the alphabet. This should be simple to fix. Get on out of here. Yeah. If it's simple for lots of people, but a person is struggling with it, that tells me there's an issue there.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to sit here and let all of you ignore this poor dyslexic baseball player. My God.
He is baseball dyslexic. Altuve. He forgets it. It's his left. No, Jose, the glove's on your left hand. It's on your left hand, Jose. Yeah. All right. Danielle Hunter gets another year tacked on.
Can I tell you something about, you wanted to think about, you ever want to be confronted about how little you actually know about the way the world and the human brain operates? Go ahead and try to explain the concept of left and right to somebody who struggles to get it.
Yeah.
Because I've had experience working with some kids that have had, and it's like, go ahead and define right.
Yeah.
Like what right is.
Yeah.
And it's
foreign language to them.
Look up in the dictionary. What's right? And they'll be like, it's to the east of north. And you're like, all right, but what's to the east of north?
Yeah.
It's right. Yeah, like, all right.
Yep. Danielle Hunter, extension. Cam Robinson. This one kind of came out of nowhere. What does the Cam Robinson signing do to the Texans as far as how they're approaching the draft? Is there any effect, should there be any effect, on how they're approaching that 25th overall pick? Based on that in the 7 o'clock hour coming up next. But first, Dr. Ben Salento.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, we'll get to the new contracts for Texans players. One new Texan, one more existing Texan gets some more money here. We'll get to that. Coming off of headlines where we actually spent more time talking about Altuve than anything else. Altuve made another error in left field last night, dropping a routine fly ball. Text message to the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. The Astros are going to start making us hate Altuve like they made us start hating Martin Maldonado.
Oh, I don't. I don't. No, they will not. They will not. We'll hate the Astros. We'll start either hating Dana Brown or Jim Crane or whomever else. A bunch of people are going to try to throw Bagwell into the mix somehow, some way, before we ever start hating Altuve. And I would point to this. Of ignoring unconscionably bad base running errors by Jose Altuve. Yeah. I mean, Little League. This is why I agree and understand the suggestion that, hey, these errors that Altuve have made, the last two have involved him potentially having to throw a guy out at home. Because it seems like it should be a simple fix, especially for a guy that's still, he's learning the position and everything. He's just got to transfer that skill of playing second base where you focus on making the catch first and then make the throw. Mm-hmm. He's just got to transfer that skill to the outfield. My one hesitation with that is that Altuve, as a short-armed guy, has made really good. He's turned a weakness into a strength with his short arms. One is at the plate. He gets around on the ball really quickly. It's an advantage to having short arms at the plate. He's turned it into an advantage. In the infield, he doesn't have good arm strength, but, man, he's got a really quick release when he transfer and release. The short arms help him in that regard.
Yeah.
When he's in the outfield and he knows he's got to load up for a long throw and it's a longer motion, I just think for a 35-year-old, there are way more moving parts than just seeing the ball into your glove and taking it step by step. Mm-hmm. It's a lot at the highest level of the sport. And when somebody's struggling with something that should be a simple fix, I think the question should be, all right, then why, if it's such a simple fix, then why is he having the issue? Yep. So I hesitate to think that it's quite that simple.
I think if he keeps hitting, then there's the bar. The expectations are so low on what it's going to actually look like when it's at its best. Altuve's best in left field, not being the best left fielder, the best that Altuve is capable of. I don't think the expectations are very high. Now, the expectations are that you catch the ball when it comes to you. That does need to get fixed. But I don't have any sort of notion that he's going to have massive range. I know for age 35, he's still a pretty fast player. I don't have any expectation that he's going to rival Jake Myers in terms of the ground that he covers out there. It's left field, so you don't need to. My expectation with the arm strength is at serious low levels. So that's like it. So my expectations in the field are not very high. If you keep hitting, there will be no hate. And I don't think there's going to be any hate anyways. I can't get myself to a place where the level of play for Jose Altuve makes me dislike Jose Altuve. I'm with you. With you. I think especially when it comes to him playing left field, the blame will be more on the organization for putting the roster into a spot where it's necessary that he play left field than hate on Jose Altuve for doing it poorly. They're asking him to do something that he's not equipped to do.
Well, and we'll also see exactly how much he plays out there and how they manage the DH and everything else that goes along with it. Yeah. So it's a work in progress. Okay, you talked me off the ledge a little bit.
Okay,
and I do think the fun thing is going to be that he's going to get a huge ovation every time he does anything routine in left field.
Yeah, that's true.
For a while. The first week, I think there will be standing ovations for the simplest of plays. People will be happy of it.
I hope he's making plays out there, man. It would be badass. It would be badass if he actually turned himself into just an average. If he turned himself into a left fielder that doesn't get discussed out, as whose defense doesn't get talked about, that would be a win.
Well, Jordan when he was in left field.
Yes.
We all anticipated or feared the worst, and it ended up being like, okay, yeah, all right, yeah, he's totally passable out there.
If he's Jordan in left field, that is a major win. That's a major win.
I would just say, and I keep trying to remind myself of the old Moneyball story of the year where Scott Hatteberg, who was a catcher, transitioned to first base, and he was awful at first base defensively, and then over the course of a season, he figured it out.
Yeah, you get better. You can text in 713-572-4610. So the big news yesterday for the Texans, we'll work backwards chronologically. Danielle Hunter gets a 1-year, $35.6 million extension. I like this a lot. This is something you and I had been kind of clamoring for, Seth, since the new league year. Well, really since before the new league year started, when we were talking about, hey, what are the moves this team could make, not just in free agency, but with the existing roster. I don't know what the cap effect is for doing something like this. The $35.6 million is nearly entirely guaranteed, just like the first $50 million that Danielle Hunter got from the Texans. I think at its core, this is two things. It keeps one of your best players around for another year, keeps another key piece of the core of that defense. The best players on this defense are all signed up, other than Jalen Petrie, who's got 1 year left on his deal. The best players on this defense, core of this defense, are all here for at least 2 or 3 years, or in the case of Derek Stingley, longer than that. That's number one. Number two, I think that and the Stingley extension send a great message to other guys that are hoping to get paid by the Texans eventually. If you put your head down, do your work, come in, play well, most importantly, you're going to get paid. The team's going to reward you.
Yeah, now, Jalen Petrie is an interesting one because he's eligible for an extension. The play from year to year and scheme to scheme has been very up and down, but last year they seem to have found the perfect role for him. I think that he's going to get, if he gets an extension before the beginning of the season, I think it makes a whole lot of sense, especially because I think they can get him for, I don't want to say far below free agency value, but he might be a guy that they really love. They want to keep him around, but they've got realistic reasons to not pay him at the top of the market. Yeah. So it might end up being a really good deal for him. Like, it wouldn't be as lucrative as the Nico Collins deal was last year. It really just, and I think it'll all be very congenial. I don't think that Jalen Petrie's not in a position to demand a new contract or anything. But they might end up coming to a number that makes sense for both sides.
Yeah, the safety contracts we've seen this offseason have been in that neighborhood of like 15, the tippy top of the market. Like Javon Holland got that $15 million deal from the Giants. Like I don't even think Jalen's in that. I think if you Jalen Petrie, 3 years, $30 million. Would you do it?
Yeah.
3 years, $30 million?
Yeah.
I would too. I would
100%.
Too. Yeah, I wonder if Jalen would. I wonder if he wants to play it out and see how it goes. So, but that's the only one. Everybody. So, and you, Seth, that's one. You like this Danielle Hunter extension that they're doing.
I like it a lot. I am a huge fan of signing guys up to short-term deals, and it takes a boatload of guaranteed money to do it. The players have clamored for guaranteed money, and without understanding that, the guaranteed money is out there if you just sign a shorter-term deal. Mm-hmm. So I like that they've done that with Danielle Hunter twice now, 2 years in a row.
Yeah. Nick was making it rain yesterday, man. Danielle Hunter gets nearly $36 million tacked onto his deal, and Cam Robinson, 1 year, $12 million coming in to play tackle.
With Cam Robinson, I know the immediate hot take, and an understandable one, is, wait a second, you're replacing Laramie Tunsil, one of the best pass protectors in the game, for Cam Robinson, who had a rough go of it in Minnesota after a midseason trade, but has been about an average offensive tackle in his career. I am very much a fan of the old Bill James sabermetrics theory.
Ooh, bringing baseball into it. I like it.
Well, the old theory that, man, having a roster full of average players can be really competitive if you focus on their strengths. The Texans were in a situation last year where they had one guy who's a perennial Pro Bowler at left tackle. They had a right tackle that's he's fine as an offensive tackle. I don't think he's lived up to his contract. But then they had a lot of really, really substandard performances on the interior. I think first and foremost, you got to get yourself to competent. And having 5 average offensive linemen, if they're well coached and if the scheme utilizes their skills appropriately, they can be way better than, and then when it comes to making them a genuinely formidable offensive line, that's where the draft comes in. This was not a good year to go out and spend big money on offensive tackles in free agency. Both for the Texans because of their cap situation, but also just because the crop wasn't that good. Mm-hmm. So you've got guys like Dan Moore making $20 million per year in Tennessee. Good for Tennessee. I'm glad you spent that money idiotically.
Yeah.
So Cam Robinson, I don't think you should put him in ink as a starter at left tackle, but I think it's going to be a competitive situation if they draft the guy in the first round for sure. But I'll feel better as long as the one little detail of, Cole Popovich better be a good offensive line coach, and Nick Caley better be a good offensive coordinator.
That's the bet.
Then it's all for naught.
Yep, that's the bet. They're betting on coaching with a lot of this, at least in the short term in 2025. This time of year, with the NCAA basketball tournament, or really all year long, they do that thing on ESPN called bracketology, where they put what they think the tournament's going to look like week to week to week, and they do it right up until the selection Sunday. And this is what we think it's going to look like. I feel like, Seth, we're going to, with each time the Texans make an acquisition on the offensive line, I feel like we play a game of bracketology, which is sort of like, okay, if it were week 1 tomorrow, same way bracketology. If the NCAA tournament started tomorrow, this would be the 64-team bracket. If week 1 were tomorrow and we were playing offensive lineatology here, what would your left to right offensive line look like with the group that's in the building right now for the Texans?
I would go, it's tough because this is where I would go. I would go, most likely scenario is Cam Robinson at left tackle.
Yep.
Titus Howard at left guard.
Okay.
Jarrett Patterson at center. Ed Ingram has played left guard the majority of his career. I don't think he's played right guard much at all, but I like him better overall as a player. I like Laken Tomlinson, as a player more than Ed Ingram.
Yeah.
So Laken Tomlinson has played left guard in his career mostly. So maybe Ed Ingram goes, or maybe Laken Tomlinson goes to right guard.
Yep.
And then Blake Fisher at right tackle.
Okay, so you would go Robinson left tackle, Howard left guard, Patterson center, and you're saying Laken Tomlinson right guard, even though he's not played there very much.
Possibly, yeah. I don't know. If it works for him there, I'm not sure if they'd like that or not.
Okay.
And then Blake Fisher at
right tackle. So still sitting off to the side are Ed Ingram, Juice Scruggs. It's interesting. Juice Scruggs.
And I would say it's going to be competitive at center. I think.
Sure.
They need to give them a genuine chance to compete.
Yeah.
For a team that preaches competition.
Yeah.
It still befuddles me as to why Kenyon Green was etched in stone as the starter at left guard, and Juice Scruggs was etched in stone as the starter at center last year. It really didn't. If we were genuinely trying to establish culture, I didn't get that because that offensive line needs culture and competition, and those two young guys were just handed their position.
No, I'm just playing.
At least that's the way it looked.
I'm just playing the bracketology game, so they do like Ingram, Juice Scruggs. Sorry, work your way onto the bracket, fellas. So how are we feeling if that's the offensive line? Does that fit the bill of what you're talking about? 5 average guys being able to go out and do their thing.
It does potentially.
They're well coached.
Coaching and scheme is the huge part of it.
Yeah.
It's coaching, scheme, play calling, all of that. So there's a lot on Cole Popovich and Nick Caley. They've got, which obviously you always have a lot to prove in any given year. But I wouldn't be optimistic. I'd be very neutral on that. I would be very much in wait and see mode.
Let's see. Yeah. Seth Walder gave the Cam Robinson signing a B+ on ESPN. And the thought process behind most of it is like, okay, at least they're better. The Texans got rid of Laramie Tunsil, so they are better today than they were yesterday because who knows what the left tackle solution was. But Walder does point out like it was rough at times for Cam Robinson in Minnesota last year. I mean, they have brought in a bunch of guys who, at least by the advanced metrics, did not protect the passer well last year.
Well, yeah, and I think with Cam Robinson, I would go back to more his track record in Jacksonville, where he was an average offensive tackle. Didn't live up to his draft status or anything like that, but he was an average offensive tackle. He played very well against the Texans in his career. Probably his best opponent, unfortunately for us, but not that they've had a hard time with the Jaguars. But he's not Laramie Tunsil as a pass protector, but he is a bad thing. He's not a great run blocker.
Yeah.
So it's a 1-year deal. I mean, there's no part of a 1-year deal up to $14 million. That's the key. I don't know how much they're paying him and how much is based on incentives in terms of starting or play time or what have you.
$12 million has been the reported baseline. Like the base salary is $12 million.
He's going to make $12 million.
He's going to make $12 million.
Okay.
Yeah, that's been the
But it's a 1-year deal, so there's nothing about this that says, oh yeah, he's definitely your starter at left tackle.
Yeah.
There could be a situation where Titus Howard's playing left tackle.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're right about that. Does this affect the way the Texans approach the draft. I think that you and I have been talking since they got rid of Tunsil last week, and I think a lot of the experts have looked at it this way too, is that, they got to go offensive line at 25th, and maybe not got to, but the percentage chance that they do and that they need to with the 25th pick certainly increased once Laramie left the building without knowing what solutions Nick Caserio had up his sleeve. Does Cam Robinson for 1 year affect at all the way they should approach the draft?
No, God, no.
Okay.
No. And when it comes to, if you're an advocate of taking the best player available, that comes with all kinds of asterisks. I think that Nick genuinely likes to take not a single best player available, but he wants to get into a band of players. Mm-hmm. And I think the way the draft is shaking out with offensive linemen this year, at least so far in mock drafts, is that when you get down to 25, there's probably going to be a pretty good band of offensive linemen that he feels good about. And if you take the best offensive lineman, maneuver up or down a little bit, I think it makes a lot of sense that they take an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Everything about this strategy this offseason is that from D'Amico saying we need to reset the offensive line at the combine, the moves they've made in free agency are largely ones that look like, hey, we want to be sure we don't have a glaring need at a specific position. And then in the draft, that's where you really genuinely start to build up a solid, above-average offensive line, or a championship caliber offensive line. Yeah,
I want an offensive lineman, I think, with that first-round pick, whether they stick at 25 and pick one or if they target one that gets to, if a guy that they like, Tyler Booker, or maybe it's a tackle, it's Will Campbell maybe, somebody like that, starts to drift into the teens. Do they use some of that Laramie Tunsil draft capital to move up? I've still got offensive line ranked as the first thing I want with that. That said, and he was in the building yesterday over there at NRG Stadium, right out the window, Matthew Golden, wide receiver for Texas. Matthew Golden would be my cheat day, my unexpected cheat day. Not every day's a cheat day for me, but let's pretend that I had one of those disciplined regimens where you're trying to eat right every day. You know it's good for you, but everybody throws a cheat day in once a week. The offensive linemen are the regular sort of regimen, the skinless chicken breast and the green veggies and things like that. But now all of a sudden Matthew Golden's been presented to me. Oh, change of plans. Today is the cheat day. Give me my Matthew Golden. I'll eat the good stuff in day 2 and 3 of the draft.
Bad it gets tested is that maybe you feel like, all right, listen, we'd like to get ourselves to a spot where wherever we're picking, there's a good group of offensive linemen and we can take the best player available at that spot. Mm-hmm. But if you've got a really high grade on Matthew Golden and he falls to 25 and you didn't think he would, then I'm A-okay with them pulling the trigger on Matthew Golden. It might set us up well emotionally in that probably the majority of Texans fans really want them to draft an offensive lineman. But if they do draft somebody other than an offensive lineman, it might be somebody that's fallen further than we expected.
How should we frame this? We did this yesterday with Longhorn fans, and we got some really good texts on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. You suggested we ask Longhorns what they think of Kelvin Banks Jr., and we got some good texts, and I think more people, I don't know that I saw any negative texts on him. I think we saw some that were like, he's probably more of a guard than a tackle, but nobody was like, no, the guy's trash.
Right.
Matthew Golden is also a Longhorn. He's also a Coug. Yeah. I want to solicit opinion on Matthew Golden. Do we do it just soliciting opinion in a silo on Matthew? Should they take him at 25 instead of an offensive lineman, or I don't want to do one where we're comparing him and Kelvin Banks because that's not the argument really in a draft. It's
the way I look at it is, yes, in a silo, like when you're evaluating a prospect, a lot of times the college fans who have watched a guy for several years will be the ones to tell you, like, no, actually, I can bring up 7 instances where in a big moment, sometimes the scouting reports from the guys who are watching 400 different prospects don't feel those moments the same way. So, just what do you think of Matthew Golden?
Is Matthew Golden worth taking over an offensive lineman? What do you think of Matthew Golden? Yes. Okay, so what do you...
Well, that's not what I said, but that's fine. Yeah, no, I just want to know what they think about Matthew Golden in general.
I got you. Okay, so what do you think... What do you think of Matthew Golden? Longhorns who've watched, or Cougs who watched him play at the University of Houston.
Are there any negatives, or is there anything that we should be concerned about with Matthew Golden?
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah. There you go. All right, 713-572-4610. if Matthew Golden could be a number 2, that would be nice. Do we feel like Nico Collins, is there enough out there? Is Christian Kirk enough to take attention away from Nico Collins? This was Greg Cosell, I believe, on the Ross Tucker podcast, talking about the importance of a second wide receiver in today's NFL.
I think it's absolutely critical because with the way defenses play now, with a lot more split safety, it becomes easier to bracket, double, whatever term you want to use, a number 1 receiver within the context of your defensive structure. So now you think of it this way. It is always possible to double two receivers if you want to. Obviously, that changes your whole defensive feel and how you do other things. But teams don't really do that. So they'll try to double one in specific situations, and you certainly see that with the big-time receivers. You see it with Chase at times. You see it with Justin Jefferson. You know, you see it's really, really good. And Higgins, my guess is, for a number of teams in the league, would be seen as a number 1. For some teams in the league, for sure. Then it just gets harder.
Okay. So the Texans had 2 wide receiver 2s last year to go with Nico Collins. You know, Now the question is, do they even have half a wide receiver 2 in Christian Kirk? Is he enough?
Yeah, he is, and I think you don't want to get too rigid about exactly how an offense is composed and whether you've got wide receiver 1 on the outside, wide receiver 2 on the outside, wide receiver 3 in the slot. That I think Christian Kirk can be a remedy to hopefully a lot of the things that we saw underutilized last year, which was if teams are just taking the top off the offense by playing cover 2 and being sure that Nico Collins can't hit you deep, why are you not carving them up underneath? Why? Why are you not doing it, especially with Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell? And I put that more on Bobby Slowick than Stephon Diggs or Tank Dell. I mean, Stephon Diggs was still getting great separation. I don't think they were utilizing him as well as they should have, given what they were seeing on defense. Mm-hmm. So, I'm not overly concerned about it because there's plenty of really good offenses that have a stud wide receiver, a really viable second receiver, and then complementary pieces off of it. But you should always be trying to add more. It's just not my biggest hot point or sensitive point right now.
All right, we're getting a couple texts in here on Matthew Golden, who visited the Texans yesterday.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Let me anticipate and guess what Longhorns are saying about Matthew Golden. The negatives I had seen about him were that, one, he doesn't really work back to the ball at times. He just sort of sits and waits for it. And the other is that sometimes when he's a secondary route or he's covered, it just feels like he's not running the route full speed.
Okay.
That's something that people get pretty sensitive about when they pick up on it as fans.
Here's what we have so far from the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. Golden can be a great 1-2 punch with Nico, like T. Higgins and Jamar Chase.
Yeah, there you go.
So that's high praise. Yeah. Next one. Matthew Golden was a number 2 that emerged as a number 1 in Texas. Great hands, great route running, great body control. The only thing that his game is lacking is size. He's around 5'11". That's what I thought you were going to say. He is not undersized. He's not Tank Dell.
Yeah, I'm looking for the stuff that they might have just the negatives that they would have picked up on if they're watching every single week,
snap. Yeah. My concern with Matthew Golden is he isn't part of the O-line. But I'd like him. But I'd like him. So there's still some rolling in that we can get to. Hey, you mentioned Diggs. Diggs is visiting the Patriots. I think today. I think I saw the article. He visited yesterday or he's visiting today, one or the other.
I'm trying to remember that this isn't the Bill Belichick Patriots and that it's going to be Vrabel's own deal.
There's a Sean Payton effect going on with the Patriots. Remember with Sean Payton where if you forget that he wasn't the coach for like 2 years?
And people were still talking about the Saints like they were run by Sean Payton. It was really, really weird.
I'm having that thing like just said with them.
Yeah, where you're like, oh, yeah, he's a Patriots type of guy. Oh, okay, well, wait a second. They're 2 coaches removed from Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
Vrabel's got a certain amount of Belichick in him.
Yes.
And I think probably likes and respects the same kind of football players. And if you ignore all the social media stuff over the last several years, Stephon Diggs feels like a Belichick type of guy, and he feels a little bit like a Vrabel type of guy by that same extension. Given the way he practices, the way he cares about practicing, this is something that I can remember Peyton Manning talking about his wide receivers and I think at the time he was specifically talking about Marvin Harrison, but that one of the things he respected most about Marvin Harrison was that how adamant Harrison was about being out there at practice and having to be at practice. Because for a quarterback, it's really hard to develop that timing and rhythm without just rep after rep after rep and seeing things through the same set of eyeballs. And I think Stefon Diggs, it seemed from the outside looking in, he's wired very much like that. And you can ignore any of the drama or what have you. He's that kind of guy. I think that I could totally see Vrabel being really enticed by Stefon Diggs, but he's got to see what he looks like with his ACL.
With the ACL, to me, the ACL is by far the biggest question mark when it comes to Diggs. I'm based on what I saw and you saw out at training camp last year and what we saw in the 8 games that Diggs played for the Texans. I think, obviously, depending on the price tag, if it's a reasonable price tag, I think it'd be a really, really good signing for the Patriots. They've got the money to overpay him if he needs to be slightly help. Their number one wide receiver right now, who is Kendrick Bourne? I have no idea who they're like. They have is about as nondescript. What is it? Keyshawn Butte is probably their number one guy right now. I have no idea. They've got one of the most nondescript receiving cores. It's a young team that could use some leadership. Might be good for Drake May.
Yeah.
So yeah, man.
A lot of people were wondering if Stefon Diggs showing up to the rodeo a couple weeks ago or a week ago, and dressed in cowboy gear or at least Western gear, that whether that was a sign or a tell that he was coming back to Houston.
Yeah.
And I saw somebody, I didn't know anything about it, but I just randomly saw some comment of somebody saying you don't dress up in rodeo gear unless you want to be a Houstonian. I don't know. Stefon Diggs likes to dress up a lot of different ways. I think that he's probably just waiting to, for his lease to run out in Houston. So he's like, yeah, okay, I had 2 months left on the lease. They were going to make me pay it anyway, so I'm going to hang around in Houston until it's time.
Does Stefon Diggs seem like a guy who wouldn't wear Western gear walking through Times Square in Manhattan? I think he'd be perfectly comfortable wearing that outfit in any of the 50 states around the country.
I think him discovering the existence of rhinestones was probably one of the great moments in his life.
Yes.
He's like, oh, rhinestones? Yeah. I didn't even know about this whole look. Yeah, let's do this thing.
Do you feel like the ship has absolutely sailed with Stefon Diggs at this point for the Texans? I do.
I think so. Yeah, just given the way they've spent pretty judiciously on acquisitions, they've been very generous with the acquisitions. They're being somewhat frugal, and not that you'd have to pay a boatload to get Stefon Diggs, but I think it's a classic. If the number were right, then yes, but he's probably going to get more somewhere else.
Cam Robinson's by far their biggest free agency signing. All the other money that's been spent. Christian Kirk was not a signing; that was a trade. These Stingley and Hunter deals are obviously extensions. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is making $9-10 million a year. He was a trade. The biggest signing they had made until yesterday, I think, if I'm not mistaken, was Sheldon Rankins. 1 year, $7 million.
I'm looking at Stefon Diggs' rodeo outfit, and I'm impressed with the tassels. He went big with tassels. He's got a leather coat on with just really long tassels, peacocking to the max in that regard. I'm a little let down by the belt buckle. I'm sure it's like a $10,000 belt buckle, but it's just not gaudy enough.
It's not ostentatious enough.
There are no rhinestones or anything else on it.
Is it big? I don't have this in front of me. You do. Is it
not by belt buckle standards? Not by rodeo belt buckle standards. It's big. It's bigger than what you or I would wear.
Sure,
but it's probably 5 times bigger than the one you wore to your speaking engagement yesterday. But it's not all that flashy. But otherwise, it's a nice outfit. It looks like he's wearing genuine black denim jeans.
Yeah,
not some kind of fancy material or something.
He was getting after it, man. He was pretty happy to be in that gear. It looked like, if I remember the video correctly, he looks pretty happy. Okay, here we go. More Matthew Golden text. Matthew Golden is savvy like a European point guard. Somebody says he's got good brains. Matthew Golden is a bulkier Xavier Worthy. Great receiver, just can't do much when Ewers is throwing him the ball. Wait.
That's a good point,
Ewers, too. Quinn Ewers is to Longhorn fans what Kellen Mond was to Aggie fans a few years ago.
Yeah. Except that a Kellen Mond, I feel like people were making more of a case for Kellen Mond nationally, or trying to talk about him as a potential sleeper and all that. There were a few notable people who I remember thinking, you guys are going to be shocked by what Kellen Mond does in the NFL. I haven't heard that about not yours necessarily.
Yeah.
So that's a good dynamic there too. That he did a lot without having a great quarterback thrown to him.
Mm-hmm.
It's really hard to find much negativity about Matthew Golden. If he were there at 25 and the Texans took him, I wouldn't be crying into my Cheerios about how they didn't take an offensive lineman. So that's confirmation by the college fan base. Sometimes will be the first to tell you exactly how they see it and trash one of their own prospects if they feel. But so far, people are pretty positive about Matthew Golden.
Yes, they are. So you can keep texting 713-572-4610. Random question about the Astro jerseys. Are they the new everyday jerseys this year? Or are they going to be worn at random? The jerseys that this texter is talking about are the new City Connect uniforms. Did you happen to see these on social yesterday?
I did. They're beautiful.
You like them? I like them so much better than the ones they've been wearing the last couple of years. I never liked. I didn't squawk about it a lot on here. Their uniforms, but when they'd wear them on Mondays at home, and I would assume that that's going to be the same thing. That the Monday home games will be the City Connect games. These are way
400 times better.
The dark colors, head to toe, look like pajamas to me.
It looked like they were trying way too hard.
Yeah.
It was the classic thing. They might as well have been that guy that wears the astronaut helmet that's too small at Astros games. It's like, okay, I see what you're going for, but what the hell are you doing? Now, with that guy, I admire that guy.
I hope he's a listener.
He knows it. Well, he knows it looks goofy.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's a funny look. But he wouldn't wear it out to play professional baseball in front of people. And yet with those City Connects, like, you guys are just trying. Are you trying to make it look futuristic? And you know what it ended up looking like, Sean? It looked like Epcot Center, where it was what people thought the future was going to look like in 1970.
Yeah.
What does somebody from 1970 think the future is going to look like? They might as well have gone back in time and said to somebody in 1970, design me a baseball uniform from the future.
Right.
And that's what they gave you, which would have looked cool in 1970.
Yeah.
But it looks dumb now.
And
it was like any rusty old monorail from a World Expo from the 1980s.
I didn't realize you felt so strongly about those uniforms, man. That was
I didn't like them.
Yeah, I didn't either. I didn't think
they looked like they didn't look like anything. That's what they didn't. They were trying too hard and yet not hard enough all at once.
Yeah, I just didn't like the colors, like dark blue head to toe. Ugh. No, these are good. If you haven't seen them, go find them. There's pictures of Jose Altuve, left fielder, wearing them. Jordan wearing. They're white. They're basically now white from head to sock. They're still using the same socks, if you like Altuve does, where it's kind of that orange and yellow blend.
Now, I did like the guys that wore their socks high.
Yes.
With those, I did like the guys who wore their socks
with
high.
The old ones. I agree with you.
Because it wasn't just so monochromatic.
Yeah.
I guess that's what I've learned. I like monochromatic in football. I despise it in baseball.
Yeah.
Other than white, obviously.
Yeah.
And you know what? In cream, you want to put cream on a baseball uniform?
Yeah.
Why don't you just put bacon stripes on the back of it, too? And like, let's look at it as dingy as possible.
Yeah.
Oh.
The one complaint that I've seen from people is the cap has an A for the logo on it, and it looks a little too much like the Arizona Diamondbacks logo, like the Arizona Diamondbacks regular logo. The A on the City Connect uniforms for the Astros, it's kind of like the complaint that Texan fans had about the dark home uniforms. Not the color rush ones, but like the regular dark blue, and I think the white with the dark pants. They look too much like the Atlanta Falcons. Was the big complaint about those? Similarly, they're complaining about the A. I don't get too worked up about that. It says Stros on the jersey. That's kind of kitschy, you know. It doesn't say Astros. It says Stros. You got the nickname on there. They forgot the apostrophe in place of the A that they've omitted. But yeah, all right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. All right, mock draft injection time. Are they still giving us offensive linemen? Not this one. A 3-round mockaroo that goes off the board. We'll get to that coming up next.
Underdog is one of the leading sports.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, mock draft injection time. Does the tenor on the Texans change at all with a Cam Robinson signing? Now, to be fair, I don't know that a lot of the mockers have put out new mocks since that signing. And to the point earlier when I asked Seth, does this change at all? Does this signing alter even slightly how the Texans should be approaching the draft? Seth, you said absolutely not. They should be looking at the draft through the same lens today as they were at the beginning of the day yesterday.
I think that Nick, like a lot of GMs, wants to go into the draft where you don't feel extreme pressure to draft for need or to fill a spot, because that's a dicey way to go through life. Even in the first round, you got about a 50% hit rate. And even some of those guys, some of the 50% who become everyday starters don't do it their rookie year. So it's almost like it's a bad bet. You probably got less than a 50% chance, even with your first round, of getting a guy who's going to be a good starter in year one. So you want to go in and take the guy that you really feel has the best potential to become a good pro long term. And then you take the best player available, but you can coax that a little bit and maneuver it to where, all right, if we had our way, if we had our druthers, we'd like to be in a spot in the draft where there's a bunch of really good offensive linemen available.
Yeah.
We'll get some, maybe we trade back and get some compensation or whatever. So you still take the best player available. And I think that's, with Cam Robinson, I can envision an offensive line where if they're well coached, if Cole Popovich is a good a good offensive line coach, and if Nick Caley is a good offensive coordinator, that you can be much improved over last year. Mm-hmm. I don't know what the ceiling is. I wouldn't act like, oh, wow, this is going to be the 1990 Cowboys or anything like that. But you can be a functioning offense, especially if your wide receiver, your running back, and your quarterback play well, without feeling desperate to get an offensive lineman.
All right, so let's see what you think of this one. This is Chris Trapasso, CBSSports.com. He does a 3-round mock. We'll touch on all the picks he makes in this 3-round mock, but obviously we'll focus out of the chute on the first round. And this is one that I guess would put the best player available theory really to the test.
Yeah.
With several players at positions of higher need for the Texans on the board, some that we've talked about at great length on this show. With the 25th overall pick in the Chris Trapasso, CBSSports.com mock draft, the Houston Texans select Jalon Walker, edge rusher, Georgia.
No.
Now, I have seen him routinely going in the top 8 to 12 in most drafts.
Right. But part of that best player available is, okay, is it a guy that fits what you like to do?
Yeah.
And they're not starting this defense out from scratch. He's a tweener. He's like 240 pounds.
Yep.
And there could be a place for him as a pass rusher, but I don't need a Sam linebacker or vice versa on this defense. D'Amico likes big, classic 4-3 defensive ends that can play the run and be pass rushers. So it doesn't make a lot of sense given the way D'Amico Ryans likes to play defense that you would take him. So no, my disgust with that pick isn't about the prospect himself. It's more about that. No, it's not the type of guy that the Texans would want to spend a first-round pick on. If he was available in the second or third round, then you look at him and you think, okay, maybe this guy can be a situational pass rusher. We do something. But D'Amico has said he wants guys who can be day one starters, and I don't think he's a day one starter in this defense.
Not on this defense, no. And this would be with here's some names still on the board: Emeka Ibuka still on the board, Luther Burden III. Still on the board. Gray Zabal, the offensive lineman out of North Dakota State, still on the board. And Josh Simmons, who I feel like we've examined Josh Simmons as much as any player on the big board in totality this week. The offensive lineman out of Ohio State who dealt with is coming back from patellar tendon issues, reportedly maturity issues according to Todd McShay. But as far as the film, when healthy goes, might be the best film out of all these guys we just said.
I think he's the guy that most looks like a pure offensive tackle compared to a lot of those other guys. Yeah. I mean, he's got really good feet. He knows how to get the right angles and keeps after it with good technique, all that. But everything that you see about him in terms, if D'Amico says that the first rounders for him are guys that they expect or hope will start in year one, he's coming off a patellar tendon tear. NFL players on average take at least a year to come back from that, if not two. The overall long-term prognosis for it isn't great. And then if you stack onto that, like Todd McShay says that there might be maturity concerns. So I always take that with a grain of salt. You never know exactly what that might mean. But let's say hypothetically the Texans have the same concerns. We know, as they've demonstrated with Derek Stingley and Danielle Hunter just this week, they really, really, really value guys that are mature as hell, that show up and work their butts off. If the Texans have any kind of concerns about the maturity, I think they really don't want to draft a first-round pick. They don't want to spend a first-round pick on that. So if that's valid, then I would say it's almost a non-starter. But we don't know if it's valid or not. Yep. There's all this pre-draft smoke. Sometimes it's irresponsible. So I don't want to crucify the guy for something that might not be realistic or real.
Yep. Okay, so let's do the other three picks in this three-round mock real quick. 58th overall pick, Houston Texans select Marcus Mbu. MBO.
Did you say Membu?
Membu. No, not the good. Not
Oh,
Membu.
You said
just Mbu.
Not Membu.
Not Membu.
Okay.
Membu was long gone the day before.
How do you?
This would be Marcus.
I feel bad for Marcus
Mbu.
Because he's an offensive lineman. He's an offensive lineman who's in the same draft year as a guy where the guy who's vaulted up the draft boards is named Membu.
Membu. He's just
so
Mbu.
The non-Membu
Mbu
at offensive line.
Yeah.
Okay.
So O-lineman from Purdue in the second round. The two that they have going in the third round, keep in mind the Texans have 2 third-round picks now thanks to the Laramie Tunsil trade, 79th overall and 89th overall with the 79th overall pick. Ben will like this one. Our producer, Ben Gary, the Texans select Xavier Restrepo, wide receiver, Miami, who's like...
Very nice.
Yeah, man, he's like Braxton Berrios on steroids. He's a really good player. Is he the all-time leading receiver at Miami, Ben?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, and last I checked, they've had some good receivers there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So would you be happy with that one?
Yeah. He's awesome.
Yeah, he is awesome.
He's the biggest thing with he's a classic small dude, more quick than fast, all that type of stuff. And I think the immediate thought people would have is, wait, you just traded for Christian Kirk, a slot receiver, without pegging him as a slot receiver specifically. Because we saw with Tank Dell. Tank Dell lined up more on the outside than inside.
Yeah.
But he's a smaller guy. I don't worry about it when it's a third-round draft pick.
Right.
I think that you can point to instances where, teams have multiple smaller guys. I just don't want to be paying buku money for two guys that are smaller guys. With a third-round pick, I'm cool. You just take the best players available.
Could he be a poor man's Ladd McConkey, I think would be the question. Like that kind of guy where, Ladd McConkey doesn't, they move him all over the place, and he's shifty and all those good things.
Yeah, or or Hunter Renfroe. Receivers, this kid.
Why are you painting it that way? All right, 89th overall pick, the Houston Texans select. Now, this one's interesting, too. Second generation, Mason Taylor, tight end out of LSU, son of Hall of Fame edge rusher Jason Taylor.
And Miami Hurricanes coach.
Is he a Miami Hurricanes coach?
Yeah, he's our D-end coach.
Wow, look at that. Okay, so all these Hurricane type. Oh, man.
I like this mock.
Yeah, that is your favorite mock, huh, Ben? This mock is enough to get Ben chatting about it in there. I love it.
People are going to get excited about a tight end. The interesting thing there, though, is not that you would shy away from a fourth-round pick if you think he's if you think he's got potential. But I wonder if you think you look at Cade Stover, you're still trying to see what you have in him. Mm-hmm. Dalton Schultz isn't going to get cut no matter how we feel about him and his performance last year. They just re-signed and re-upped Brevin Jordan. I guess the way I think of it is Brevin Jordan he's got much more Evan Ingram in him than being a classic tight end. So you can justify keeping four tight ends because you use Brevin Jordan kind of creatively.
Kind of like a weapon.
He's as much a slot receiver as he is an actual tight end.
True.
So that would be, and especially in the fourth round, that would be interesting.
Yeah, but it'd actually be third round. But I get your point. Like the fourth.
Oh.
They have 2 third-round picks. So yeah, so it'd be late third. But your point is valid, which is sometime outside of the first round. Yeah, man. Texans have 4 picks in the top 89. So they got a chance to, as of right now, they move back.
How the hell is Jason says?
Dude.
I don't, man, it's been a rough few years for me because all these guys, there's so many sons of NFL players in the league right now, many of whom are my age or younger. And it's annoying me.
It was bad enough for me when Notre Dame was signing kids of players that I went to school with. They just had Julius Jones's son visit the school. Remember Julius Jones, a running back that played for the Cowboys in Notre Dame back? Yeah, he played for Notre Dame. He was drafted in 2003, I think it was. His son is visiting Notre Dame. Yeah.
All right, I'm sure somebody's done a study on this because they have noted that there are. It's just not perception. I think there have actually been way more children of NFL players as of late. So these guys, between the genetics and the training that they're getting by the benefit of the experience of their parents, these guys, more so than in the past. The genetics have always been the genetics, but more so than in the past, you see more guys. But it does seem, you only really notice it when it's a notable or famous player. I wonder, there's probably a boatload more out there of guys who, like, their dads played 3 years in the league and we just don't even know them or anything.
Totally, yeah, and I don't want to find them because I don't need any more players to make me feel older than I am already.
If the Texans sign a player whose father was a big-time bust, I'm going to flip out.
Okay. Ryan Leaf III.
I feel like something Bill O'Brien would do.
Oh, yeah.
Bill O'Brien would use his father's NFL career against him. Because Bill O'Brien loved the pedigree and everything.
Oh,
I feel like O'Brien would, the knife would cut both ways.
He's a third-generation guy. He signed his deal yesterday, met with the media, talked about what it was like for how it felt for the Texans to invest so much in him. We had some fun with him, too. He talked about the impact of his dad and what did he do to celebrate. He celebrated in classic Stingley style. We'll get to all of that coming up next. I want to tell you guys about the men's.
Houston, insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, nice to be with you on a Thursday. First day of the NCAA tournament. We're going to be carrying some of the games here on Sports Radio 610 and on our sister station 650, The Bet. I know we're going to be carrying some during the day on 650. We'll get more information to you on that. And then at night, if you've been listening, we've been carrying the play-in games. There'll be games on at night here. A lot of Texas teams on the docket for today, including the Cougs at 1 p.m. So we'll have you covered on some of those games. As far as the Texans go, they get Derek Stingley Jr.'s deal done yesterday, in addition to a couple of other deals. Cam Robinson, they've signed most recently in Minnesota, best known for his nearly 7 years of work, or 8 years. He was drafted in 2017 with the Jacksonville Jaguars. He gets brought in on a one-year, $12 million deal. Danielle Hunter gets a year tacked on to his deal and $35.6 million in new money for him. Some of that will be thrown onto this year. The rest will be next year. But Danielle Hunter will be around for at least another year after 2025. And then Derek Stingley Jr. gets his deal done officially yesterday. Gets announced. He does the press conference, and he talked about what it means for the Texans to invest in him.
I mean, it means a lot. That they, allowed me to go out there with my coaches, and they taught me this game and at this level, and they believe that I can be somebody to teach the younger people that's on the team and in front of everybody. But I mean, I know how to be a great teammate, so I guess they believe in that. So I mean, that's what I believe in. So.
All right, yeah, he's a man of few words, who puts his head down, comes to the building every day, does his work, and does it at an elite level. And the Texans have sent the message that when you do your work at an elite level, they will be happy to keep you around the building.
Yeah, the interesting thing about it is that it doesn't kick in until 2 years from now. So they have him under control for an extra year than I would have thought they would have him under control when they first announced it.
It's a less pricey deal on a per-year basis than it looks like from the reports.
Right, yeah, well, when people were kind of shocked about the price, because it's a 20% increase over the $25 million per year, which was the previous high water mark, you factor in the inflation of probably a 10% rise or so in each of these next successive years. That's about, it might be a little bit less with the cap inflation, that it makes sense that it was $30 million per year and not just a tick above $25 million per year. I guess the only concern I would have then is, hey, I laud these shorter-term extensions because it keeps the carrot on the stick a lot closer to the face of the player, and that you're less likely to agitate for something new. I don't know. I don't want to be overly naive about all this, but Stingley doesn't strike me as a guy I'm worried about agitating for a new deal 2 years into this one.
Not based on yesterday's press conference, for sure.
No, I think it kind of like JJ was it a 5-year extension? His first
6-year extension.
A 6-year extension. Yeah. JJ was always very open about saying, yeah, the idea is if you live up to your end of the bargain, you're going to be underpaid by the end of it, but you can't waste time or energy worrying about that. That's just an indication that you've played well. Mm-hmm. And I think Stingley very much, in everything that he says and the way he operates, I think he just wants to put his head down and keep working at football and not worry too much about the contract side of things.
Yeah. To that point, here was Stingley yesterday. How important was it for you to set the market in terms of average annual value of new money at the cornerback position?
I mean, I kind of went into this and went into this situation and was just basically just thinking like just playing football like that. I wouldn't really focus on like how all of that was gonna get done. But I mean, it got done, and I mean, it's cool. Like, the market is different now, but that doesn't really have anything to do with me, really. But I'm just here to play football, so
okay.
I don't know.
I don't know. I think if you kind of play that, and then you think about Deshaun Watson after he got his big contract, where Deshaun was breaking down crying and emotional of just when he got his renegotiation with the Texans. And I don't want to look, they're in different situations, obviously. I think Deshaun had a lot more riding on him in terms of, being the provider for. But so I'm not criticizing Deshaun for it, but for Stingley, it's just such a stark contrast that you can see. I think he's a guy that it's not like he doesn't care about the money, but it's 100% not his sole focus.
Yeah.
Compared to some other athletes, and it's a good feeling when you're a team that gives a guy a big wad of money. Ideally, it doesn't change their life at all. Like, obviously, he's going to change some things for them financially, but ideally, it doesn't they don't feel validated for it. They don't think like, oh, I've finally achieved what I've always wanted. I think that Stingley is a guy that just genuinely wants to be the best cornerback in football and do it in an environment that he enjoys.
Well, I think to that end, he was asked yesterday, how'd you celebrate the new contract?
Everything was finalized. How did you celebrate?
I had me some crawfish. And that was about it. So.
There you go. And the awkward,
there's your story, everybody.
The awkward chuckles after the answers are my favorite. Back to what we were talking about him setting the market. I mean, obviously, the biggest beneficiary of the money itself is Derek Stingley Jr. and his family. The biggest beneficiary of the optics of setting the market, because it is kind of optics. If you average out what he's making over the 5 years he's going to be with the Texans, it's really about $22 million when you factor in that the next 2 years are still his rookie deal, the last year of his rookie deal plus the fifth-year option. The biggest beneficiary of the optics of him, quote, resetting the market, or it's David Mulugheta, his agent. You know, that's the person who sets the game. I'm not saying that with any animus or criticism or shade, but the fact of the matter is, like, Stingley is a player I don't think is really all that concerned about setting the market, and it doesn't matter anyway. Like, I don't think people are going to watch Stingley run through the tunnel this year and go, there's the guy that reset the market. When they see David Mulugheta, they'll go, there's the guy that reset the market.
I always like, for Stingley, a few of his answers yesterday, you know, when people ask him about his father or just some of the other aspects of all of this, he really appreciates that he's in a situation where he has a lot of support, not just from his father, but from everybody, like on his personal side, but also the people on the team and everything. And I think he's like an astronaut who doesn't have to worry about mission control. You're just like, okay, I'm an astronaut. I got a really specific job to do. I'm going to let the folks in Houston take care of their stuff, and I feel good and solid about it. So I feel like Mulugheta is down there in the mission control doing his thing, while Stingley can work on getting a screw on loose from the space station or something.
That's right. He talked about that. Actually, you mentioned his dad. He talked about that yesterday, the impact that his dad has had on his career.
Yeah, I mean, without my dad, like I wouldn't be sitting here right now. I mean, just with everything, like I wouldn't even be like who I am. Like I don't like everything. Like that's all I can say. I mean, that wouldn't be me.
It's biologically accurate.
Yes,
that's very
100%
very
true.
Astute observation.
We ran the paternity test, and is 100%.
50% of him would be way different than what it is now.
Yes.
So and we've talked about this a bunch. Just the dynamic of a father who's very involved with his son in pro sports. Sometimes it can be awesome, and sometimes it can be a disaster. And with Stingley, it looks like they've got that perfect Tiger Woods, Earl Woods relationship where the father is a football coach, played football, knows what he's talking about, and he's been involved with his son, but his son is eager for it. It's not the kid. It's not the Todd Marinovich who just is just doing what his dad tells him to do. It feels like Stingley's that kind of kid that, you know what? Stingley always reminds me of some of those kids. I've got a nephew who's like this, Grayson. He's 4 years old, and if you roll a ball out anywhere within 100 yards of him, it's like a shark smelling blood. Mm-hmm. It's like that's what he's drawn to.
Yeah.
And if he's walking, when he was 2 years old, if he was walking by a TV and there were any kind of sport being played, he's just glued to it and he's watching it. Mm-hmm. He doesn't care if there's a ball involved, he's watching it.
Yeah.
And Stingley seems like he was probably that kind of kid.
No doubt.
He was just eager for it, and he was in a situation where his dad could help him with it, and it's a really cool story.
Well, and doesn't, to the extent where he doesn't even really get involved in trash talk. You know, like he is so hyper focused on football. It's not just hey, I'm letting my agent do the contract. Hey, each of these workouts I do is a step towards becoming a better player. You hear stories about Derek Stingley. He does not yap at all. Like they were talking about that on the Pivot podcast. I think it was Stingley's dad. Third guys, and Stingley was getting to that stage of football that we used to, with Ryan Clark. They were talking about that stage of football where you start to get on the radar of colleges and things like that. And it would be a big deal for opposing teams to try to get Stingley in some way. And so they were trying to get in his head and obviously trying to make plays. They're trying to get in his head. And Stingley was just like in his own world, man, just ignoring it and going and playing ball.
You know what? And that, for me, the one thing I always worry about is with quiet people or quiet kids in sports, you have no window into how they're processing things mentally. And so whenever there's somebody who's super, super quiet, you're kind of left to wonder, all right, how is he processing pressure? How is he processing criticism? How is he processing his own individual bad performance? So you worry about those kids sometimes. It was actually one of the most emotionally poignant parts of Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame speech for me was when he said, hey, to the people back in the neighborhood where I grew up, that quiet kid, that quiet kid that never talked, he's doing all right.
Yeah.
You know, and I could just, you zoom back and you think about probably people that he had or teachers or coaches he had that just kind of wondered, like, hey, Andre, you doing all right?
You okay?
And
yeah.
Andre doesn't say anything, and you just don't know. You're left to wonder, is he doing okay? So at the cornerback position especially, where so much of the challenge is coming back from bad plays, forgetting mistakes and everything, you just don't know. And obviously Stingley's handled that remarkably well. You don't have to worry about him being a quiet. He's just built to he just wants to play football. And if guys want to talk smack or whatever, cool. It doesn't affect him one bit.
Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Funny you say that. From his actual voice to what he actually says, he reminds me of Andre Johnson. Is what a text. You made that comparison earlier in the show, I think, about him and Andre.
Right. Well, when Stingley was talking about the team hasn't tried to make him something he isn't.
Yes.
That I think sometimes coaches will do that where they've got one of the best players on the team is a quiet guy, and all of a sudden they want to turn him into an orator, like, hey, everybody respects you. Why don't you get up and give a 20-minute speach about it? No, you gotta let your guys be your guys.
No doubt.
And leading by example is really the best form of leadership when it's one of the best players on your team.
We played this a minute ago. We'll play it again because there's a funny text as a follow-up to this. Derek Stingley Jr., how did you celebrate your new contract?
I had me some crawfish. And that was about it. So.
Text message. I had to let the laugh play out. Text message. I thought the same thing yesterday. This texter saying, with today's crawfish prices, he's irresponsibly blowing through his new contract. It's true, man. Man, it is tough out on those crawfish streets right now.
Yeah, what if he shows up 20 pounds overweight? With a pocket full of crawfish gloves. Then we learn that he's one of these guys that eats his crawfish with gloves. Yeah.
If he gets overweight eating crawfish, he's definitely blown through his contract. Dude, it's like...
That's commitment. He has the kind of commitment and dedication it would take to get overweight by eating crawfish. Because that takes...
Kick any tires on going and eating crawfish on a Saturday or Sunday? It's like cheap is like $10.99 a pound right now for crawfish. That's cheap.
Yeah. I try not to think about it anymore when I go out to eat. I've grown numb to.
No, but crawfish is different for me because there's a lot of work that goes. I like going out for crawfish for the social part of it.
Yeah.
But it is a high labor intensive food for very little payoff. So
you're feeling like paying $150 for a session with a personal trainer or something. Like, all right, this is all right. Okay, maybe that. No.
What? How many pounds? Do you like crawfish? Are you a crawfish eater?
Yeah, I do.
I do. Do you how many pounds do you eat in a normal sitting of crawfish?
I just eat until they stop bringing it to me.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm like 4 or 5 pounds. Like, I just think of how big. Like, if you order 4 pounds of crawfish at most places, it comes in like one of those big circle plastic tubs with the potatoes and everything else.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know what the portions are for things like. Chicken wings. I'm bad with this too.
Okay.
I still to this day, after having eaten probably in my lifetime at least 3,000 or 4,000 chickens total, like when you combine all the meat, probably more than that. I don't know whether 10 chicken wings is enough or 50 is too many, because I can just keep eating them.
Yeah.
I've never stopped eating chicken wings because I'm hungry.
Yeah.
It's more of a time constraint. So I'll usually just order, like I'll go if it's crawfish crawfish, I'm like, okay, then I'll just keep ordering more crawfish until it's time to go.
Yeah, the sweet spot for me, well, crawfish never fills me up. Wings will fill me up. Crawfish, you eat crawfish, and I love crawfish, by the way. If anybody's listening that owns a crawfish plate, I love crawfish. To be clear, it's just 15 minutes later, I want to go eat a steak. I'm hungry 15 minutes later after eating crawfish.
I don't know with any food like that. I cannot remember a single time in my life where I've pushed away from the table because I'm too full.
Yeah.
I think I'm able to digest it just enough that by the time I'm reaching peak, it's my stomach is like, all right, fine. I don't care if the intestines are ready for it or not.
Yeah.
Here she goes. Boom.
Wings, crawfish, donuts, doesn't matter. Yeah.
Donuts. You've seen me with donuts.
I know. That's why I said it.
I don't know. I honestly,
that's why it was
kind of a shock to me that people thought it was a big deal that I would eat a dozen donuts at a time. I'm like, well, but is that a lot?
They're there. They're there.
I could eat a dozen more. I don't know.
Dude,
okay.
I got to commend you. Your restraint in the Texans press box to me, and I know that you do get your sweets on up there sometimes, but for the availability of what's there, like there's still donuts left over in that voodoo donut bin that they've got there at the end of the day, and I'm like, how has Seth not cleaned out the rest of this bin right here?
Oh yeah, I mean, if you ever in the press box, you've seen me express disgust with myself because I'm aware of that I'm trying not to eat sugar at all.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, an hour later, I've had 7 donuts. So I've never pushed away from the table being like, that's it, Sean, I'm done. I'm stuffed.
No, my favorite was where you expressed disgust with me for not stopping you from eating 10 ice cream sandwiches that one
Right.
time.
And the same, well,
a
because
big
I
pile
like
of wrappers next to you on the table.
I don't know how many ice cream sandwiches is a lot of ice cream sandwiches.
Less than 10.
But I could eat 10 ice cream sandwiches.
I know, I've seen it.
And I could easily, if you said, hey, do you want 10 more ice cream sandwiches? I'm like, sure.
Dude,
no big deal.
You're a machine, man. You're a machine.
But I'm not a good competitive eater. I can't do it quickly.
Right. No,
I like to enjoy my food.
It's a marathon, not a sprint. Yes.
Yeah, I once they thought they brought me. I went into an eating competition for charity in college once, and they thought they were bringing in a ringer. And the looks of disappointment on the faces of the people who thought I was a ringer that scared me away from ever trying to be a professional eater again. Yeah,
that's funny. All right, into the next segment we go with the Astros. What we've seen and what we've talked about this entire spring training, we got a taste of both yesterday. One good, one bad. What does it mean? We'll talk about it coming up next. What does it mean if your insurance company is
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Basketball getting started 11 a.m. or noon sometime today. I can't wait. Cougs at 1 o'clock today for everybody. Cougs at 1 o'clock.
Got my brackets in front of me that I'm going to pretend I put a whole lot of thought into. I've got Houston winning it all.
You do?
Spoiler alert.
Okay.
Yeah.
I went with 3 2 seeds and a 3 seed. To me, it's like one of those things. Like you have some years where the chalk gets there. And here's the thing: when you go with a bracket that has that kind of Final Four, you set yourself up to be in last place.
Yeah,
but if it's the 1 year where there's a lot of upsets, you win the damn thing.
I'm a fraud because you know who my big upset I'm looking at my Final Four right now, and St. John's. That's my big stretch, a 2 seed in the Final Four.
That's why I bring it all. I'm here for the Rick Pitino ride, man. Yeah. That's your low water.
Yeah,
that's
I got
Auburn,
St. John's, Duke, and Houston. Yeah,
you'll hang around for a while probably.
I should have. Looking at it, I should have had St. John's beating Auburn. But I kind of wanted to. The problem was I was working off of a couple different experts, and I was looking at and I was getting kind of peeved at Auburn for ever since their coach. We got to play that audio. The Auburn's coach acting like it was the dumbest thing in the world.
Panicked.
So I kind of want Houston to beat Auburn in the finals.
We'll do that next segment because I have a question about the NCAA tournament that I want to ask you. So we'll save that. We'll do that. I got it written down. We'll get the Bruce Pearl. I say we. Ben's like, yeah, I got to go find it. Thanks a lot, guys. Yeah, Ben will find it in like 8 seconds. Astros, more good, more bad. Are you more excited about the Cam Smith home run yesterday, Seth, than you are nervous about the Altuve dropped fly ball? Like, which one triggers more emotion with you? Happiness with the Cam Smith home run or concern with the Jose Altuve?
I would say happiness with Cam Smith for sure. The way he's just steadily produced. It's the concerns about Cam Smith are more like agitation over whether or not he's going to be an opening day starter or on the roster on opening day. Yeah. Will they try him in right field? Why can't Paredes play second? All these types of things. But I feel really good about that. With Altuve, I am trying not to panic and listen to people who say, listen, these errors that he's had on these dropped fly balls, or when he's anticipating making a throw home, so it's not like it's happening in a vacuum where he just can't physically catch a baseball. We know he can catch a baseball. He's just got to get a little bit more automatic and comfortable with the transition to a completely different throwing motion also as he's trying to make that throw home. So you can see where there'd be some glitches there. But my fear, the thing that makes me more nervous than anything, isn't about how it might affect the team in the short term. I can't stomach Altuve being a laughingstock out there.
Yeah.
For the preservation of my own sanity.
You love him too much.
Yeah, I can't get to a point where it becomes a running gag on SportsCenter or something.
Yeah.
Oh, look, here goes Altuve dropping another easy one. I think he'll figure it out. And the fact that his judgment in reading the ball coming off the bat, all of that doesn't seem to be an issue. It doesn't seem like the arm strength overall is going to be as glaring and obvious an issue as we might have feared it would be. The issue so far is but he's got a good read on it. He just has dropped the baseball.
Yeah.
It should be simple and fixable. And yet, whenever there is something that should be simple and fixable that hasn't been fixed, you have to wonder if, okay, maybe there's a little bit more to it.
I'm with you. I'm more excited about the Cam Smith spring that he's had, and specifically the home run. You know, the spring in totality has been a lot about Altuve playing left field, and Cam Smith has kind of injected himself into the conversation. I think we went into the spring. You and I went down to spring training for the first week of games, so we spent days before that leading up to it. What are we most excited to see? And Cam Smith was always at or near the top of the list. I never expected this. I expected there to be struggles for Jose Altuve in left field. Now, I didn't expect them to look like Bad News Bears type stuff like it has the last couple of days, but I expected there to be struggles. And again, my expectation for what the finished product is, whatever that is for Jose Altuve in left field, ain't all that great anyways. Cam Smith being the best offensive player in spring training for the Astros in a way that looks like he could be ready for the major leagues right now is not what I expected. And the fact that it has sustained itself from practically the very first day of games in spring training, where he walked twice, and then a couple days later when you and I were there, he hit a couple home runs. And the numbers, I mean, just the raw numbers, the raw traditional baseball numbers, have stayed above a watermark that I did not expect them to stay above once the sample size got bigger.
Right. And it's kind of fun because it's almost like a compressed Carlos Correa timeline and situation where Carlos Correa was, oh boy, the Astros are miserable, but you got this kid who's just a phenom in the minors, and it was drawn out over years where you were awaiting the arrival of Carlos Correa.
Yeah.
This has been at warp speed. That you draft a guy, he's in spring training, he's still less than a year removed of playing college baseball, and he's just flying. Or you don't draft the guy out.
Traded
he gets
for him,
drafted last year, but you trade a guy.
Yeah.
Then that it's just like Cam Smith was a guy that was talked about in that Kyle Tucker trade as, wow, the Cubs really didn't want to let him go. He's a really good prospect, but he's only got 5 or 10 games in Double-A. To like now we're debating whether or not he should be on the opening day roster.
Right.
It's been fun to have in this Astros era where we've had to say goodbye to so many people, and it feels like it's potentially a drawn out rebuild process. This has been a really, really welcome surprise.
Well, and this is where the two meet. The two kind of meet each other in the middle of the road. The Altuve issues defensively with, do you keep Cam Smith on this roster or not? Is it put Altuve in left field out there in a silo? It's not good right now. It's something that concerns you. When the ball is hit in that direction in crucial situations, I will have major concern until I am led to believe otherwise. Cam Smith staying on this opening day roster, he's going to play. Joe Espada has said, I'm not going to put Cam Smith on the roster so he can just sit there and be a player, and he's got to get at bats, which I think makes a lot of sense. The problem is that Cam Smith, his presence creates a second defensive issue for you out there, because either you're going to play him at third base, which moves Paredes over to second base, and it's not believed that he's great at second base. So you're either going to have a defensive issue at second base, which is what you were trying to alleviate by moving Altuve in the first place, or Cam Smith is going to stay on this roster and play right field, a position he's never played. So now 2/3 of your outfield, your starting outfield, are guys that have really never played the position at the major league level. In the case of Cam Smith, at any level probably, other than maybe in, Pony League or something like that.
Do you want me to give you a little bit more bad news to make you feel worse?
Let's go. As long as we're doing it, let's go.
Chandler Rome a few minutes ago says Luis Garcia has been shut down with elbow soreness and will be seen by team doctors. They said, well, okay, Chandler says soreness. We don't know if the team said discomfort or not. Joe Espada said Garcia had been scheduled to throw a live BP today. Good news on the other side of it, not as big a name as Luis Garcia. DeZenzo took a ground ball off the face yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Left. He was cleared of a concussion. He's got a TMJ sprain,
Yeah,
the jawbone, the jaw muscle there.
Okay.
Which is, you know what sounds worse about this?
Yeah.
He got hit on the right side of the face, but the sprain is on the left side of his face.
Probably pushed the whole
because it
mandible.
just shook it all the way over.
Yeah.
But that makes it sound somehow that sounds even worse that that the ball hit him hard enough that it just
burrowed through his skull or something.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awful.
But he's going to be fine. He's in the lineup today. Yeah.
That sucks about Luis Garcia, man. That's not good.
Sean, it's just discomfort. Okay? It's just discomfort.
Anything.
What has ever happened bad with the Astros when somebody's had a little bit of discomfort? Okay?
Recovering from Tommy John surgery. Yeah, when has that ever happened before?
It's just discomfort.
Have we got any reports on Lance since his one inning? I guess no news.
I've seen no reports of discomfort.
Yeah, no news is good news, I guess, with McCullers. $7.99 a pound in Santa Fe, somebody says on the text page for crawfish. All right. That's not, dude. That's cheap. You know what you got to find? You got to find the all-you-can-eats. Like $40-50 all-you-can-eat crawfish and just take it to town. That's what you got to do.
Park yourself there with a pair of set of Depends or two on and just go.
Just go. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. 3 pounds for amateurs, 5 pounds or more for pros on crawfish. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I'm right in between.
I'm always, my rule these days is I only drink alcohol when I'm out to eat. So whenever I'm eating crawfish, that's probably why I lose track of the poundage.
Yeah.
I'm losing track of lots of things when I'm eating crawfish. That's the part, crawfish, and I try not to overindulge. I try real hard not to overindulge on the alcohol side of things. But when I'm eating crawfish, I just lose all sense of quantity of crawfish, pitchers of beer, everything.
Yes, yeah. Prices are high. There's a text message. Prices are high and crawfish are small from overfishing in off seasons. This is a Louisiana shrimp vendor texting us this. And I'd heard that. I've not had crawfish yet. This cold out, had some cold weather. They burrow into the mud and they don't grow as much, is what I've been told.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what
that makes sense.
Yeah, my ex-father-in-law. Yeah, my ex-father-in-law told me that one time. Text message: you are both slobs.
What?
We just like to eat. What the hell, man?
How am I a slob?
Yeah.
I'm not. Ask that guy if I look like I'm a slob.
No,
I have restraint.
Yeah.
Sometimes I have to consciously exercise restraint. I've never stopped eating because I'm full.
Right.
It's a conscious decision of like, oh, wait a second. I know this isn't good for me.
Yeah.
I got to back off a little bit and step away.
And I can tell you from sitting next to Seth in the press box, he folds his ice cream sandwich wrappers very neatly and places them. You would think they were napkins the way they're sitting right there.
I don't appreciate you conflating gluttony with
cleanliness.
with sloveness.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm a very tidy glutton,
Yeah.
okay?
Now,
a sinner, to be sure.
Right.
But a tidy one.
It does get a little annoying when you walk around the press box doing origami with your ice cream sandwich wrappers.
Yeah.
That gets a little annoying. Like everybody's like, Seth, go away. Like just place them on the table right there.
I feel like I'd be a good serial killer. I'm pretty meticulous about stuff.
Okay.
Like by good I mean one that would get away with it.
Yeah.
I don't know about the actual flair with which I would serial kill, but I think I would be pretty good about getting away with it. I'd have one of those big white suits and everything,
Right.
I'd have that. I wouldn't be one of these idiots that leave the gloves at the scene of the
DNA.
Waiters, servers love me at restaurants.
Yeah.
I'm one of these people that feel like I need to clean up my table before I leave. I don't like to leave any crumbs on the tables or anything.
Yeah, I do too. Amy and I were just out the other night at a place where it was kind of a question as to whether or not should we bring these plates over to the garbage can or do we leave them here or whatever. Always bring them to the garbage can. Always put my carts back in the parking lot as well.
Right, this is a little bit unrelated.
Okay.
And by that I mean a lot. But yesterday I had to go to the post office to drop off a return.
Mm-hmm.
And I walk in, there's one lady at the counter, and I go up to the other slot. There are only just 2 registers at this post office. And a guy in the back says, "I'll be right out." I'm like, all right, cool. And he comes right out. I had waited like 30 seconds, and he comes over to me. And he said, "Yeah, sorry about the delay." And I was like, "It was like 30 seconds." And I start giving him my package. He starts printing out the receipt. And I look to my left, and this lady's giving me that look like, hello? Like, I'm standing right here. Like, she's glaring at me.
The other cashier?
The other customer.
Oh.
The other customer.
Wow,
I jumped in front of this old lady without realizing it because the guy came directly to me.
Yeah,
She was like, it looked like she was filling out a form
Still
or
doing
something.
her paperwork.
Well, no, I figured she had already been taken care of.
Oh, man.
But I should have realized when he said sorry for the wait.
Yeah.
And I apologized to her profusely.
Yeah.
And this is where I don't feel as bad about it. She didn't even accept my apology.
Yeah.
She just stayed angry.
Wow.
At that point, I feel like that became a her problem and not a me problem.
I agree with you because if around with for the rest of the day, I know how you're wired. Like I
would have felt really bad about it for a long time.
Yeah.
If I had left and only realized it as I was driving home,
you'd have driven back.
I would have driven back and tried to find her or something.
Back.
But she wouldn't accept my apology.
Wow.
Which was weird to me. It was really, really weird.
Okay, man. She gives 0 Fs, this woman. Wow.
Yeah, so now I actually feel kind of good about it, actually.
Good. I'm glad we had this conversation.
Screw that old hag.
All right.
You know what? Yeah. Walk through life that way. Yeah. Enjoy your remaining years, you stupid old cow.
Quick question in the next segment about the NCAA tournament. Is this the most bulletproof sporting event in terms of popularity? The March Madness tournament. I'll explain coming up next.
Hey, you know what? One thing you don't want to be.
From the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio Payne and Pendergast.
A lot of crawfish takes on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, Seth.
I think we have one person. We have one person who might be following the Ross Tucker rule of when you find someplace good, don't tell anybody about it.
Right.
Which we think is a horrible take. We think it's unethical, and yet, like all good ethical guidelines, I feel like I might have to make an exception in this.
Blurred gray areas, yeah.
The listener didn't tell us where this place is. I don't want to even say which city it is.
Oh, really?
But because I think he didn't say the name because he didn't want us to read it out loud.
Yeah.
Because then the place is going to be flooded or all the crawfish will be gone.
I think we can say the city. I don't think that's going to. Okay. Here's the text: $6.99 a pound. For those who missed it, we've been talking. Derek Stingley Jr. celebrated his new contract by eating crawfish, which is
and
actually...
we were worried that he might go broke eating crawfish. One of our listeners made that point.
Yes.
That, man, with these prices, he could go Mike Tyson and go broke because with Mike Tyson, it was Don King stealing all his money.
Yeah.
This time it might be a little crustacean stealing all his money.
Right. It would have been less irresponsible to go buy 3 Bugattis or something like that. He's eating crawfish.
To be clear, it wasn't Don King that stole all his money.
Okay.
So Don King seems like he might be litigious if he's still alive.
I don't think he's alive anymore. I think you're good. This is what the texter said: $6.99 a pound regular, $4.99 a pound special in Katy. And I see the numbers and I get excited, but I'm like, okay, do I have to drive to Katy and just drive around looking for this place? It's like Katy right there.
You just stick your face out the window like a dog and let your sniffer find them.
Yeah, maybe so. But we're getting a lot of people making some good suggestions here on the text page.
What's the price range we've seen so far then
That's the lowest by far.
What was the highest? What's the
most people are sending in low ones to make sure there's nobody that's like, guys, you wouldn't believe it's $18.99 here. There's a suggestion of another place in Katy for $8.99 a pound. There's a suggestion of an all-you-can-eat in Dickinson for $35 a pound.
$35 all-you-can-eat?
Moraeus, I think, is what it says here. Yeah, so Gus and Katy says,
as of March 20th, the average price is expected to start around $5.50 to $6.50 per pound.
Okay, that feels like a wholesale price to me.
That's got to be either that or that's not at a restaurant.
Yep.
Okay.
So I would imagine, as long as we segue from crawfish to basketball, I would imagine a big activity today will be people going out, sitting on a patio, eating crawfish, and watching basketball. Today is one of the greatest TV watching days. You don't even have to really have followed college basketball all year to get into it, because a lot of you fill out brackets. I know Seth and I have filled out brackets. I filled out a few of them. I have the same bracket in all my contests. I go with the same because it's too much to follow. If I go, this bracket, I took so-and-so in the Final Four, plus it's a little wussy-ish. Pick your Final Four and stick with it, people. You fill out multiple brackets with multiple Final Fours, I lose respect for you. My question is this, Seth, because I'm excited, you're excited, we're all excited, and this is based on, for me this season, largely watching U of H and maybe a few other games. And yet, basketball in the regular season has become less and less popular through the years because of the one-and-dones. Teams don't stay together as long like they did when there were those iconic teams back in the 80s and 90s, like the Fab Five and the Georgetown teams and Duke. It was so easy to hate Duke because those guys stayed all 4 years, a lot of them, or at least 3 years. Now they don't. They're one-and-dones like everybody else. Is the NCAA men's hoops tournament the most bulletproof event in terms of its popularity versus the general popularity of the sport overall?
I think so, because despite all those disadvantages, I mean, the one that might be even more bulletproof than that, I don't know if you said college sports or not, but all of sports. The NFL, there's part of the ritual of the NFL that I think drives its popularity. People like the sport for the sport, but it's the fact that for the most part, by and large, it's still something that you do usually on Sundays or Mondays, and it becomes ingrained in your expectations of what your life is supposed to look like. Almost. So with March Madness, it's very much that you start anticipating it. It's like salivating over anticipating food, a dish that you like.
Yeah.
I think that's going to sustain as long as children keep partaking of it with their parents, and then you go out and it's a social event when you're in high school or college and everything. So yeah, they've taken a lot of body blows in terms of the conducted.
Yeah.
And yet, it's this time of year, it still very much becomes a focal point.
These 3 weeks are magical in a lot of ways. And again, I know some of you are going to text in, Sean, the Super Bowl is the most bulletproof event. Like, it's the most popular thing in the world. It's never getting less popular. I'm saying most popular versus the popularity of the sport the other 11 months out of the year. You know, like to your point, Seth, Super Bowl is the most bulletproof event, period. But we watch NFL. The NFL during the regular season is super popular. The most 47 of the 50 highest rated TV programs last year were NFL football games, many of them primetime in the regular season. Most people watch 0 college hoops all year and get amped for these 3 weeks.
Well, right, yeah, and because similarly with NCAA football, you could talk about they face all the same challenges that basketball does, not as extreme because you don't have one. You do have one and done now with a lot of the great players because they can transfer whenever they want.
That's true,
but it's still very, very popular in the regular season.
Yes.
And you're very much, if anything, people are following as closely as ever because of the playoff format.
Yep.
But so there's not a gap there between the national championship games and what have you and the regular season. Basketball is an afterthought largely in most people's minds, except for the diehards, until this time of year.
Yeah.
And they get very much engaged.
A lot of Coug fans will be listening right now going, what are you guys talking about? I was into it all year long. And your team's a top 3 team all year long. You know?
Right, yeah. That's so we are in a yeah. When U of H was not what they are now. It's you're not following college basketball. Some of you are.
Yeah.
I don't mean to. Yeah, some of you are diehards. It's just the casual sports fan isn't nearly as engaged in the regular season of college basketball. I would. This is what I would argue, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
Bobsledding. Nobody gives a single damn about bobsledding until the Olympics, and yet the Olympics remain popular.
That's probably a similar
I would
gap.
say the same for archery. The
archery.
shooting.
You stick with bobsledding. I do like bobsledding. That is exciting. I like the bobsledding.
Gymnastics would be a dicey one because I think gymnastics is probably the biggest gap because that's huge.
In the Olympics.
Still huge, whether you live in Houston or not. Because obviously Simone Biles and everybody else, all the other great gymnasts. But that's a huge event still in the Olympics, and yet, by and large, most people don't know who actually won the world championship the year before, other than if it's Simone Biles or a huge name. So, yeah, gymnastics. Olympic gymnastics is the most bulletproof.
It is bulletproof. You're right. It is popular every time the Olympics roll around. That is a good one. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we head into the 9 o'clock hour. Let's circle back to Derek Stingley Jr. signed a contract. I loved his answers, though, to the questions about this Texans defense. Derek Stingley just wanted to talk ball more than money yesterday. So let's get him talking about ball, including one of his newest teammates. Boy, he's excited about C.J. Gardner-Johnson. We will get to that coming up next.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We got a text message. Headed to New Orleans this weekend. Boy, this crawfish talk has everybody hungry, I think. Headed to New Orleans this weekend. Any recommendations to go grub? The best meal and the most cost-effective meal that we had when we were in New Orleans was Mother's. The night we went to Mother's was great.
Yeah.
That was great.
And it's kind of an iconic place there.
Very.
I was, honestly, what I was most pleased about with New Orleans is, and I've always had obviously, you always have a good time when you go to New Orleans. I had an incident once, but whatever. Statute of limitations.
Most of the time, yeah.
Yeah, but it wasn't as expensive when you think about going to a touristy type place. Everything, like even the Uber rides and everything, was way more affordable. And the food that I ate, we almost got duped into going to a really fancy steakhouse one night. But we stayed away from there. And
that was funny. That was very funny.
I had Mother's was probably my favorite meal, and that was really, as I recall,
$27 was everything, and that was for mine, and that was with me drinking multiple beers, a huge po' boy, and I had an appetizer to go with it.
Yeah, and I wasn't drinking that night, so mine was like $12 or something for something that I felt very satisfied afterwards. Plus, they slapped down a huge loaf of bread at the beginning of it.
Yeah.
I don't know why I get so impressed with bread. Like, oh wow, look at this. Ooh, what's this? Whoa. Bread?
No,
wow.
But there is something. It's the same bread they use for the po' boys there, and it's excellent.
That's what it is. It is good bread.
It's good bread.
And then you sop up your Etouffee with it and everything.
Man. Hell yeah. Speaking of Louisiana, Mother's. Go to Mother's. That's the one recommendation we'll give you. Speaking of Louisiana, Derek Stingley Jr., Louisiana's own, and now he's ours here in Houston. 3 years, $90 million. Signed the extension earlier this week. Had his press conference yesterday. This was fun. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is a new swarmy teammate. What do you think of your new teammate, safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he going to bring a whole nother, like Kamari, like craziness. Like CJ, he going to bring that too. And I think he'll gel well with the rest of us, and we're just going to go out there and have fun.
The fact that he mentions Kamari in the answer tells me that Kamari Lassiter might be a lunatic.
Yeah, well, I mean, just his celebration is him slapping himself in the face repeatedly. Yeah, hitting his head, right?
Yeah.
But looking like almost like somebody who's trying to quell the demons. You know,
Yes.
It's not. He's not trying to do it for flair or anything. He's like, no, I will not listen to you. No, I love her. I will not. I can't kill her. Which is the right kind of psycho.
Oh, yeah. The kind of psycho that likes to whack themselves in the head, yes.
When Derek Stingley brought that up, just talking about how C.J. Gardner-Johnson seems to be a little bit on the lunatic fringe, the same way Kamari Lassiter is.
Yeah.
I thought a Full Metal Jacket when Matthew Modine says the Marine Corps they don't want robots. They want people that are out there on the edge a little bit.
Yeah.
I think that D'Amico's that same way. D'Amico's brand of discipline, or in terms of his standards for what he wants from his players, is obviously and clearly on defense. He doesn't want a bunch of guys who toe the line all the time. He wants them flirting with the limits of how violent is too violent.
Yeah.
Pat, then try to encourage it.
Yes.
Which is a classic thing. A lot of high school football coaches can relate to this. Mm-hmm. The worst is when you get some kid who's super gifted, but he just doesn't have a mean streak, not an aggressive bone in his body. You can't teach that. You can't go back and give that kid the screwed up childhood that would have given him all of that. So you want guys that what was Ted's old statement? If a puppy doesn't bite when it's a
If they don't bite his puppies, they won't bite his dogs.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So it seems a little bit like C.J. Gardner-Johnson is that guy.
I think it's ironic that the two guys that they paid in the last 3 days on defense, the Texans, Derek Stingley Jr., monster extension, and then if you missed it, last night, Danielle Hunter agreed to a 1-year, $35.6 million extension, nearly all of it guaranteed for both guys. Both guys got nearly fully guaranteed extensions for big, big money. I think it's funny, just coincidentally, that when I'm going, as you're talking about that dynamic, Seth, of all these psychopaths they have on defense, I'm going through my head, like through the depth chart, and I think of the guys that are truly the important guys on the defense in terms of, Azeez Al-Shire at linebacker, Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter, on the edge. And then the secondary is just full of guys, Kamari Lassiter, Kalen Bullock, Jalen Petrie, Jimmy Ward, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Derek Stingley Jr. Man, I get excited just rattling off those 6 names. The 2 guys that they paid are probably the 2 guys who are like the most. Other ones are all psychos, you know what I mean? But like Stingley doesn't. I don't know that Stingley has an outwardly psycho bone in his body, and I think Danielle Hunter is very understated and both incredibly, violent, swarmy football players, but personality-wise, they're the outliers.
Danielle Hunter could be the guy that gets annoyed because people are asking him all the time if he's a pro football player when he's actually an accountant or something.
Yes.
He just or he's got a little bit of a Clark Kent thing going on.
Yeah.
If you saw Danielle Hunter in a suit and with big glasses, you might be like, well, that's a pleasant fellow or something. And then all of a sudden, they put the football uniform on. It's a different scenario. And that's where in the stark difference between the way the offense operates and the way the defense operates is so fascinating to me. And I think I'm guessing D'Amico hopes this is the year that it starts to change a little bit, is that the one common thread and the common variable in the guys that have worked out on defense is, I think, they are football junkies. They are very much guys, no matter what their personality is, whether they're Kamari Lassiter or Danielle Hunter, they're guys who are super serious and passionate about football itself. Mm-hmm. And, this extends to any aspect of life. I remember talking to Lance Loken about this from Loken Realty.
Yeah.
He's a really interesting guy. He and his wife are really, the way they built that company is really interesting. But he talks about they put a lot of resources into hiring. Like they interview a boatload of people before they hire somebody. Mm-hmm. Because after you do that, everything's easy, but it's a lot easier when you got the right kind of people in an organization. You don't have to have PowerPoint presentations about what it looks like to be a pro and everything. You just kind of go about your job. And when you surround yourself with a lot of people like that, you don't have to work real hard at establishing a culture. D'Amico said that when he was in San Francisco. Somebody asked him about establishing the culture on the defense because they were a very violent, aggressive defense. And when he was the defensive coordinator in San Francisco, I'll paraphrase, he said something along the lines of, I don't really have to talk about it too much. There's a certain standard, and these guys are the kind of guys that want to live up to that standard, so we don't really talk about it much. Mm-hmm. And I think they have that on the defensive side of the ball. You just don't feel it on offense. They have a few guys that are like that, but by and large, I don't think about that offense the same way. Some of that's just the difference between offensive players and defensive players.
Maybe, yeah.
But I want the offensive version of what the defense has. It's going to be a more muted and less psychotic version, but I just want a little bit of that.
I agree. Here's Stingley yesterday on setting an example for the young guys in the secondary.
I mean, I think that they just see like just the work you put in is what you're gonna get out of it. I mean, I never really cut corners when it comes to working out, or I don't know, like you work hard at something, and at the end of the day, like what you put in is what you're gonna get out. So I mean, hopefully they can see that and they see it. So I can't wait for them when it's daytime.
The theme of a lot of the answers that he gave to questions about how much does this mean to you or how special is it or all of that, it's really he's Bill Parcells' dream guy of just do your job.
Singularly focused, yes.
He's not really, he's not trying to be a motivational speaker or anything else like that. He just wants to go out and do his job. He's got, I'm guessing his father is pretty heavily involved on the business side of things for him, so his father can help him with that. And you hire an agent. You go out and you hire one of the best agents out there in David Mulligetta, and he can just focus on playing football. So that part of it, some guys you just want guys that just want to shut up and do their job, and Stingley's the embodiment of that.
How much better can the defense be, Derek Stingley Jr.?
Just like any year, like once we start getting on the field together, we start learning who communicate, like how people communicate and all that. Like once we get that down packed, I feel like we gonna be the standard. Like we are the standard, really. But I feel like it's just gonna add another level of like we're here. Like this is our defense. This the way we play football. So I think it's going to be good.
That's a D'Amico answer. Every year is a new year. The very beginning of that, every year is a new year.
I'm going to do something that's going to surprise you here, Sean.
Okay.
I'm going to credit somebody who was a coach of D'Amico Ryan's in his first couple seasons in the NFL.
Oh, boy.
And he was, for a few weeks, one of my coaches, one of my least favorite coaches of all time, Richard Smith.
Yeah.
I think he's with the Colts now, right? The big lessons that he really focused on, which was good. It was he would present it in a way that I had never really heard before. But he would always say good defenses are loud defenses. And he was really, really big on communicating, and not just in practice. You got to communicate the same way you do in a game. That you can't just all of a sudden decide to be loud on game day. The linebackers got to let the defensive line know what they're doing. The defensive backs, the safeties got to alert the corners, and vice versa. All of that, and the communication is so big. Dom Capers used to say this all the time. More games are lost than won in the NFL because mental errors are such a big part of games. That's what drives me crazy sometimes watching the people breaking down film. Is they'll talk about, like, I can't believe this guy was playing this technique. Like, well, no, I'm pretty sure somebody screwed up here. Like, I don't know who it was, but somebody made a mental error, and this poor safety is trying to cover the cornerback's ass or somebody else, and that's why he's playing that technique. And the communication, stressing the communication is a really big part of being a good defense. And I'm guessing at times last year, given some of the glitches that they had on the back end, some of the huge plays that were a result of either mental errors or just, at times bad technique play by younger players. If they can clean that up, if they just clean that up alone, the communication in the secondary and some of the mental errors, and it was by young players, so it's going to happen. That's what would take them to be. They have the 10 elite defense.
Yes.
Those big plays just killed them last year. If they can just clean that up and play like a more veteran team, then they'll be a genuinely elite defense.
I agree. Okay. You suggesting in the previous segment that you would make a good serial killer.
Yes.
Maybe not with the flair that you
Right. I'm not saying I would be like the most intriguing or engaging.
Right.
I might be the one that you never learn about because I would be very fastidious about the cleanup part of it.
Fastidious. Awesome.
I have a certain paranoia about me that I would leave no stone unturned.
Yep.
I'd be conscious of the fact that I got to get out quickly, but I would have a checklist. I would have a checklist that where I would be sure everything was cleaned up, and the final item on the checklist would be bring the checklist with you.
Yeah.
Yes, I wouldn't leave the checklist behind with
Very
my grimy
meta.
prints all over
Very
it.
Inception.
Yes.
Okay, so here's a text on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Compliment for you. Dude, Seth is on fire today. I've almost crashed my car twice. I could be a good serial killer, LOL.
That is my particular little brand of serial killing. I get people to drive off the road with my takes.
It's a very specific niche.
I've got 12 notches already this year.
And really, that's a victim problem more than it is a perpetrator problem. You know, like if they can't stop laughing enough to where they can stay on the road, that's an issue for them.
I'm kind of like Hannibal Lecter when he got that guy to swallow his own tongue.
Right.
You know, it's a power of persuasion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Through laugh made me laugh in the middle of while you were talking in this segment. Seth, the serial killer, his first victim, the hag at the post office. They call him the postal pariah, and his calling card is leaving a postage stamp stuck to the victim's forehead.
Oh, that'd be a good one too.
Yeah. Like the wet
and I would
bandits.
make them really weird ones. Like I'd grab a Susan B. Anthony.
Yes. Different stamps depending.
They'd be like, "What does it mean?" And here's the thing, Sean.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean anything. That's the only random thing about my thing.
How you throw them off the scent.
Why Geronimo? Why is there a stamp of Geronimo on this postal inspector's head?
Can't figure this out. He used Neil Armstrong on an old woman and a young man. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Charles Lindbergh? And the victim isn't even Jewish? What is going on? What is his prerogative?
Oh, man.
We don't get it. Yeah.
I can't get inside this guy's brain. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I throw him off the trail.
Yeah. It's with the postage stamp, absolutely. The postal pariah.
To be clear, so for those of you who weren't listening, there was an old lady that I wronged at the post office.
She's a hag, according to this texter.
But then, and I did it completely absent-mindedly, and it was a pretty innocent mistake. But she would not accept my apology. She remained bitter and glaring as I profusely apologized to her. I jumped in line. There was no line, but I jumped in her. Jumped in this stuff. But she would not accept my apology. I feel in this regard, I wouldn't do it just at post offices. I would do it in any kind of retail establishment where there are irrational customers that harass the staff. And in that way, I'd kind of be like Dexter, the serial killer.
Yes.
Did you ever watch Dexter?
I've not watched Dexter, but I know the gist of it. Yeah, someone
Dexter
suggested on the text page you would be Dexter.
Yeah, I would have a purpose behind it.
Yeah.
I would take my homicidal tendencies and at least funnel them towards something good.
Yes. like irate people at checkout lines in various commercial establishments.
It would hold up in court. They love vigilantes in court. I'd be like, but I'm a vigilante.
Right,
like, that's kind of the problem, sir. Like, oh. Okay. No, I mean, I didn't do it. That's
what I meant. Not guilty. I meant not guilty. Payne and Pendergast with you. Seth, I don't know if you saw the news yesterday, but we are getting back a series on Netflix that was a favorite of Payne and Pendergast.
Ooh,
season 2. Oh. Season 2 of a series that you and I were very fond of.
Okay, good.
All right, we'll tell you what it is.
I'm not going to say anything.
We'll tell you what it is. We've got audio from the trailer coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And y'all sending in these places to go eat in New Orleans is killing me right now. I'm so hungry. Napoleon House for muffaladas, cocktails, Turkey and the Wolf for stoner sandwiches. And then people saying Parrington's 15-minute drive, owned by a husband and wife who converted their garage into a restaurant. Shrimp po' boys, roast beef po' boy. Amazing. Keep sending them in. I'll be back in New Orleans at some point, I'm sure, and I can take advantage of all these. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Big day today. First day of the tournament. You can tune into our sister station. 650 is going to be carrying some of the games on there. We are carrying games at nighttime here on the station. A lot of Texas flavor these first couple days, including the Cougs at 1 p.m. today. Tip off for the Cougs. So be on the lookout. Be watching that. I'm sure a lot of you have the Cougs. You're going deep in your bracket. I went with no number one seeds in the Final Four. I went a little contrarian. When you don't watch a lot during the year, there's two mentalities. One is go with the one seeds and you feel like you're going to hang around for a while. Or you go, you know what, I'm not putting any one seeds in there, and I might be the last one standing because everybody's so. I do have 3 2 seeds and a 3 seed. I've got, and it is an SEC party that they invited Rick Pitino and St. John's to, my Final Four. I've got Tennessee, Alabama, Ole Miss. That sounds like it could be a Final Four for football. And then St. John's, who I don't even know if they have a football team. But I've got St. John's winning it all. It's really kind of crazy when you look at the brackets. Man, it's so much more. If you're a casual, you almost get more excited about the coaching matchups than you do the actual players. Like the fact that it's Calipari and Bill Self going at it in the first round. You look at some of these, and the coaches are front and center so much anyways now in college basketball, especially because they're so crusty and curmudgeonly about the environment that's been created by NIL and everything else. So that's my Final Four. But I actually posed this question a little bit earlier. Is there a more bulletproof sporting event right now than the NCAA tournament, the men's basketball tournament, as compared to the popularity that it carries during the regular season? Like the Super Bowl is the most bulletproof, popular event that there is, but their regular season is super popular as well. So we've gotten some text messages about this. The people, Seth brought up gymnastics in the Olympics as one of the examples of that, where it's off the grid all year long, but everybody watches it in the Olympics. It's the highest rated thing. It's super popular, and its popularity is not going anywhere. That's kind of how I feel about March Madness. Everybody's filling out the bracket. No, by and large, most of you that have filled out brackets, I've still got a couple more that I need. Most of you that have filled out brackets probably didn't watch much college basketball during the year. But you're going to be dialed in come 11 o'clock this morning or whatever it is. And by the way, the guys will be out at Twin Peaks all day long today, 59 and Kirby. I just saw Reggie Atatula here. He's headed out that way. So when I say the guys, I mean like midday and the afternoon show are both going to be at Twin Peaks 59 and Kirby watching all the games. So Reggie and John 10 to 2, Clint and Ron, and I think, boy, I got to check the start time on that Arkansas-Kansas game. Is that going on while those guys are on the air? I mean, Ron Hughley, diehard Kansas guy.
Oh.
Clint Stoerner, Arkansas legend. That game, no, it's on at 6:10 p.m. tonight. So those two will be all wired coming off the air. Boy, are they going to stay out there and watch it together? I might go there just to watch the two of them watch the game with each other tonight. Arkansas and Kansas.
It's going to sound like a dumb question right off the bat. But remember, I was impressed. I was impressed with the surliness of Ron Hughley. Some of the flashes I saw of him off the air in New Orleans. Mm-hmm. Who wins in a fight between Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley?
I think probably Clint. I mean, Clint. This is not to throw shade or anything, but Clint has been getting after it with his workouts.
He's looking pretty fit.
He's going to win the cardio battle. I think Ron.
I feel like Ron will have a trick up his sleeves.
You
or
think?
Something. Ron will get full license to fight dirty because he's at a disadvantage. I think athletically and everything, but that's not a shade at Ron. It's just Clint's in really good shape.
He's in really good shape right now.
He's a really good football player and everything. But I think Ron might have some secret skills.
Or
they don't involve riding a bike, but still in the with pugilism. I don't know. I feel like he might surprise you.
Oh, brass knucks. Odds that Ron Hughley would pack brass knucks somewhere on his person.
Yeah,
I would say minus 150. I think it's the favorite. He's got brass knucks on him. For sure. Okay, well, let's hope it comes to that. Let's go to Twin Peaks today, buy them shots all day long, get both of them gassed up so that if anything happens in that game that causes any sort of conflict or vitriol, we get a fist fight out of our afternoon show, The Drive, with Stoerner and Hughley.
Though, you remember the weapon I was going to get, the sap, the leather sap?
Yeah.
It's a leather sack.
Blackjack,
Yeah, the blackjack. It's a blackjack.
Blackjack.
I never ended up ordering it. Yeah, I know. It's just like, because I wanted to have it as a novelty, but I'm like, really, there's nothing I can do with it. I got to imagine if you get caught with one in your pocket or something, it's kind of a big deal.
You'd have to find some sort of gimmick on your YouTube channel, like to use it, like the blackjack of the week or the the violent hit of the week, and you're slapping a dummy with a blackjack or something like that.
Yeah, I guess that was part of it. I just wanted to see what it feels like to get, like whack myself in the arm with it, because it doesn't look like it could be all that menacing a weapon, and yet back in the day, a lot of the old cops and robbers movies and everything, they beat the snot out of some people.
Or just get knocked out, that kind of thing. All right, Seth, it is back. 2 years ago on Netflix, summer of 23, we had a new series pop up called
Quarterback. Yeah.
Quarterback. They skipped it last year, and I think in large part because they had a hard time finding guys to do it. The first one centered around Patrick Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, and Marcus Mariota.
Marcus Mariota. I don't know if I want to play football or not.
Tapped out halfway through the series. So it basically followed their journey of the 2022 season to the end. And, of course, in the end, the Kansas City Chiefs end up winning the Super Bowl. So it was like 5 episodes, 6 episodes. The last 2 or 3 were essentially like a highlight reel of the Chiefs because it went chronologically, and the Vikings got knocked out, and the Falcons never made the playoffs, and Mariota got benched. It was still, I found it enjoyable and entertaining and informative, and it was really cool. Like, it was, for me, for the average fan, I think anything that takes you places you can't go or never been behind the scenes is really, really cool.
No, right? I thought it was really cool. Even as I played in the NFL, and I never got to see the side of some of the things you see with how a quarterback prepares and everything.
Yeah.
Especially, I thought the Kirk Cousins stuff was really cool because you could see him actually wrestling with the thing that has been his problem since his father told him so in high school. That was one of the things you learned from, like, a letter that he was reading from his father in high school about how some of the handling of pressure and that side of things you could directly correlate to, man, Kirk Cousins is a guy that it seems like in the prime time and in the big moments just kind of wilts in a way.
Yeah.
And yet would prepare like crazy.
Crazy.
And you could see how hard it is when people talk about quarterbacks struggling with the verbiage. sometimes people think that's a loaded way to say a guy is dumb or something. No, like the quarterback, like Kirk Cousins had to sit there and practice the play calls because they're so ornate. Like actually getting the play call out is a big deal for a quarterback.
It was really interesting. And so they did that 2 years ago. Last year, they steered away from quarterbacks, maybe because they couldn't find any to do it. They went with receivers instead. I watched one episode of that. It was the George Kittle episode, and I'm like, nope, I'm out. This is basically, It was too happy-go-lucky. And, Kittle, he's spending time. He brings his whole family in for the games, and his wife really supports him and blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't want this. I want conflict. I want
Kittle is way too corny for me.
He's too.
Like at first you think like, oh, is he being ironically corny? Like, no, he's just corny. He would annoy the piss out of me.
Yeah, he's corny. And I probably should have kept going because some of the other guys in it that were featured were Deebo Samuel, who, as we know, he's got a kind of a volatile side to him. Devontae Adams flat out was saying he wanted to get out of Las Vegas on the show.
That's right.
Maybe I should have given it a chance. However, I'm guessing it wasn't as well received as quarterback.
Yeah.
Because we now get season 2 of quarterback. Here is part of the trailer. Now, know that the lead-in for this is Netflix going 2 years ago. We had season 1 of quarterback. Receiver, This year, it's mascot. They're going to follow mascots around. Yeah.
The key to success is relentless dedication.
Dream big, work hard, and never give up.
We're really trying to chase excellence every day.
Does it get heated? Yeah. It's a high-pressure situation.
Seriously?
All right.
Mascots?
Okay. Is this actually the plan?
You know they don't even talk, right?
We're only gone for one season.
You're not really doing that.
Ridiculous.
Can I make another suggestion? Why don't we just do another season of quarterback?
I'm in if you're in.
I'm in.
Did you really think quarterback was going anywhere?
All right, I should have said the three voices.
No.
The first
no,
part.
No, don't tell me. I don't know who they are.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to guess.
Okay.
One of them was definitely Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow is in. Yes, give me a ding, Ben. Yes, Joe Burrow. Yep.
I don't know who those other dorks were, but they were trying way too hard to sound like Joe Burrow. Or that somehow they were badasses or something. Who are those dorks?
I'll give you some hints. One of them is a quarterback alumnus. He was in the first season of it. We just talked about him.
Oh, Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins
that makes
is
sense
back.
that he sounded dorky.
Yes,
then. Okay.
Kirk Cousins is back. All right, so that's a ding. Is that a ding and a buzz at the same time? What the hell was that, Ben? Like a ding and a fart?
That could be really good this year with the potential drama for whether he plays at all and what is his role.
It's a recap of last season. So
it's a recap of last season.
Yeah. Remember how that one went? The first one.
I thought they were going to be following him.
This drops in July of this year.
Oh, okay, yeah, that'll be really good.
So they followed Burrow around during a season where he was incredible. But his team was very mediocre. Really, if they won 10 games, he's the MVP. He might have been the MVP of the league. Kirk Cousins got benched after signing a $180 million contract. That's interesting. The third one. I'll give
sounded dorky.
Yep, he is.
But it's not going to be Daniel Jones.
It's not Daniel Jones. That would have been fun.
It sounded kind of monotone and dull.
Okay.
Just maybe kind of like the guy that like you'd be cool with your sister dating.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't want to hang out with him. You're like, I like him because he's boring, so I know he's not cheating on her.
Right around. Yeah, you're. I feel like you're getting hot. You know that game, hot and cold.
This sounds like a guy that doesn't know that the sun sets in the west. Jared Goff.
Yes, Jared Goff.
Which was something you learned the last time he was the subject of a documentary, because I think it was Hard Knocks when they were trying to explain to him that the sun rose in the east and set in the west.
Yeah. He's done well for somebody who didn't know that coming into the NFL.
I think there's a lot of people that might not know that. Yeah. I feel like we're a quarterback. There's a certain standard level of intelligence that, especially when you're playing on the West Coast.
Correct.
Yeah, like maybe there'd be a little bit of critical thinking of like, oh yeah, people talk about the sunset over the ocean on the West. Yeah.
Real quick, because we're up against it, how do you feel about a Burrow, Goff, Cousins quarterback documentary?
I'm intrigued by Burrow.
Yeah.
Cousins was good, man. One of the other things that you saw in the first one was just how much physical abuse and punishment. There is a part of Kirk Cousins that I respect just because he's his own man. He owns his dorkiness in a way and isn't ashamed of it or anything.
Yep.
He's like, yeah, I buy my clothes at Target. What? That's not that that's dorky per se, but as far as just him not caring at all about trying to put on airs or anything. I do respect and admire that.
Yeah.
And he is very physically tough. So him getting benched in the middle of that season. Goff, I'll be excited about whether the Texans game is featured at all, in which he threw 5 interceptions, and yet the Texans somehow managed to lose that game.
That's a great point. Yeah, that's the only of those 3. That's the only one the Texans played last year. So we may get a little Texans in there. All right, good. All right, I'm excited for it. We'll see. Drops in July. All right, final segment coming up. There was maybe the best thank you that I've seen from a player in the history of Twitter thank yous, and actually mentioned the two of us, Payne and Pendergast. We will divulge. We will dive into that in the final segment coming up next. But Daily and Black, I want to tell you guys right now.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast. I'm sad reading this yesterday, man.
Oh, no.
Even though you and I both get mentioned by name here by our good friend John Weeks, former long snapper
okay,
for the Texans. Yeah.
I thought it was an obituary or something.
No. It's, John Weeks. We've had a lot of people ask this question, like, hey, why did the Texans move on from John Weeks? And I'm assuming, given the long snappers are generally getting the veteran minimum around the league, I don't think anybody's overpaying for long snappers. The Niners didn't overpay for Weeks. They gave him 1 year, up to $1.4 million. I'm assuming that meant that the Texans are looking to move in another direction. We've had a lot of people ask that question. Why did they move on from John Weeks?
My pet theory is that D'Amico, in firing his friend Bobby Slowick, decided to go just full Spartan on this.
Just keep firing.
I'm gonna. You know what? I'm going to detach any sentimental ties I have to anything and anyone.
Yeah.
And it's nothing but vicious cold-heartedness. Henceforth, he actually used that word, which didn't seem to fit right.
Yeah.
But he said it. Yeah.
That's why we haven't heard anything from Case Keenum over the last couple of months. He's hiding from D'Amico. Yeah.
My other pet theory is that fueled by the signing of former Alabama football player Cam Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
I think D'Amico is just going to get rid of anybody and everybody who didn't play for Alabama.
Yeah.
That's the tipping point at this point.
That's
he
right.
wants nothing but Nick Saban coached
We're going to
dudes.
find an Alabama long snapper. They've got a long snapper in the building now who's on a few long, 27 years old. He's been on like 6 different teams. Like, he's bounced around quite a bit. It's the opposite of Weeks.
It's a typical story with a lot of long snappers.
Yeah.
So you a lot of them bounce around and then finally latch on somewhere. No, it's a great question. My only thought immediately was that on the coverage side of things, on punts, that Frank Ross might want a guy who's younger and more athletic on punt coverage.
Yeah.
Your long snapper isn't typically making a whole lot of tackles, but he is part of the coverage unit. So it might be as simple as that. I can't remember any snaps or anything there. Now, I guess the other side of it would be, I don't see that all of a sudden maybe Kaimi Fairbairn had issues last year because a long snapper he'd been working with forever all of a sudden took a turn or something, but there could be multiple different things. I lack the learned special teams eye to tell you that I saw anything that was waning in his skill set.
Yeah, same. So John Weeks put up a post on Twitter last night that it's a lengthy post, but it's a thank you. It starts with, I'm not going to read the whole thing because we don't have enough time left in the show. I'm overwhelmed with gratitude and thanks for the past 15 years. He thanks the McNairs for the opportunity to live out his dream. He thanks his teammates, past and present, not by name, because the guy has played with literally probably 500 players over the last 15 years. Thanks the organization. Then goes on to thank by name all the people inside the building that we wouldn't know them from Adam if we saw them, but room and I know Seth is a former player. You probably know better than I do the importance of those equipment room guys.
Yeah,
they are super important.
Well, especially for a long snapper, because the equipment guys are also responsible for scuffing up the balls, and doing all that stuff with the specialists. That John probably had an extra working relationship above and beyond what the normal player does.
Thanks to the nutrition staff. This is where I got impressed. Is he thanked the cafeteria staff by name, and there's got to be 15 names here, 20 names of people, and it's they all just first names, not first and last, but all that's where I'm like, okay, he is going deep on this. Thank you. This is really, really cool. Thanks to the football technology staff. Thanks the trainers, and then thanks to communication staff, Omar and company, all of them. And then he goes on to thank the media. Can't forget the media. And Seth, I was very happy amongst the 15 or so names that he had in there. Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne. We thank you too, John Weeks, for your 15 seasons of service to the Houston Texans.
Yeah, it was really, it's kind of a unique
cool
little wrinkle in Houston sports history that a team and a fan base was able to form a relationship with a long snapper. And it's not because he had a crazy, wacky. He's not some wacky New Zealander or something that was beloved for his personality. He just showed up and did his job for a long time through multiple administrations.
He's not like the long snapper that you and I interviewed at the Super Bowl from the Patriots, Lonnie Paxton. That guy seems like he has kind of a big personality.
That guy's a character.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's a character. Yeah. You can see why he stuck around for 15 years with the Texans and why a team would want him, even at age 39. Would want him on their team in the San Francisco 49ers. So, yeah, that was cool. That was fun to read last night. Except that he's leaving. That part sucks.
The Sports Radio 610 guys, he named Sean and myself, Landry for most of he's only known Landry for the vast majority of the time as the Sports 610. John Lopez, Clint Stoerner, Figgy, and that's it.
Yeah.
No Ron Hughley.
Did Hughley take aim at John Weeks that we know of? Did he have hot, long snapping takes?
Well, you got to remember, Ron got hired during COVID.
Yeah.
And so Ron didn't really – there's been a sharp divide in terms of maybe how much time players spend with the media since COVID.
Mm-hmm.
So Ron never really had a chance to develop a relationship with John Weeks.
Yeah. Yep. Mentions a few TV guys in here. Mentions a lot of the Texans media staff, past and present. But yeah, that was cool, man. That was I'll miss John Weeks. We thank you, Weeksy, for your service to the Houston Texans, and wish you well. Wish you well in San Francisco. Except for the one time that the Texans play the Niners this year, they play at NRG Stadium this year. In that game, I hope you worm burn a few low snaps back to the holder or shoot some over the punter's head. If you would do that, that would be great.
You know what I haven't really done? I remember when the 49ers came to have a combined practice with the Texans, back when D'Amico was a first-year coach with the 49ers. I remember being impressed with how physically fit the 49ers. Time, Bill O'Brien and his band of, on the offensive side of the ball, a bunch of flunkies that he brought with him from college.
Those were slobs.
Right, look, Romeo Crennel, we love him partly because he doesn't have a very fit physique. It made him very lovable. But the 49ers, it was D'Amico, it was Robert Saleh, it was a bunch of guys like that, super fit. I can't really put a finger on the Texans coaching staff. I don't think they're as physically as impressive as the 49ers coaches.
That was an impressive staff with San Francisco.
We got to get there. We got to get up to speed in that regard.
Yeah. Nick Caley. Yeah, I'm trying to think. There isn't anybody that sticks out in my mind that's like ridiculously out of shape.
No, they don't look ridiculously out of shape. I think they look more like guys that are like your classic football coaches, though. Yeah. They're grinding film too much to put together the perfect physique, and I'll take that as a strength. Damn it.
Text page, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. As you and I were handicapping a fight, Seth, in the previous segment that has yet to take place, but might later tonight, between Ron the Show Hughley and Clint Stoerner. They're two schools that I'll say with Ron that they root for. I don't think Ron went to Kansas, but he's a huge KU fan, and Clint obviously went to Arkansas. Those are their two teams. They play each other tonight at 6:10 p.m. Takes on who would win a fight. Clint's strong, but Ron will throw sand in your eyes. Oh, that would be a good tactic. Yeah.
No, I think Ron would come in with a plan, and I give him full license to fight. He's allowed to do anything and everything, whatever it takes, to try to win this fight, and I think he's got it in him.
Yeah. There's a texter that says, forget about Clint. Who wins a fight between Mama Stoerner and Show? I think I might take Mama Stoerner. She's scarier than Show.
I'll tell you one sports radio host who's terrified of Mama Stoerner, and that's one Sean T. Pendergast.
Yes.
Whatever happened? We used to have her call in and leave a message for you once every few months, threatening you.
I did.
What happened with that? Why did we stop? Did you put an end to that?
No. No. I didn't put an end to it, but I was glad it stopped. I wasn't scared. I wasn't having bad dreams at night every 2 months or whatever it was.
I'll come over there and whoop that ass.
That's exactly right, man.
I can't remember what started that. Did you say something about Clint?
I think I must have. She started with her hot takes on social media during the baseball playoffs. Whatever year the Red Sox were playing the Astros in the postseason, it might have been 21. And And then somehow, I found myself in the crosshairs, and I must have said something. I'm glad she wasn't. I hope she wasn't listening yesterday when you and I were dissecting Clint's take on the pessimism that he's had around the offensive line.
Yeah, I think sometimes what I've realized is that when we go at it with the afternoon show, what ends up usually happening is that we agree more than we realized at the beginning. Yeah. Even, Tyler did a good job as a producer of making Clint think that I was really ripping into him about not cleaning the frying pan. And then when Clint listened to the audio, he was like, oh, okay, well, I guess, he's got a complaint, and I can see where he's coming from.
Yeah.
So it ended up being, so it was a good job by Tyler. Clint, to his credit, cleaned the hell out of that frying pan eventually.
Eventually. It took like 4 tries. But he did it eventually, yes. The fellas are out at Twin Peaks, the In the Loop, out there from 10 to 2 today, and then from 2 to 6, the aforementioned drive with Stoerner and Hughley. We've got the fellas from In the Loop right now, Reggie Atatula, John Lopez. Gentlemen, it is a great day to be an American right now.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, man.
I mean, it's a great day, absolutely, and we are out here. By the way, you used the word slobs earlier, describing the Bill O'Brien coaching staff. Yeah. That's one of the best clean, dirty words there is.
Slob.
Slob is an incredibly bad insult.
It's funny. It's a funny. Well, we brought it up.
A slob. That's tough.
Well, a texter called Seth and I slobs because we were just laying out how much we like to eat certain things.
Yeah, like he told me I was a slob because I ate a bunch, and I'm like, I don't eat with like a trail of dirt behind me. I'm actually pretty tidy when I eat.
Yeah.
You guys dropping into slovenly too. Slovenly is a nice upgrade of that.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one too. So set the scene. You guys are at Twin Peaks. Are you guys the only ones in the building right now, or when do they open?
No, they open at 11 a.m. Come on through Kirby. We're on Kirby and 59, and they're setting up. They're getting everything ready. It's going to be a big day. You know the TV scene here at Twin Peaks. It's gonna be terrific.
It's going to be great. You guys got your brackets all filled out and everything?
All done. I filled out the same bracket and entered it in 5 different competitions.
Okay.
I'm a man, and that's how
John is going to be very disappointed in me. I actually have 2 variations of my bracket. I typically am a 1 bracket guy, but one of them is a heart bracket. If you're looking at the Mokira Injury Law Firm live stream, there we go. Got there eventually. I am wearing my Fa Slamma Jamma shirt, so one of them is the heart of trying to get Houston to win it, but I had to go with my head on another one. So
you're typically the bracket you're kind of claiming is the one you went with your head. But then you have another one where you got U of H winning it all. Is that what I'm?
That's right.
Okay,
that's right.
I got you.
You have adequately and accurately assessed
framed
the situation.
What you're doing. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm only moderately disappointed. You picked the Cougs, makes it a little less, I don't know, soft. I think you're soft if you fill out multiple brackets. All right.
Oh, just any There's no multiplier if you're doing 5 or 6. Just 2 of them is too far.
No. You fill out 5 or 6. It's because you're in 5 or 6 different contests. It's not. You don't fill out multiple brackets for the same contest. No.
I have 2 in 2 different or 3 contests.
Okay, that's a little better. Okay.
See, I fill out the same bracket and put the same bracket in all 5 different.
So do I. It gets hard to keep track of.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You don't know what you're rooting for in any particular game.
Yeah. And then you factor in that I'm going to gamble on all these games. Oh, I don't need that aggravation.
Guys, I haven't recovered. It's been over 2 hours now, and my pride is wounded. Because I realize, man, I am a wimp. I've got 3 1 seeds and a 2 seed in the final 4.
No, so do I. That's what in the final 4. I've got 3 1 seeds and a 2.
Yeah.
Is St. John's your 2 seed?
Michigan State is my 2 seed.
I know you got St. John's in it. It seems like Sean, you actually are going for the upset bracket.
3 2s and a 3, baby. If there's any sort of upsets, I'm winning all these pools that I'm in. Yes. All right, gentlemen. So enjoy it out there today. This is one of the great days, and you're in one of the great spots, Twin Peaks, 59 and Kirby. So we're looking forward to listening, and I may pop over there at some point. So
come enjoy the eats, drinks, and scenic views.
For sure. All right, Seth. Antibodies to you. Enjoy the hoops.
Antibodies to you, and I know since you're the one that went to a Bible college. Tomorrow our project is to discuss which of the 7 deadly sins we're most guilty of.
Okay.
Today we admitted to gluttony, so we'll excuse gluttony from it. I just admitted to pride, and I'm trying to find one that I'm not super guilty of right now. So look forward to tomorrow. It's going to be a cleansing 4 hours of nothing but whipping ourselves with a whip over our 7 deadly sins.
Self-loathing and ridding ourselves of the 7 deadly sins, yeah.
I've largely aged out of lust, so I think I'm clear on lust.
You just don't have the energy for it.
Not because I'm any morally better. I just,
Yeah, I don't got the time nor the energy for the lust. Bring me some chicken wings so I can sloth my way through the day, all right, and gluttonize myself. All right, we're done. We're out of time. The fellas are out at Twin Peaks on 59 and Kirby, not just in the Loop, but the Drive later on today. So if you're looking for a place to go watch the games, that is the place to be. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey Sports station. Biggie Fit, they are in the Loop, and they start live from Twin Peaks now.
Yeah, you damn Skippy. Live from Twin Peaks. You heard him. 59 and Kirby is where we're at. John Lopez, Reginald Atula, unfortunately. Figgy Fig back at the home base, making us sound good, keeping us online. But how important is that, Fig? Do you think that this is one of those days where you could slide out of work, you know what I mean, without the boss knowing?
Nah, I can't do that.
All right.
He's here walking around, too.
Oh, he's patrolling?
Oh,
yeah.
Man.
All right, Correctional Officer Parker today. Okay, I see you. We're get going on a Thursday in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Always get involved with the program on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Thank you, Jim. 713-572-4610. We're keeping up with you guys there. Also, never forget the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live streams.
We keep it 100
on YouTube and Twitch, and it's not just any Thursday, Lopez.
Boy, it's not. It absolutely is not. This is a big day. This should probably be a national holiday, but there's a lot of those that are like that in the sports world for us sickos. But no, man, and come on out. Like seriously, like there's all kinds of cool things happening out here at Twin Peaks at 59 and Kirby. There's a bunch of, I can't even begin to count the TVs.
Yeah, you know what I always forget about Twin Peaks is that even the booths around the edge, around the perimeter of the building, have little TVs behind them.
Yeah, they got their own little private TV, and it's an awesome place. We are sitting under a black bear that is wearing glasses.
Oh, wow, I didn't even see the black bear.
Yeah,
a studious black bear.
We're sitting, it's a smart black bear. He's got glasses on.
Bear's dumb because I don't like the intimation there. I don't like the insinuation.
Well, maybe that's the smart one. That's the smart black bear. So yeah, come on out, man, because this is it's happening. We all know everybody's got their brackets. I won't pass too much judgment, but I will pass some if you have more. If you fill out more than one, and we're gonna start. I got mine called up. It's gonna be real time. I'm gonna see how my guys are doing. It's called up right here on my laptop.
Yeah. So how do we play this? Right, with the tournament going on live, obviously not everybody's gonna be able to play hooky. If you can, though, again, 59 and Kirby, come out and say what's up to you boys. But if you can't, how do we play this? Because I know some people are like, look, I'm going to go back and I'm going to check things out or what have you. Or some people are like, I need to know what's happening. Give me some information. How would we play this?
We give them information.
Okay.
We give them information. I think everybody wants to keep up with, hey, my whatever. McNeese State is winning, and I picked them.
Is that Brian King? Is he texting in?
Is he?
He's a McNeese State alum. In fact, out there
I saw that.
in
That
West
was awesome.
Palm, one of the things that, Houston, H-Town supports H-Town. The Astros are wearing Cougars shirts in support of the Cougs playing today at 1 p.m., mind you.
Almost unanimously.
Yeah, almost unanimously, except for Brian King, who is still wearing the Cougar shirt. He's just used a little bit of tape, a little masking tape and a marker to make an alteration for it to say McNeese State Cowboys.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, excited for that game. That game starts at 1 p.m. And of course, it's going to be the perfect changeover for us to hand off between us and the Drive, who they have a little bit of a game.
Oh, they're going at it
between their perspective or their respective rather. Should be a lot of fun. Come out and see us and hang out with the fellas. 10 all the way till 6 p.m. and appreciations to Sean and Seth, because I think Sean will still make his way out. He loves coming to this type of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And thanks to them for helping us do the handoff, the crosstalk that we had just earlier, which was very fun. All right. Enough of that. We need to talk about a big thing that happened yesterday for the Texans, and that was Nico Collins turning 26 years. No, I'm just playing. Happy birthday to Nico. But the big thing that I'm alluding to really and truly, after we spent a lot of breath yesterday talking about the idea that the Texans were unlikely to add another starter in free agency. Nick said a word.
Yeah.
I honestly believe that Nick is listening to our station and trying to get at us, because Nick Casario waited for us to have all this conversation. He said, okay, no, just wait. And wait we did, and then he came around and was like, how about we sign Cam Robinson left tackle. Played for the Jags, but most recently for the Vikings last season. 1 year, $12 million, but it can get up to $14.5 million, which is not bad at all for a tackle. And me and you, we've had a lot of conversations. The entirety of Sports Radio 610 has had a ton of conversations about the way this offensive line has been situated to this point. The idea I know that we have talked about is that there's a lot of question marks that you're asking about on this offensive line and hoping to get right. And I don't know about you, but my reaction as I was driving to the barbershop when I saw this was, okay, there's a check mark on the offensive line in Cam Robinson.
Look, man, and we were talking about it yesterday. We did kind of leave open this possibility slightly because from Jonathan Alexander that they were unlikely, but of course that always leaves open a little hint of
the door was left ajar
for something like this. Look, I'm walking away from this absolutely with you. It's a check mark. Now, of course, there's always going to be the injury factor and all that, and this is not a very deep line. There are still things to do, but two things stand out for me, and I think Texas fans should be really pleased with this if they look at it logically, and logic tells you, well, first of all, you're going to see in the Cam Robinson signing whatever it is you want to see. If you are predisposed to think that's the dude, that's the guy that against the Texans the last time that Cam Robinson played here as a Jaguar, like limited Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson to zero pressures.
Are they good?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So if you're predisposed, like that's the dude, you're gonna kind of hang your hat on that. I mean, both those dudes. I was looking at some tape, but I was looking at some video.
Oh yeah, you got out the reels.
I wasn't breaking down any tape.
Crunching the tape.
That's right.
Even I had to laugh at that. But I was looking at some videos of him. I mean, he was stonewalling those dudes, both of them, Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. But if you're predisposed to go into the numbers game and how he played in Minnesota, where he was giving up a lot of pressure to opposing rushers, then you're going to be like, this doesn't fix anything.
Yeah, he literally allowed the most pressures of any offensive lineman last year. Is one of the places that you can go to. It's worth noting, right, to fully give, I guess, as much biography. Robinson, 29 years of age, 8-year vet in the league. Last year and a lot of years prior, he played in division with the Jacksonville Jaguars, and he started there, I think, in week 9, thereabouts. He was traded to Minnesota after they lost Christian Darrisaw for the season, and so he comes in, he plays left tackle. He's only played left tackle, in fact.
Yeah.
So that's why I said left tackle and not just tackle. Like you now have 3 tackles on this roster, and it feels like one of those is absolutely slotted in Cam Robinson, so that actually leads to a conversation that we need to have. But yes, there's those things, and one of the things I tried to look at some of that information, the ideas of the pressures or what have you, and obviously the PFF grade, add the asterisk, the caveat of it's subjective, particularly with offensive line, yada yada yada. Solid pass blocking grade, not great run blocking grade. Who does that remind you of? But on top of that, I went and looked at some of the descriptions of him, especially when you were looking at like free agents. Obviously, a lot of publications will put out their free agent breakdown. Here's a segment that I like to call reading when it comes to Cam Robinson and his assessment. Robinson is coming off of a back-to-back 17-start seasons for the Jags and Vikings. Sound good? His steady, stagnated skill set is rooted in being a physically imposing, power-oriented player who delivers body blows to defenders with erratic technique that leans to clean, decisive losses several times or more a game, depending on the matchup.
Yeah. So I hear you, and I think again, that kind of what you will see on this Cam Robinson signing. Go ahead and finish your point.
No, but I think for me, I went and watched a few games. I couldn't, dig into the tape, as they say, but like there are some instances where he'll get beat by some bull rushes or what have you. But at the very least, he is a solid guy. He is a starting caliber left tackle. And this is where you're definitely going to have to lean on some of the ideas. I know Seth talked a lot about it. Is, okay, do you have somebody solid? Do you have someone stable? Do you have a vet that's going to be there? And then hopefully as a full 5 on your offensive line, you get standard, you get solid play from all of them, and then that amounts to more than the sum of its parts.
But here's why I think Texans fans should be very happy with this. They should fall in line with the first point I made, that he's your guy. He's a left tackle. What he did in Jacksonville against your two best pass rushers, why you should lean there. Number one, when he struggled in Minnesota, the quarterback was Sam Darnold. And Sam Darnold holds on to the ball way, way, way too long.
That's true.
You couple what Sam Darnold does with what C.J. Stroud does, and it's two different hemispheres. So he's going to be good here. He stays healthy. He's going to be the left tackle that you want. The second reason I think Texans fans should love this is this move gives Nick Caserio, and we always talk about it, he's always 2 or 3 moves ahead of us, and that's why you always have to couch, some of your, whatever skepticism or whatever you want to call it, because now Nick Caserio has the edge that every general manager likes to have going into the draft.
Mm-hmm.
You don't go into the draft saying, well, the Texans are going to draft a tackle. Still the higher probability, I would guess, because there's still some questions on the interior, but it's not an overwhelming possibility. There might be a guard in the second round that he thinks they can get, and maybe all of a sudden it opens up wide receiver again. At number 25 overall.
Yeah.
This is a very, very good Nick Caserio signing. You get the left tackle set. You're a little more unpredictable in the draft. Your line is checkmark, as you put it, better. Titus Howard goes back to right tackle. I mean, maybe even eventually.
Is that how you're looking at it?
Maybe even eventually guard. I don't know, but we'll see. And you have a swing tackle for sure in Blake Fisher. Or someone else, and then your interior is bolstered as well, because now you can maybe get that second round guard. If you like Gray Zabel and he falls to you in the first round, then go ahead and grab him. And there's a dude, that can play. Now this is really good.
Yeah, one of the things that is nice we've heard talked about, and I don't think we've mentioned it in a little while on the show, but just the idea that there is a solid group of guards, particularly that seem to be available in that late first round to kind of second round. Like, remember, we were talking about it. There's just a nice group of guys that are of somewhat similar caliber that should be there in that late first round to second round area, to where, yes, if you did want to mess around and, hey, and Emeka Egbuka is there at 25 or what have you, or Matthew Golden is there, and you're like, all right, 25, we go there, and then we come circle back around in the second round and take a guard. You can still do that to where you add to what you're doing, maybe without having to go early premium picks for the Texans. But you mentioned Titus Howard and Blake Fisher, and that was one of the things that I thought of. You seem to believe that this is a situation that pushes Titus Howard to right tackle and then Blake Fisher back into a depth role so that he continues to develop, I imagine. Why do you feel that way? Because, I mean, I looked at it and I was like, this might, especially with the restructure of his contract, not saying that what the cap hit is dictates where a player plays, but I imagine that with that cap hit going down to like the $11 million range for Titus Howard, that seems to be a little bit in line with what you might want from a guard, which, I mean, not saying that would be, the way that they move this, but that'd be interesting if that then allows them to use his strength and, playing in a phone booth as opposed to being on the edge for Titus Howard, especially when we talk about his physical form and how it maybe fits to or tracks to one of these offensive line positions.
No, it absolutely might. I would say my gut instinct is he starts out at right. In fact, you and I and Figgy were texting last night, and what did I say in that text? First 4 games, Titus Howard at tackle. And then maybe they'll be comfortable enough with Blake Fisher. Maybe Titus Howard doesn't perform the way they want to at right tackle, and then they sort of maybe snap and say, you know what, he was pretty good at guard, so let's put him back there. I think he's going to start out having the opportunity to earn the reps at right tackle. But that's just me. I mean, you're right. They might be thinking already, no, we've seen enough. Blake Fisher right tackle, Cam Robinson left tackle, Titus Howard guard, and we got options at center and the other guard.
Right, and then I think that creates some real opportunities to talk about a lot. A couple more things that I wanted to hit here, right? I mentioned Matthew Golden. He visited the Texans yesterday, and we know he's been a guy who has done a lot of he follows the Texans. He liked the announcements of the official of when the Christian Kirk deal was made official, as well as the C.J. Gardner Johnson. That's something that's really interesting. But on top of that, going back to Cam Robinson again. If you're just tuning in, I was about to say if you're just tuning in, you've been listening to Sports Radio.
You're not going anywhere.
At some point, I imagine you've heard that the Texans have signed Cam Robinson to a 1-year, $12 million deal, up to $14.5 million to be your new left tackle. I think one of the things that's interesting as well is he seems to be not just a vet in that he's played a while, but in that he is a vocal, maybe leader. Leader might be a little too far to.
Is he swarmy?
But he seems to be a vocal dude, as evidenced by he was mic'd up. I don't know if this was last year or the year prior, but this is when he was with Jacksonville. Just a snippet of like a 5-minute clip of him being mic'd up, and he is talking all throughout it.
Good operation, good operation, good operation, good operation. We're going to turn that into 7. Then we're going to turn it into touchdown. Get him, Josh. Get him, Josh. Josh beat him. Josh beat him. Josh beat him. Get him, Josh. Ah! Shannon, when I was little, my mom ain't let me get up till all the food was off the plate. You had to finish your food, Shaq. Sometimes I couldn't drink no juice till I ate the food. Yeah. Let's finish them. Let's finish them.
Also like me, where it was like, hey, man, juice is a luxury, man. You better drink that water. If you want some juice, you better eat your food.
Yeah.
But also, like, again, that vocal nature of it, like, I think that's one of the things that at times we've talked about with this offensive line room is we get to some of these culture points, and it's hard to kind of pinpoint to some degree what is necessary there. I imagine that can't be a negative, right? Like, without going too forward and trying to stretch myself too far, it can't be a negative to have a guy like that in there, especially if there's a possibility that what's playing next to him is a really young player, like somebody who's going to be vocal, who has some time in, who's done or seen a lot of things in this league. A guy that's that vocal, I imagine, not just encouraging but giving tips and helping develop players. Whether it's him, whether it's Blake Fisher, if he does go back to being like a swing tackle, or even if he's not, if he's a right tackle, giving him game, talking to these guys, encouraging them. I think I really like what's happening.
Well, and it has the markings of D'Amico Ryan's what he wants to do with this room. We obviously we know what happened with Laramie Tunsil. Well liked, but not exactly great for the offensive line room by a lot of people's estimations. Cam Robinson is going to be that guy. He's going to be great for the offensive line room. That's a great analogy, by the way. My mom used to make me finish all my food and couldn't have any juice until I was done. And then he said, finish the game. In other words, we're not going to have our juice until we finish this game. That's a great analogy. But that's that's swarm. That's the swarm mentality. It has Nick Casario's hands written all over it. It has D'Amico Ryan's hands all over it. And the way this offensive line, probably Cole Popovich too, because that's what he's going to be preaching, is that swarm, culture type mentality. No, he wasn't doing that. He didn't finish his food if he didn't want to.
You sure?
Well, it looked like he did.
Nah, he might have been drinking the juice before.
He was like, I'll finish the food, but you got to give me juice as well.
Yeah.
I need that champagne.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We'll definitely circle back around to like what this line looks like, how much of an improvement is this, and I mean, are they done? We'll talk more about that as we continue to go on in this program. We're live at Twin Peaks on Kirby and 59. Come out and see us. Doors open at 11. We'll be here all the way till 6 when the drive finishes up today as well. But coming up next, I do want to talk about the Astros because the good, the bad, and the ugly have shown up for them. We'll talk about those next.
Yeah, let's talk about Driftwood Shores. You got to get to this thing, man. It's a week.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Biggie, let's hit it big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Something about hearing Hannah's voice makes me happy.
It just makes you smile.
Yeah, shout out to the McNairs, who have had a good shout out for a good reason yesterday, and on top of that, shelling out a little bit of money. Science continue to get better, and of course, salute to Nick Casario. Oh wow, okay, very good. I didn't know she had that one in the. Wow, Figgy, did not know that one was in there. That one has thrown me off my game. I got to be honest. We'll see if I can maintain my composure today. There's a lot of things going on today because it is a March Madness Thursday. It is the first day of like the realness of the tournament. Obviously, the tournament's already given us fun stuff. The Alabama State buzzer beater of sorts, and then Texas doing that thing that they did yesterday. We'll talk more about that, but we'll have all those games going here at the Twin Peaks.
Just a matter of minutes.
Yeah, not too long from now here at 59 and Kirby. Come out and see us, hang out with us, enjoy the eats, drinks, scenic views. I see Ocho probably watching on the YouTube. He says, I see that y'all are perfectly set up in the magic spot like the drive, so you can witness the scenic views in and out of those doors. Yep.
That's right. Yeah.
We are well situated, I can say. We absolutely are.
Hate to see them go, but love watching them leave.
All right, now I moved very quickly to West Palm Beach. Yeah, I was like, you took it just a little far, I think. Unless maybe y'all let me know. Maybe that wasn't too far. Maybe I'm just a little bit of a prude. I don't know. All right, the good, the bad, and the ugly, because it feels like all those things showed up for the Astros over the last 24 hours. I will make this a little choose-your-own-adventure type situation. Would you like the good, the bad, or the ugly?
Let's go with the bad because I think we all know what that is.
Yeah, so we had a whole conversation. Are you ready to jump off the Jose Altuve at left field experiment bandwagon? And I think for the most part, everybody was pretty calm, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tranquilo.
It's early.
That's flex no reason.
That's right.
But yeah, I feel like everybody's like, hey man, chill, man. Like that's a tough play to make. He decided that he wanted to, or he got ahead of himself. He was trying to make sure that he made the throw in. All right, cool. These are the speed bumps on the road of learning and gaining experience. Then it happened again. He makes another error in the outfield, and it didn't look good, Lopez. It just didn't.
No. Look, and it was very similar to the previous one in terms of, it's not necessarily catching the ball. He caught 1 million baseballs at second base. But not like these.
Yeah.
Not like these where you have to really set yourself up. You have to, and you could see it in the video. I rewatched it like a lot of people a number of times.
Zapruder filmed it?
Yes, and he tries to circle around the ball, which you're supposed to do. Like technically he was kind of doing the right things, but he got ahead of himself. Espada said as much afterwards and sort of tried to pick the ball and get it to his hand to throw and put extra on the ball as quick as possible, and boom, it hits the ground. It's bad. I mean, it's bad.
Or is that the ugly? Because it didn't look good, but I do wonder if it is indeed as bad. Because again, I think that the logic that we use, or at least that I used, I'm not going to put this on you, to just kind of like calm myself and quell any real fears about that yesterday. I think it still remains. Like these are the things that it's going to take a level of experience for. These are things that you tried to prepare us for, that we were all trying to get ourselves our minds right about, is that there's going to be these moments for a dude that has never played that for the first time. And that still remains. You just really hope that, when you make a mistake, that you don't make the same one. And that's the thing that's a little frustrating. But I'm still in a place where I'm good with the Jose Altuve and left field experiment. And, of course, it comes after Joe Espada yesterday said that is where he will play a majority of his games.
The same day.
This season. So, like, all of the timing doesn't feel great, but I'm still in a place where I am holding out hope. Because also, like, what other option do you have? Which is not a great reason to go into a place, but it does feel like what other option do you truly have?
Figgy, I'm curious on your point on this, because I get what Reggie's saying. I'm holding out hope. Hope is nothing.
Yeah, it's not a plan.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
Hope is not a plan. hope is not a strategy. Hope is not backed up by oftentimes by a lot of logic or information.
Damn, what you trying to say about me?
Or stats. What I'm saying, Figgy, is are you as superficial as Reggie is?
As far as what, like just holding out hope on
Altuve getting it right?
I'm not sure, man, because I feel like, I mean, maybe he could get it right, but I just feel like teams going to look at him as the mark, and they're going to always test him. And I'm wondering at this point, like, if it's this bad, I feel like you better off keeping them at second base at this point. If we going to pick which is the worst, like, are we dying in the are we going to drown or burn up? So you might as well just pick your poison.
Yeah, I'm still in a place where I'm concerned, especially with ground ball pitchers, with that continued thing. And again, fixable types of mistakes. Now, of course, will they get fixed is ultimately a question that we don't have an answer to. But these are the mental ones. Like, these are the ones that it'll take the locking in and the level of experience and finding some muscle memory. And I firmly believe that. And I could be the fool, because there are people that are probably reasonably freaking out.
You're not alone.
No, I know I'm not.
There are a bunch of people like, the old give it time guy and
that's right.
Let it play out guy.
Let it play out, Lopez.
And just the amount of affection and respect and adoration we have for Jose Altuve. You kind of cross your fingers and hope that he gets it right. But again, this is spring training.
Yeah.
I mean, you get into games, and are you going to be feeling the same way?
Yeah, I think that they've committed to this, in that we're going to have to ride out some of the hiccups that we knew were going to be there. We can't then say that on the front end, and then as soon as the hiccups get here, be like, I'm freaking out. So that I think we've changed that to the ugly. Do you want the good or the bad here?
Let's get some good. I need to flush that out, so to speak. What's the good?
All right. So in the 8th inning of that same game. Are you familiar with the man that wears number 90 in spring training?
Yeah,
His name is Cam
soon
Smith.
to be number 31, I guess?
Maybe. I don't know, because he went yard again. Like, he just keeps doing this. And it's not just that he's out here, having good at-bats, which he is. It's that you're also seeing the power. He does not seem like he's flummoxed in these situations. It really does feel like we are in a place where it might be inevitable that they end up in hell. I saw on Twitter our guy, Baseball Spo, was saying, "Hey man, maybe I was wrong." Which he was. And look, again, I understand where you're coming from there. He's probably still has a point in that regard, in that the organization is really trying to protect him and bring him on as slow as possible, but he just keeps forcing their hands. It seems like
it was kind of a ho-hum game. Another home run. Another big day. He now has 4 home runs, 11 RBI, a .419 batting average, and OPS of 1.371. That's pretty good. That is opening day lineup stuff. And I frankly, I know you're at this place or very close to it. I frankly think it's a done deal, especially after seeing the lineup, the actual lineup yesterday, when it was by and large a probably 90%, 80%. Of what we're going to see on opening day, and he was in it.
I mean, maybe so. There's some people are saying, like, hey, can you go and maybe pick up somebody who's still out there, like Alex Verdugo, that's out there? I mean, possibly, but it doesn't seem like they have any intention of doing that. This seems like these are the guys that they want to roll with. And honestly, if you bring in Alex Verdugo, it just makes it harder for you to find a place to put Alex Bregman, or not Alex Bregman, goodness gracious, Jose Altuve's bat, where you need it. You still need that there.
Yeah.
Like, there's not another, well, I shouldn't say there's not another way, but it just does not feel like there's another way that they are really well situated for to get that bat into the lineup, especially when you have Jordan really fully occupying that DH spot.
And then there's the bad.
There is the bad, which is that Luis Garcia, who is one of the guys that you were hoping to see on the return, one of the guys that you were hoping that once he returns relatively early in the state, like I think it was late April, maybe early May, the idea that would help further your rotational depth when it comes to your pitching, and that could continue to be a strength for this Astros team, which we know that when this Astros team is good, you have strong pitching. Well, he's been shut down. He's been shut down with elbow soreness, and is he becoming the new Lance Cullors? Because this is not the first time, anytime recently, that we've seen him shut down in such a way.
Yeah, elbow soreness. We all know what that means. And so it could have been an aggravation. Could have been another heaven forbid, worse than an aggravation. I don't want to say it. But either way, the two worst words in baseball are shut down. That's 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 2 months, 3 months, because they're not going to rush anything with Luis Garcia. It puts that much added pressure on the starting pitching staff, guys like Wisniewski, guys like that, and certainly Lance McCullers as well.
But thankfully, you've had good news on those fronts. Wisniewski has looked really good with his stuff, and then obviously we've seen Lance McCullers. Lance McCullers pitched a whole inning of baseball in a organized baseball game, and will soon get another opportunity. I think as soon as like Sunday, Monday, have another opportunity to pitch in a game. So those have been at least positives there.
Yeah, but it does put. It thins the margins that much more.
It does thin the margins, right? And that's kind of the conversation that we're talking about. You want to try and maximize your margin for error. And unfortunately, Luis Garcia being shut down thins that just a little bit. But, I mean, we move, right? Like, you have to place. I think Dana Brown's done a solid job of trying to give them maximum opportunity to do what they need to do. From the 3-4-6, if Cam Smith goes on a tear like this with Tucker, did the Cubs get got on this trade? I mean, it's already feeling like that because even if he's not starting the season at the big league club on the 26th man, even if it's September, right? You have 6 years of control with that dude, and maybe 7 depending if you wait him that long.
But Cam Smith has to be in the lineup. It's opening day.
I mean, it's starting to really feel
Has
like
to
that.
be.
It's really starting to feel like that. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We are live at the Twin Peaks at Southwest Freeway, and Kirby come out and hang out with us. Opens up at 11. Somebody asked, when are the Cougars playing? 1 p.m. 1 p.m. they're playing against SIU Edwardsville, and I imagine it's going to be real loud in here. It's going to be real fun. So come out and hang out with us.
Isn't it funny how
you can get out of work?
Isn't it funny how our YouTube numbers multiply whenever we're at Twin Peaks?
Is that the case?
I'm looking at it right now.
Shout out. Yeah.
I wonder why that is.
I have no idea.
They love the way you look.
I mean, I've often said this. That's evident. I'm a very handsome gentleman. That's going to not shine well on me at all, is it? All right, coming up next, let's get to the question of the day. In honor of the first day of the NCAA tournament, what's the best day in sports in your estimation? 713-572-4610. We'll discuss that next.
All-Pro Sting is smiling on his way to the bank. 22. In Pete and Kirby and 59. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep. First day of the NCAA tournament, so we're out here at Twin Peaks on Southwest Freeway in Kirby. Come out and say what's up. 11 o'clock is when the doors open, so the doors about to open. We'll be going, obviously, till 2. I'm hanging around. I don't know about you. When the drive takes over in this very same spot, take it all the way to 6. All sorts of TVs going in here. I see the sign saying it reads 31.6 degrees Fahrenheit. That's how cold the beer is out here. So if you can sneak away from the office. In fact, how do you get around on this day?
Yeah, that's a good sub question of the day. What's your sneaky move to be able to watch? A lot of people can just watch them on their laptops, like act like they're working and open a different tab, and then when the boss comes around, go to the other tab that you're working on. But like, let's say you want to sneak out, want to come out over here. You know, what's your sneaky move? Yeah, salespeople have it made. Oh, I got to go on a call.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I got to go on a sales call.
I got to meet with a client.
Yeah, I got to meet with a client.
Yeah, meeting off site, 100%. But
where are you meeting? Oh, Twin Peaks. Oh,
that's
okay.
right. Yeah, no, it's just we're getting
doing lunch.
You don't have to tell them. Yeah, exactly. But what's the best sports day of the year? Because this is one that obviously comes up in any one of these conversations. 713-572-4610.
Look, there's some obvious ones. I'm going to try to go maybe a little less obvious, but this one has to be, and for my family, my family gets into March Madness. Like brackets that, like my son builds a bracket and puts it in his house. Like,
are you serious?
Puts it up.
Like on the wall?
On like a big poster with the logos and everything.
All right, when you say puts it up, are we talking about like a normal notebook-sized sheet? Or are we talking about like a standard poster?
Like a poster board.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, puts it on the wall. We've been texting. I mean, I'm getting some right now. I'll look at them during the break about this and that. And my family, this is as a family affair, this is number one. For me personally, best sports day, just because it's like everybody we have a family bracket, we have a lot of trash talk, all that stuff. But in terms of like just for me personally, I'm not going to do the obvious ones that I know are going to come in. To me, the opening Saturday of college football.
Week one?
Week one of college football.
Not week 0.
No, not week 0. Not week 0. Week 1. And it's even better if your team plays at night. Yeah, like the Aggies play a 7 or 6 p.m. game, because then you got all day and you're just flipping and watching and all this college football. To me, that's heaven, man. You're just watching all that college football, and it's finally here, all that stuff.
Some other things that have come in on the Texas or the Jim Allen, the Texas Hammer text line.
Texas Hammer!
Thank you, Jim. Someone said the best day, and I think that they're alluding to the sports solstice, like when you get all 4 major American sports playing at the same time. That's a really cool one, but I find it hard to like take all of those in. Honestly, funny enough, and this is coming for me, like one of the big things in my life as a kid. Like it was basketball, it was football, oddly enough tennis. But like I have grown to really, really love baseball. Opening day is it's
awesome.
The pageantry is really fun. Obviously, the hope springs eternal for everybody. But it just feels like baseball is just a great sport to watch generally as well. So you tap in early in the day and you take it all the way to the night on opening day. And I am happy as a clam. So I'm excited. I'm a week away from that myself. That one's going to be very fun for me. Figgy, what for you ends up being the best sports day of the year?
Yeah, I would say opening day too. I think opening day when your team is at home. I think that's
true.
I think that's very important. Just kind of you could feel the energy in the city early in the morning. Right before the game starts. That's
no question.
To me, that's something special. Of course, I like week 1 in the NFL. Just that I think they start with that Thursday night. I want to say like Thursday night football, and to me, I get pretty hyped from that.
We're getting some deep cuts here on the text board, and this is a great one. Masters Sunday.
Masters Sunday is a good answer.
Masters Sunday is a great day. That's a great. It's in the spring. It's gorgeous, and you're looking at all the sights and sounds and all that stuff. There's and nobody said what I thought was going to be the obvious one, and that's like divisional weekend in the NFL.
That's really high up there.
Yeah,
it's really high up there. Divisional weekend is really good because you have you have more
4 games.
So like there's a high likelihood that you get 1 or 2 that are really good, as opposed to like you get to championship weekend and there's a chance that you can get a couple of stinkers, blowouts, or that you have an idea of where it goes pretty early into it. From the 832 best sports day of the year is when the WNBA season is over. Damn, they're not making you watch it, friend. Like, that's not how.
That's just a hater.
I perked up a little. I thought he was about to say when the WNBA season starts.
Nope, he didn't.
I was like, I don't think they're forcing you to watch it, friend.
One of my favorite ones is I love draft day, man.
Oh,
draft
good
day.
one.
You hear that sound?
That is a great one.
I don't love it as much.
Really?
I don't.
Man,
I love it because Figgy gets to play that sounder.
Yeah, it's a good sound. That is fair.
I love the old way they used to do it. I kind of get a little irritated where they do round 1 and one night, and then round 2 and 3. And I used to like it the old school way where they used to start at Saturday morning all day long, and then Sunday all day long.
But that's a good pick right there. Got some love for the World Cup. That isn't like the World Cup final or the first day of the World Cup, and you're watching all these games. If you're a soccer fan like we are, it's just fantastic. That's a good one.
Opening ceremony for the Olympics, men's final at Wimbledon. I've actually taken to really liking the women's final, and it's maybe less about like the particular matchups or whatever, but having the final on the Saturday for some reason hits a little bit better for me than a Sunday. It just feels like there's more room to kind of navigate than watching it on a Sunday in the middle of the day. Some people mention like specific games, like when you get Texas A&M, which they lean to the idea of specifically when Texas beats A&M. I don't know how you feel about such thing.
It's rare,
I was going to say rivalry week college football.
No, A&M Texas is always a great day. And no matter who wins until your team loses, then it's an awful day. But that's okay.
All right. So of all the things that we brought up, any of those touching today? Because that's the thing. Ultimately, it always feels like this is the one that people still come back to.
Is this top 3?
What
of all of them? This day.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's absolutely top 3, 100%.
Right? That's what I'm saying. It's like I felt like this was the leader in the clubhouse, and we were basically setting up potential contenders. Texas Relays comes up, which is great, especially if you're out there. Somebody said Indy 500. I imagine someone's going to bring up Daytona, Texas OU going out to the State Fair and everything up there in Dallas. Yeah, absolutely comes through. But yeah, it feels like of all the ones we're talking about, this is one of those days where this is peak sports today. So excited to be out here at Twin Peaks, Southwest Freeway and Kirby. Come out, hang out, and enjoy what is frequently viewed as one of, if not the best sports days on the year out here with some eats, drinks, and scenic views. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we're about to go around the NFL where, Danielle Hunter picked up an extension, and also some potential rule changes are on the board for the NFL. We'll break those down next.
It's tourney time, H-Town, and we'll be out in Twin. 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. We're broadcasting live from the Twin Peaks here on Kirby, right at Southwest Freeway. Come out, say what's up. You'll see our guys seated out here because you have an opportunity to sign up for stuff. You know, we don't ever come empty-handed when we come out to the places, so come out. But then it's also just a great day to watch the TV, see all the various NCAA tournament stuff happening. In fact, somebody was like, I love sports, but college basketball is deeply boring or what have you. And I'm like, you don't even really have to love basketball. That's the beauty of this day. Like, maybe later on happens basketball of it's all. I feel like part of the real fun of it is just it's almost red zone for basketball in that you have your investment in with your bracket and then you just watch the ends of games and see how things shake out.
It's basketball adjacent. It really is. It's about the bracket. It's about the upsets. It's about the finishes. It's about the madness. And people who, and how many times do you say, well, I didn't know you like sports. Why are you in this? No, they like the brackets.
Yeah,
Brackets, this is what it's all about.
This is like a perfect thing for offices to be a part of.
Perfect.
Because my wife, she hit me up yesterday like, hey, can you fill out a bracket for me? She said the office is doing the bracket. I'm like, damn, really? Y'all doing the bracket?
It's just adjacent
it's a
to
big
basketball.
Deal.
Basketball is sort of the vessel, toward what we really love about this day.
Which is like gambling.
and, competing, brackets.
Getting off work, things of that nature. All right, now let's go around the NFL, and obviously one of the biggest things that happened in the NFL yesterday actually was within the purview of the Houston Texans. We found out as like another shot to the arm after the Texans actually make a free agent addition on the offensive line in Cam Robinson. They also get an extension done. We talked about this. We'd kind of seen rumors and reporting towards this end that Danielle Hunter was interested in an extension, and it seems like that came to fruition. 1 year additional on as an extension for Danielle Hunter. 1 year extension, and the number it was like 35 thereabouts.
35.6.
35.6.
You got $100,000 more than Max Crosby per year.
Not even like gotta believe it. Absolutely is. It's amazing how these things happen where it's just give me $1 more, and obviously in this instance it's not going to be $1, but just give me 1 unit more than this other situation over here. I mean, what was your take on it? Seeing Danielle Hunter get that extension there. I mean, it's not an incredibly long extension, but add another year on top of it.
And not a huge surprise. It seemed to be as this was one of the things that the Texans were going to do. My big takeaway is, first of all, man, I mean, it just sort of highlights how good this defense is potentially going to be. I mean, it's so set, and now you got happy players. You got happy players making money. And then the second part is, we've been saying for quite a while now, Danielle Hunter truly is one of the, I guess, overshadowed defensive rush hands in the NFL. Well, he's not anymore. I mean, he's not anymore. He's on a bona fide contending team. He's the second highest paid rush hand in the league. He's getting the notoriety and the money that he probably has deserved for a while.
Yeah, I think that's a great point to note, is that it seems like one of the things that this organization has been doing a really good job of is trying to make sure that all the dudes are happy with their compensation, right? We mentioned, and I was thinking more about it, just the ways in which Nick Caserio is seemingly going with the maximum 3-year extension, and that also seems to kind of make sure that we're not getting into a place where in year 3 of a 5-year deal, try and agitate and try and get a different contract situated, which again is also, I imagine, about not more things than this, but in part about trying to make sure that everybody is still happy with their compensation, feel like they're, they can get to where they can make more money, and that they're focused then on, just doing good stuff. And I don't know that agitate would be the right word, or the word that I would choose to use for Danielle Hunter. But I mean, once that is expressed for him, and that you're getting him at a value, and he's been incredible. I mean, it's a Pro Bowl in each of his last 5 seasons. and he's been great for you. Like, he has been absolutely great. I think he surpassed the expectations for him last year.
Well, yeah, I think certainly at the end. I mean, certainly he came on strong and did that, but he was really good in just pressures all year long, and that's as effective as anything. Just getting the pressure on there, and then the combination of him and Will Anderson. I mean, this is a scary defense. We're going to be talking about the offense and what they were and what they might be, and offensive line possibility. This is a scary, scary defense that's going to be at the top of the NFL, and as I mentioned at the very start, they're happy. I mean, you're getting some happy players out there.
Plus, I mean, this adds. I mean, and I'm sure this is probably somewhat secondary. I think trying to appease the player and obviously pay him according to what his value is. It seems like the initial estimation per Texans cap, again, does a fantastic job this time of year and every time of year, if we're going to be completely honest. The initial estimation is that this will clear up maybe like $3 million in cap space as well. So a little bit of a cap savings as well, helping you navigate. Again, pointing to the idea that the salary cap isn't real, right, Lopez?
I've said it a number of times. You can say it with me. There are people in those buildings whose entire job is to make sure the cap works,
I'm just being a jerk.
and inevitably they do.
I'm just being a jerk. No, that's
but seriously though, the way these contracts are structured, toward the ends of them, you're going to be able to sign some other guys.
Yeah, Or at the very least, get yourself to a place where if you restructure, the back end does not feel as painful as sometimes it can be if you have not considered that on the front end. So another salute to Nick Caserio, who, again, letting him hang. Like, Nick Caserio has been in his bag in some ways in trying to navigate this offseason. We'll circle back around to that offensive line because that's been the touchy subject in all of this. Some other things around the NFL. Stephon Diggs, who remains a free agent, visited the Patriots yesterday. It's his first free agent visit. And obviously, well after, I think a lot of the activity has really started to pop off. Not saying that it's done by any means, but I think we started to get to a point where maybe we were, and I guess maybe I should just speak for myself, I was starting to think, is he going to be a guy who signs after the draft when you see teams have a good idea of what they need and then, who they want to allot some of their usage to. And then maybe you go for a Stephon Diggs for a market. But it seems like, he's obviously getting out there and getting an opportunity of or an understanding of who's out there and who wants him and, what the cost might be. So that could still be the case. But do you anticipate maybe Stephon Diggs maybe signing before the trade?
I think probability is going up. When you have a visit like that right now before the draft, I think the probability is definitely going up. Also, I think it's kind of, we hate them, but the Patriots are kind of having a good offseason. They're doing pretty well with some of the things they're doing, and they have draft picks, et cetera. But no, I think this definitely it's a possibility they could sign before.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. Just kind of thinking about it. Have you considered the possibility of reuniting with Stephon Diggs? Because I saw yesterday, on the YouTube, there was a few people kind of going back and forth about it. Like, why would the Texans go back there? But he still looked like a dude that could do a lot of the things that you wanted to, and he was in that slot, but that felt like that was more of a consideration for Bobby Slowick in the offense that they were trying to run. And then also, of course, like you had Tank Dell, who you wanted to use more on the outside with the speed to attack the tops of defenses and such. Without Tank Dell and with Christian Kirk, it feels like the natural position that you would want to put Stephon Diggs is out on the edge, and he's capable of it. So I don't think that having Christian Kirk would mean that you couldn't. It would just, I imagine that the decision would just be, do you think he still has it, and are you able to agree on a number that works for both sides?
Well, the number is going to come in hand, is going to be very important. But no, he has it in him. He's capable of doing it. I don't think it's necessarily a deal breaker, that you have Christian Kirk here by any stretch.
Some other things that are around the NFL. We mentioned yesterday one of these things, but the NFL has officially now had some rule change proposals that have been brought to the table by various places. We mentioned that the Green Bay Packers put it on their offensive players from pushing a teammate who is lined up directly behind the snapper. And so that would be, in layman's terms, they're trying to get rid of the tush push. So that's there. But on top of that, there's a couple of other rule changes. And real quick before I move forward, tush push. Do you think that gets changed? Are you in on it?
I think it's a higher probability than most people might think, simply because it's the owners making the decision. As I mentioned yesterday, owners, if they can't have it, they don't want it in the league. And the only ones that have it is the Philadelphia Eagles.
I found this one to be interesting. This one was brought up by the Detroit Lions. It's a rule change to eliminate an automatic first down as a penalty that is imposed for defensive holding and illegal contact.
Yeah, look, there were two rules changes proposed. There have been two proposed by the Lions. I think one's very good for the Texans, and one might be bad for the Texans.
Okay.
So the other one is the division winners automatically get a home playoff win.
Yep.
A home playoff game. Well, that's not necessarily good for the Texans because the only way they've played at home in the postseason is with a division win.
Yeah, if you looked, obviously last year they would have been the 5th seed rather than the 4.
They would have been on the road.
Yes.
And so that's the one that's potentially bad for the Texans if this continues. Now, we think maybe they're going to be have a better record and be able to do that. But if they just win the division as they did last year, they'll play on the road. So potentially, and they've always done that. So potentially a bad one for the Texans. The good one for the Texans.
Can we stay there for a second, though? Because I feel like there's clearly you can narrow it down to the Texans, and I think that's 100% fair. Mm-hmm. Do you like the idea just in general, in practice, the idea of maybe doing kind of what the NBA, the impact of divisions, and I mean, obviously you reward more of the teams who have just like good records flatly because, it always feels weird to see a team that has a good record and a better record than the team that's hosting them in that instance. Do you feel like there's adverse effects? Because I keep looking at it and I go, yeah, you can, that would be a reward in the postseason, but I feel like you would undercut, again, pointing to basketball, you undercut the value of divisions, and it feels like in football that matters so much.
But does it? I mean, division titles are cool, and you hang a banner or whatever you do, you celebrate it, sell some T-shirts and all that. I don't look at the NFL as but they won the division. I just don't look at it that way. I look at it kind of like the NBA, like who are the best teams. No, I like this in a general sense because the other thing is, yes, you play 6 division games. Well, there's 11 others, most of them in your conference, and if you win a bad division as the Texans did last year, and there are other teams that are just frankly better than you, I think you need to reward them. Especially if you probably have played them in the regular season or could have played them in the regular season, and then they got to come to you for the postseason.
And I think you're right in that regard. And again, also this texture on the Jim Allard, the Texas Hammer text line is right from the 832. Hate the rule, especially for NFL. Strength of schedule is different, especially when you talk about like you mentioned, right? The AFC South hasn't been the strongest conference, to put it lightly. The thing for me though is I go above it, right? And this is something that we talk about sometimes, which is like the two purposes in sports where one have a product. I think from the product side, I think the entertainment value that comes from having these divisional rivalries, and I think those bonds are weakened when you are not like actively thinking about this as a competition within yourselves to race for this one thing. As much as you're right that a division championship is not something that like any particular team or
who hangs their hat on.
Yeah. But I think it ends up being a point of pride amongst the 4 teams in that division, and I think that engenders a lot of energy in these divisions towards, for fans and everything. Like I think that is a level of energy that keeps the NFL in a place where people love it. People love that feeling, and I don't want to lose part of that.
I don't think you will.
That's where you start doing the hogs get slaughtered.
I don't think it changes that. Like I'm not going to hate Amy Adams-Strunk any less. I'm not going to appreciate a division championship any less. But if it's a week,
you'll appreciate a division championship less inherently.
Well, I don't appreciate them a lot anyway, as it is now. But let's put it the other way. Let's say the Texans are 13-4 this coming season, and second. Well, this is fantasy world, but let's say they're 11-6 and second in their division, and and they have to go on the road against a 9-8 team. How would you feel about that?
I wouldn't love it, but I think that, again, from the competitive standpoint, like I see the point. I wonder if you lose some of the vigor that comes with the.
He's going to change. I think. When the Texans play, the Jaguars or the Titans or the Colts, I'm not going to feel any different about the game. Oh, it doesn't mean as much. I'll feel the exact same way. But if they get screwed and have to go on the road in the first round, I'll feel pretty bad about that. So I think that's the one. Then the other one is I think this helps the Texans. No automatic first down on defensive holding. Also proposed by the Detroit Lions. I love this for the Texans. I love it for. I think every defense coordinator, every team really should love this. Let's give you for instance. It's 3rd down and 12, and they complete a 4-yard pass. Oh, sorry, defensive holding. That's automatic first down?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
I always hated that.
Are you kidding me? I hate that. I hate it right now. But here's the other thing that's really good for the Texans. When you have a great secondary, you love this rule. And the reason is, you're really good in coverage. And let's say somehow, some way, they kind of snag you with a little hold of a jersey or something, 6 yards down the field or whatever it might be. Then all of a sudden, man, now we got to start all over.
Yeah, I mean, it changes the risk assessment, right? Like, obviously, the idea of having a harsh penalty is that you hope that the consideration on the front end changes, right? You hope the teams go, ooh, or, whoever on the other side goes, ooh, that penalty is too hefty for me to take a chance on doing it.
Yeah.
If you are operating in that place and you're not happens, right? If you're thinking ahead of it, I imagine that this allows, or this kind of puts teams in places where we're willing to be a little bit more aggressive because we'll take 5 yards if we're not automatically giving up a first down, and that's great for a team like the Texans, in your point, who like to be physical, right? Who want to kind of
and they're really good in the secondary.
100%. So no, I do love that as a possibility. And then also another potential rule change from Philadelphia. It wants to align the postseason and regular season overtime rules by granting both teams an opportunity to possess the ball in the overtime. So basically what you see in the postseason, where both teams get an opportunity at the football no matter if they score a touchdown or not, that would go to the regular season. And I'm definitely going to be alone in this. I don't want that. I like the idea.
You're not alone.
I like the idea.
You're not alone.
Get the overtime over with, especially for football.
Agree.
Because with football, you have these very tight TV windows where you're already starting the next game at the end of regulation. In regular season, the overtime does not exist to find who's the best team.
Yes.
You had a whole 60 minutes for that. The overtime exists to get this game over with so we can move on to the next one. And that's because in American sports, we just don't want to deal with a tie. So this is actually just a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Get out here.
I actually am.
In the game.
I'm right there with you. And maybe for another reason as well, and that is we're going to an 18-game schedule, guys. I mean, we're already at 17. We're going to an 18-game schedule. You want these guys, let's say they play 2 or 3 overtime games, they have to go the distance, and both teams have, I mean, the health and risk factor alone, over 18 games, 17 games, I actually don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Hey, T-Mill in the house, baby. We're at Twin Peaks right here. You're in the loop right here on SportsRadio 610. We're at Twin Peaks, Southwest Freeway, and Kirby. Like I said, T-Mill just came in the building. I should have known he would stop by and have his early lunch out here. Come out and hang out with T-Mill ourselves. There's already a group of people who have come in. A lot of folks at the bar getting themselves ready because this is one of those days where it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
2-0 Creighton, for anybody wondering.
Oh, that's right, basketball.
Basketball has started.
It's
2-0, baby. You got Creighton. You're feeling pretty good right now.
Really? We're going that far? Okay. I didn't realize that we were doing that. All right, coming up next, I actually want to return to the offensive line because we talked about Cam Robinson, and there's a lot of optimism, I think, just because we were looking at where this line was previously. But what does the line look like for you at this moment, right? Let's take this snapshot in time. How do you see this line situated and coming together, especially now that you probably have some questions as to where Titus Howard plays? Let's talk about that next.
Chef Caserio is still cooking.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from Twin Peaks at Kirby and 59. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Damn right. We're out here at the Twin Peaks on Kirby and Southwest Freeway. Come out and say what's up to us, just like our guy Adam. Adam's right over here listening every day. And he is out here. He just decided to bring his laptop with him. He's working.
That's what I'm talking
about. At the Twin Peaks, so that he can have he can enjoy the Eat, Drink, Sink views, and of course,
is he in the meeting?
College basketball.
Did he tell his job he's at a meeting?
He's at a meeting.
I don't think he's actively at a meeting, but he will be here soon.
Oh yes, he is. If you're Adam's boss, he's at a meeting.
Meeting with a client.
Yeah.
Oh, I really should have used a fake name, shouldn't I? Sorry, I meant Joe. Joe is out here.
Had another listener come up. He said he was going to go. He told his work that he was going to go pick up his Army Reserve uniform that was at the dry cleaners. That's creative.
Yeah.
That's creative right there.
But now we got to say thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service.
100%.
Even though he didn't go get his uniform.
But that doesn't feel like an excuse that buys you a lot of time. You know what I mean? Like, that feels like an excuse that buys you about 20, 30 minutes at max.
Yeah, but they couldn't find it.
Yeah. So you was just sitting there for about 3 hours? That's really?
That's what it was.
And why do you smell of beer? What's happening? Don't worry about it. All right, we were talking earlier. Cam Robinson, 1-year deal, $12 million, up to $14.5 is what that can get to. And I'm interested, like, does this feel like enough of a move? Because I think we were talking about it. I think our perspective has been you had a lot of question marks. You were asking a lot of Nick Caley as the new offensive coordinator, Cole Popovich stepping up to being the big offensive line coach. And, you know, there's a lot of development that needs to be done on this offensive line. Cam Robinson, I viewed that as, okay, you have a check mark. You have a starting caliber tackle. But we were talking about it. I mean, and it's been talked about up and down since we found out about the signing. What was it, almost like 3 o'clock or 2:30 yesterday?
Right after our show, damn it.
Oh, I wasn't too mad about it. I thought the drive handled it very well in breaking down what was happening. But there's a lot of pressures in there. I went back and I was watching some of his plays from last year, and he got with a level of bull rush, and it's not like he's a great run blocker either. Does this feel like enough? in what they're doing here on the offensive line and what you're looking at now, especially now that he is locked into your left tackle, a spot that you previously had Laramie Tunsil in.
It does, man. It really does to me. And I'll bet you anything, those rushes you saw that he was getting beat on were when he was wearing a Minnesota uniform, not a Jacksonville uniform, because the quarterback was Sam Darnold. And
there were some Jacksonville ones in there as well.
I saw
that. Yeah, there was a lot of Minnesota ones.
Yeah, because Sam Darnold holds on to the ball so dang long, and I think that affected him. The other thing is to have a left tackle. Like, no questions about it. He's a left tackle. Whatever Popovich does with him, hopefully, it works. Whatever scheme Nick Caley puts together, hopefully, it fits him better. But this guy is a left tackle, and we thought, fingers crossed, Titus Howard could maybe do it, but we didn't know. This guy's been in the league 8 years?
Yes, sir.
And he's been a left tackle. I think it is enough. I'll put it this way: I think it is enough to do two things. Number one, give you some flexibility in the draft and moving forward, because now not the entire world. Have they not brought in Cam Robinson?
Whoa. Cam Newton on this offensive line, what would that look like?
I bet he'd be pretty good. Had they not brought in Cam Robinson, the entire world would know, oh, Nick's going to draft a tackle, or he's going to draft a lineman. Now you have a little bit of flexibility. That's number one. Number two is what I just said. I think he's pretty damn good. I really do. I get, the pressure rates and all that stuff. All I know is I've seen him for a long time, and because he was in the division for a while and everything else. I think he's exactly what you need for, as a replacement, and also exactly what you need as a guy that's going to help the room. Help with what the one thing they wanted to change in that room.
So I want to circle back around. We were talking Blake Fisher, Titus Howard. I think that ends up being the real interesting part here, and we didn't get to dive all that deep into it. Somebody asked, do you think Titus Howard in 2025 is better than Blake Fisher?
Better than Blake Fisher.
Because that's the conversation that you're having at right tackle now.
Yeah.
How are you planning on playing this, right? And my personal thought, and I think you saw this. I sent a text to you as soon as this thing breaks. I go, okay, so what does your line look like as of right now? It is
give it to us.
Cam Robinson at left tackle. I imagine Titus Howard at left guard. I went with Patterson at center. It could still be Scruggs. They feel like they're on relatively level footing, depending. That feels like a training camp decision.
Yeah, competition.
And right guard, I imagine at this moment is Laken Tomlinson. We'll see what happens. Obviously, draft. I think those guard positions get interesting there. And then right tackle is Blake Fisher. And I was like, okay, this feels definitely it feels more palatable than what where they were at before. But then on top of that, it feels like I could see a bridge to where you get to a line that is passable. And again, I don't want the bar to simply be better than just not awful like last year.
Yeah.
But at least I could see passable. And I don't think we're going to get a Mauler offensive line, but I do think that you can get to a passable offensive line from this place.
Yeah, and when you sent that, I thought it was obviously it is a check mark if that's the way it looks. A couple things that are going to be intriguing, moving forward, especially as we get into training camp in the preseason. I know they like Juice Scruggs at center. Of course, they've said they like Juice Scruggs at center.
Sure.
And I think one thing to really watch is the communication and who has the calls up front. C.J. Stroud probably wants a little bit more sort of pigeonholed under the Bobby Slowick offense of, I'm the guy out there. I'd like to have a little more control of this.
Right.
They put a lot on Juice Scruggs. He didn't really handle it in terms of calls and blocking assignments, et cetera. Well, if you take a little bit of that off of him, maybe he could be the center, and that kind of changes the entire dynamic up there. If you take a little bit, and maybe C.J. Stroud has a little more, control of what the calls are. Then maybe you go, Cam Robinson at left tackle, ultimately Titus Howard at left guard, Scruggs at center, Tomlinson or competition at right guard, and then Blake Fisher at right tackle. I think they're going to give Juice Scruggs every opportunity to play center. I think.
Okay, I'm interested in that, but either way, right? Whether it's Scruggs, whether it's Patterson, I think again, relatively inexperienced player there. Obviously, relatively inexperienced player at right tackle. This is why we were talking about you're asking for a lot from the development here. Can I throw something at you? Because this is something I've been thinking about, and this is why I was really hopeful that can you get, and I was thinking really on the interior for the most part, but can you get a veteran player to come in? And obviously you get that in signing Cam Robinson, but it's also because I was thinking about the value of playing next to, as a young player, including whichever player that you draft, which it feels very much like it'll be a guard, drafting somebody and having them play next to a veteran.
Yeah.
And so one of the things in the prospective offensive line that at least I put forward or that we have is, the possibility of like drafting a right guard is once a little uncomfortable for me because there's not a lot of veteran leadership on that side of the line.
Yeah.
Is it possible that would you be okay at all with moving, seeing or trying to move Titus Howard to right guard? Like that is, again, we're moving Titus around a lot in this situation, but in my mind, what that allows you to do, especially if you can get a rookie, draft somebody that could play left guard. Hey, I don't know, Gray Zabel, right? Who's played?
Yeah, that would be the ideal one, at least from most people's perspective.
Where at that point you're putting a rookie offensive guard in Gray Zabel, just the placeholder in this scenario, next to a Cam Robinson who is a vet, right, of certain repute. Then you have your center, who again, Patterson,
both
Scruggs,
veterans, not maybe to the point of
relatively young players, but then they be playing next to Titus Howard, who is also playing next to Blake Fisher, right? Who is a veteran. And I like the idea of like having those tent poles of a guy next to him. It feels like as you're trying to also develop this line, yes, you want to make a good line, but also it's very clear that part of this is trying to get better in the future and bring those young guys along. Is it? Do you see that as a possibility in any ways, or am I just wilding right now?
No, I don't think you're wilding. But
wait, say that again.
I know.
I don't think you're wilding.
No, you dropped the D in that instance. Phrase it.
I didn't want to be too cool for school here.
Okay, fair enough.
I can say it. I don't think you're wilding. All right. Is that better?
Yes, that was
I just
well executed.
I just wanted to fit my demographic by saying wilding. But either way, I don't think you're that. But I also think, boy, you're moving Titus a lot, man.
Yeah.
You're moving him from right tackle back to right guard. Is that something you want to do? But you brought up a good point. I don't know if it was on. I don't remember if it was on air or off. I mean, he's got the salary of a guard now, in terms of cap hit and everything else. So I think he could, and this is what I answered in that text thread that we had. I think he's going to start out competing with Blake Fisher at right tackle, see how that plays out, with the hope that maybe Blake Fisher wins it and shows some progression, and then move him to left guard.
Do you agree with the 281 here that says you still need one more free agent lineman?
Or a drafted.
Yeah, see, that's the thing is I think you're drafting an offensive lineman, which feels, that felt like an absolute for a very long time now. I don't know that you absolutely need another free agent lineman. I imagine there's people talking about the David Andrews, that as a center acquisition, which I see that you clearly love by the sound that you made with your voice there. But I don't know that that's the way that I personally would go, even though I understand. Like I've been somebody who's sitting here saying you've got a lot of question marks on this offensive line, but I think that you have now it's not a lot, but I think with Cam Robinson, you have a pathway to have some vets on the line with what you knew was going to be a younger and hopefully more talented offensive line. And when you talk about all five all the way across,
and I'm not like hating on David Andrews. I just don't know how much he's got left. And you've got a young guy there in Scruggs that you like. Let's see how that goes. Free agent. I guess maybe for another agent, or maybe not even.
You want another guy?
No, I'm saying that would be the only one I could see. But I'd much rather have a drafted guy.
From the 281, do you guys think that they overpaid on Hunter? Sure seems like it. Nah, man.
Oh no.
You'd put Hunter in that top class of pass rushers in the NFL right now.
Absolutely. Just look at his pressures and much less the sacks and everything else.
And one of the things that, and it's a weird thing to say considering like the fact that there's a lot of dancing around the salary cap structure, but it feels like it's a 1-year addition on there. Like you added another year. It's not something that I think is going to hamstring you. And in the immediate, it's actually supposed to help you a little bit in adding and giving you a little bit of salary cap relief here. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including the Rockets getting a good win against Orlando team that's not great offensively, but there was a few things that were really encouraging, including solidifying playoff basketball. We'll talk about that and more next.
All right, let's go to the Low T Center. You can go to the Low T Center by going online at Low T Center.
Apply.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here on a Thursday in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And it's a little bit of a special Thursday. We are live from the Twin Peaks off of Kirby and Southwest Freeway. Come out and see us. If you're actually out here, first and foremost, can the people out here hear me? Can y'all see me?
Yes.
Let me see something.
Can I have an amen?
All right, so at least I don't know if they see me. All right, so my guy Osita might need to do some work because we're looking at giving away some gift cards to Twin Peaks here in the next 20 minutes. So if you haven't made it in yet, hurry in, hurry, run to the altar. But anyways. No, we've been. You were actually moving around and talking to some people here in this last break.
Yeah, man, everybody's cutting out of work. They're still working, bosses. They're still working.
Yeah.
Air quotes. But, everybody. I talked to George. Came out here from the medical center. Had a guy said, "What's up with Andrew?" And he said he told his wife, "I'm going to have lunch with my coworkers."
That's right.
You know who his coworkers are? You and me.
Oh, okay, cool.
So
as long as I get another paycheck, that's great.
That's right.
We're just stacking them up today. No, but come out, say what's up to us because we definitely want to say what's up to you, and let us know why. Let us know how or why you got out of work on this day. I'm very interested in all of those stories. One of the things that was they were doing their work was the Houston Rockets last night. They were in Orlando at the Kia Center. Yeah, like that figure?
I understand. It's what you do.
That's right. And they got a victory over the Orlando Magic. Another one of those games where they kind of have a relatively slow start. But when they got humming, they got humming.
I thought it was a really good game. I had fun watching this one because, you had Bancaro, you had Walker. You had all the players. Did I say Walker? Wagner? Wagner.
Yes, Franz.
And it was good. I thought it was a pretty dang good game by and large. But the Rockets, getting it done. Free throws, baby.
Yeah, 116-108 victory. The free throw shooting. There was a few things in this game that I think are going to bode well for the Rockets as we move forward. And I think you have some notes there. Before I get there, I do want to mention 8 straight wins. They finish out their little road stand, or their road trip rather, undefeated, which was good. Obviously, no amen during this time, and amen, there's largely positive reviews there when it comes to seeing him possibly return. But no, some real special as they have solidified that they're going to have postseason basketball. They can't fall out of the play-in as they're currently situated. They're not technically locked in the top 6, but it really does look like they will be.
Yeah.
So when it comes to playoff basketball, what are the things that you saw at least last night that give you good hope for the Rockets?
Well, look, I think 2 things more than anything, and I posed this as a legitimate question, not something that I think I already have the answer to, because I'm watching the Rockets and I'm wondering. Has anyone had an answer to the double bigs that the Rockets throw out there? Because it just seems to be, time and time again, it's been a success, and I think that's going to be part of the formula. And then the other thing is, if you don't think Fred VanVleet is important, I think we had a text yesterday or the day before, like, well, VanVleet, whatever. I'm like, look at Jalen Green. Jalen Green still can handle the ball, still can run the offense, but he doesn't have to all the time. And with VanVleet there, Jalen Green's averaging 27 and 7 and 5 assists. Since VanVleet has been back, a true shooting percentage of 58%, and he's just playing so much better that way. So those 2 things right there are very encouraging. The other thing that I feel is very, very encouraging. We came into this stretch against the so-called cupcakes, hoping that they can really make hay. Boy, they've made hay 8 in a row. I mean, that getting done what you need to get done, because it does. I've been saying it. You've been saying it. It does get really interesting toward the end of the year.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Jalen Green. Said this. I've kind of mentioned it, but not actually done the thing, which is I've been wanting to give him his props. And this game in particular really highlighted it to a different degree. I know Alperin in his post-game availability was talking about he's playing a lot more point guard, and I don't know if he's playing as much like true point guard, although we've seen him do that. But one of the things is, me, I get frustrated about not seeing balls get passed at a timely time, right? Like not seeing the basketball bounce around.
Yeah.
He is getting off of the ball earlier and earlier. He's continuing to do do this where he's drawing attention and passing in a timely manner to where you're actually seeing that person who gets the ball have an opportunity to make something happen or swing the ball further.
Yeah.
Like that's one of the big things about being a playmaker is not just passing the ball to the right place, but passing the ball to the right place at the right time so that they can do something with it. And he's doing such a good job of that while still having that eye to be aggressive at a defense. I think that he's been really good, and I think that this is why I got frustrated earlier in the week when you see a game where it doesn't feel like the energy is there and the effort is there in the right way, because when he's cooking, he is really playing in a great place. So salute to him. Salute to Tari, who had a pretty damn good game himself. This team they're finding a way to kind of do it as a group. 6 players in double digits in this one, and that's kind of become a given, a constant for this team, is that sometimes you, sometimes me, always we. Like they really have taken that to heart, and you're seeing it. So actually, I said that they were going to be done on the road. I lied. They got one more. They're playing in Miami. Is that the Kasai Center now in Miami?
Take your word for it.
They'll play against the Heat on Friday, tomorrow. So that is popping. That is nice. Some other things that are popping right now. John Weeks, we know that he's no longer going to be a Houston Texan, but John Weeks did one of those things that you expect of.
Boy, did he.
A club legend of sorts. I don't think I have ever seen a farewell post, a thank you post that is as in-depth, as thorough as
it 4 pages?
The thank you letter, and 4 pages. I think I saw it on Instagram or Twitter is where I saw it. Thanking pretty much everyone that you could possibly thank for his tenure, his 15-year tenure here with the Houston Texans, including one John Lopez, one Figgy Fig. Of course, he thanked Landry because Landry obviously was interacted with him quite a bit on the show. He thanked Sean, Seth. He thanked Clint. We got to talk later about why he didn't thank Ron. We got to see how Ron feels about such things. But, man, that's the media. He thanked the training staff. He thanked the ops team. He thanked the PR team. He thanked the McNairs. He thanked – I don't know if there's anybody that's worked for the Texans that has not been thanked by John Weeks.
It was long enough that I for a moment I thought it might have been ghostwritten, like a book. But I'm kidding. Most beloved guy, 15 years, absolute in a weird way, legendary in these parts. And my favorite part was, like, as you mentioned, when he's thanking the media.
The legendary
John McClain. Yeah. Thanked me, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, and then he just goes, Figgy. He just said Figgy. I thought that was awesome.
I was actually surprised my name was there.
Nah, man. Figgy. Yeah, who doesn't thank Figgy all the time?
I mean, I try and thank him as frequently as I can.
Didn't thank you, but because obviously you know.
No, I haven't had the good pleasure of meeting John Weeks, and
But how about Ron?
Clearly,
the show.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I think Seth was.
I am sensitive.
Well, now
we'll see how sensitive he is
might
about this.
He might be.
I think Seth was hypothesizing earlier today that it might just be that when Ron came in, that there was less kind of interaction within from players to the media, so maybe that's ultimately what did it. But man, 15 years here in this place. Salute to John Weeks. Best of luck to you in San Francisco, except for when they play later on in the year. All right, some other things that are popping. We got tournament games on, but we had the first 4 games happen all the way from Tuesday. Tuesday and yesterday we had those, and yesterday. Oh boy, I feel like you're going to relish talking about this because the Longhorns had a solid 4-point lead with about 5 minutes to go, and yet they found a way to have one of the worst 4 or 5 minute stretches that I've seen of any time recently in college basketball, which says a lot considering about college basketball.
Not relishing it so much. I mean, obviously it made their season when they beat their Aggies, and so I guess that's the place they're at. But either way, the Longhorns were going to dominate. Did you see much of the first half? I mean, their inside game was just destroying Xavier, and I thought they were going to dominate. But ultimately, they got I forget the kid's name, but he transferred from Oklahoma of all places. Ends up getting hot and putting the Longhorns away, and now heavy rumors. One report, for what it's worth, that Rodney Terry is going to be fired at Texas. So, I mean, to get out in the first four, barely get in, they expected more.
Yeah, I mean, Rodney Terry, it has not been anything notable, anything to really write home about. It feels like there's been meat left on the bone, so to say, with their performance at Texas. And I've always found Texas basketball to be an interesting proposition because that's not where the university's bread is buttered, right? They care so damn much about Texas Longhorn football. But that is humming to a point where I think there's enough attention that can go over to basketball, be like, hey, why are y'all not doing what you're supposed to do? And I imagine it doesn't help either that you look over at the last coach that was fired when it comes to Chris Beard, and he is doing some things that are special over that Ole Miss.
I think it's today. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And the other thing is, they have enough of a track record in the NCAA tournament that their standard is higher than this. You're right. I mean, football is what it's all about. In this state and particularly at the University of Texas, but they've been to a Final Four. They've made deep runs, in the not so distant past. So yeah, the standard is definitely higher for them.
All right. So there's that. Someone asked why was Weeks not brought back. I don't really have a good reason why.
We can speculate.
Go ahead and speculate. You want a reckless?
I'm going to speculate. You call it what it is.
Okay.
What you think it is. They tried to get him out of here before. They brought in some competition.
We're not going to really get into a lot of hypotheticals and a lot of speculation.
Yeah.
So for whatever reason, maybe they think age is catching up. Maybe they put the stopwatch on his snaps and it's 1/10 of a second or 2/10 of a second different from what it was when he was younger. I don't know if that's speculation or reckless speculation, but he's in the league and he could have stayed here and he's not. Clearly they're moving on.
Do you feel like it's a money thing? How much money he was making last year?
It was 1 point something, 1.3. I mean, that's not outrageous.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he was making $1 million at least last year. I couldn't remember.
It was. I'm pretty sure it was $1 million. I want to say 1.14. And if I remember that correctly, I don't know what I'm doing because I can't remember what I had for breakfast. But it was in that range.
Because I think he's making that now. So I wasn't sure if it was like a pay increase. Maybe they didn't want to pay that. But
I think they were ready to move on for whatever reason. For whatever reason that might have been.
Yeah. All right. One more thing before we go from what's popping here, and I guess a man who decided to move on, Alex Bregman, now a Boston Red Sox. He was talking yesterday, I believe, and he gave a little insight into his decision to ultimately go to the Boston Red Sox. And as you might imagine, did not come together until relatively late.
It was kind of crazy. Honestly, met with, and honestly, everything just happened in like the last 30 minutes. It was kind of rapid fire. We thought we were going somewhere else the entire time.
Yeah.
And then in like the last 30 minutes, we talked to Boston, and the deal got done. But no, I think it was definitely different than I expected. But it was a good process, and I'm super thankful to be here.
For the record,
where did you think you were going? I mean, you said it.
I knew you were going to ask you that. I was going to let him have that.
We thought we were going to be in Detroit the entire time. Honestly,
thought it was going to be a Tiger.
AJ Hinch.
AJ Hinch. For the record, John Weeks last year 1.3.
So he added another 100,000, and it was like gotta go.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. I do wonder, is that going to make – because it feels like there is a subsection of Astros fans that are kind of upset with Bregman, but it didn't seem like it was a ton, at least to me. Maybe I'm reading this wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like people are going to be upset with Bregman now, especially knowing that, hey, it seems like he never had any real intention of returning to the Astros.
Maybe, but we didn't think he did. We absolutely thought that the decision had been made that he was going to move on. There was hope. There were reports and rumors about maybe Altuve moving to the outfield so he could play second base.
That's right.
Well, Altuve was moving to the outfield no matter what.
Yeah. And so there you go. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, broadcasting live from Twin Peaks. South Mountain, say up to us. Let us know how are you out of work, right? What did you say in order to get yourself out of work, in order to join us and watch a little bit of college basketball? But coming up next, let's return to the Texans. Where do you go from here, right? You've added Cam Robinson. You've extended Danielle Hunter. We've seen this free agency get to a certain point. What next? What now? We'll do that next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing.
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from Twin Peaks at Kirby and 59, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, we're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy first day of the NCAA tournament. First real day at the very least. Sorry to the Dayton games and everything. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, Figgy Fig back at the studio. Fig, how are you holding up? Because I always feel bad for the person who does not get to get out here when it sounds like it's all the fun happening.
I'm actually living the life, man. It's good, man. I don't have an issue being back in studio.
All right, cool. I hope you're watching a little bit of basketball as we are. There's 2 games going right now. One of my little upset picks, High Point, currently staying with Purdue. I mean, they're about halfway through the first half in that game. And then also the 8-9 matchup between like a beat 'em down moment. Creighton, 49-31 lead.
Hey, I'm 1-0.
Well, that one's not done yet. Calm down. You already chalking up wins before.
Creighton wilding on them, man.
They are. They are.
Stay
wilding.
tuned. Stay tuned for confessions.
Just wilding on them.
Regarding this whole wilding thing.
still don't feel comfortable. It still doesn't sound comfortable. I'm going to be honest. Let's circle back to the Texans. We've talked about it all morning long. I guess not morning anymore. It's 12 o'clock, which means we're actually going to be giving away some Twin Peaks gift cards. If you're coming out to see us, there's a few things that you have to do. First, you have to introduce yourself. Don't be shy. Come over and say what's up to us. You know who we are. We're the ones with the big old table with headphones on. But then on top of that, let us know how or why are you out of work right now in order to watch some basketball and hang out with us. And then also come in and make sure you sign up for the opportunity to win some of the giveaways that we have here at Twin Peaks all the way through till 6 p.m. with the drive.
I'm going to say I'm not going to put his title out there, but a St. Arnold's employee is here, quote, checking on the product.
And
yeah, checking on the product here.
Exactly.
So.
There you go.
There you go.
All right. So Cam Robinson, probably going to be your left tackle. You sign him. You get a little Danielle Hunter done yesterday as well. Extension there, 1 year, $35.6 million. Hold that, Max Crosby. But, all right, now are they done? Now? Because yesterday we were talking about it as, okay, if they're done in free agency, what does it look like? Now are they done? And if so, or if not, what have you, what does it look like going forward? Lopez, you seem to have an idea. This move or within an idea. Where are you looking?
I think it affects. I'm excited about it. I'm excited about it because of how it affects them going into the draft and what they do in the draft. I really, it kind of got me excited about some of the possibilities out there because I hate 2 things, and one of them is just a complete fallacy. The fallacy is, hey, we're just going to draft the best player available. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're going to draft the best player available for – I guess you are, but you didn't finish your sentence. We're going to draft the best player available for what we need.
There you go.
For what we need is usually how it goes. It's just a big fallacy in the NFL when GMs say stuff like that. But now they can do that. The Texans can draft the best player available for what they need. And, frankly, that might be a wide receiver. Before this deal was done, they were going to draft an offensive lineman. If they had they gone into the draft with this as the offensive line, Titus Howard, no Cam Robinson, they were going to draft an offensive lineman, 100%. That's what they were going to do. Now they're not so much necessarily there. They can, if Gray Zabel drops, Banks drops, but I think more of a Gray Zabel type.
I'm glad you mentioned Banks because Banks has been interesting. We talked to, obviously, Charles McDonald yesterday, and that was earlier. That was about this time yesterday, before we found out that they were signing Cam Robinson to play left tackle. And one of the things he was talking about is the possibility of signing like a maybe to play tackle, but also he could play guard. He viewed him kind of like I'm not a tweener, but somebody that had that versatility of playing either. That's still within play where you have a Kelvin Banks, play him at guard, and then slide him out to tackle at a later date if you need it. That was something that came to mind. When you mentioned Kelvin Banks, that came to mind.
But they don't have to.
True.
All of a sudden, if you're in the camp of man, I'd really like to see Abuka, whomever, whichever wide receiver captures your fancy. I think that's in play now. I think that's in play now because of Cam Robinson. So that's how are the Texans done is the question. I think No, they're not in terms of how it affects their draft. But they might not be in free agency either. I mean, I haven't dug into, Texans cap and where they are exactly, but there might be some tweaking to be done there.
Again, salute to our guy Texas Cap. I'm sure he's tired of various people like us texting him like, hey, so what do you know? What do you see? I'm sure that he'll get us a better idea of what the cap situation looks like. But it feels like they're in a solid place. I don't know how much money they have to play with. But if they were to head back into free agency, one more again, what are you feeling? Because I mean, obviously, you mentioned wide receiver. That is still a place that they need to address, and that's one of those things that I think we are putting on the docket.
Could be
for the draft. The offensive line is one of those places where some people are saying that they would still like to see a free agent on the offensive line. I might not be quite in that place, but I can understand how you get there. Do you think anything like? Anything major? Like, do you think now we're in the place where we thought we were yesterday, where starters in free agency are probably unlikely?
And they're not done necessarily in free agency, depending on what their cap space is, and cap space for rookie contracts, etc. But you've been about the defensive tackle position, where you're not going to get, you're not going to sign a big time run stuffing defensive tackle. But I think there's some options out there. There's some options out there at defensive tackle. Hell, maybe even, offensive line, even though it seems like they might be done there until the draft anyway. But, no, I think it gives you some options. It certainly makes you less predictable. So I think they're absolutely in a good spot.
Yeah, it seems like some of the mock drafts that are coming out now, like I was just looking at the SI one, Sports Illustrated, they still kind of had that Josh Simmons at 25 feel, that finding an offensive tackle. For the Texans. We'll see how that continues to progress. But you're sold on the idea that they're getting aggressive now. This is the Nick Caserio where he revs up later in free agency, which is where we are here, and that you start to see things shake. Okay.
And it kind of also opens up some options after the draft for you, I feel.
What do you mean?
But like you're talking about guys like Stephon Diggs maybe after the draft. I don't know what the number is, and that's what we have to kind of hone in on. But I think after the draft you can sort of reset and see what's possible out there. I think one of the low key big positions of need for this team, whether it's the draft or elsewhere, maybe even some sort of trade. We know what they have, and they have some bodies that have been here, and that's not fair. I shouldn't just call them some bodies that have been here. But
I didn't take it from a bad place, but I see how maybe someone could.
Yeah, they have some dudes that have played here, but do they have what they really want with this offense as a blocking tight end for an offense that is going to be much more run oriented?
Yeah, I mean, I can see that, especially when you look at the clear and obvious tie to tight end, with Nick Haley being a former tight ends coach. Like that does become appealing. Yeah. I know plenty of people have talked about the possibility of a Tyler Warren. How far is too far to go, though, if you were like, oh, we would want to add a tight end? How far for you is a space where you're like, no, I can't get there?
I mean, look, I think with Nick Haley right now, tight end is going to be the focal point. It's what he knows best. And I think at tight end, there are some options there. Maybe he loves these guys. I'm just saying low-key that might be one of the places where they can find something.
From the 832, is there a way to make sure Caserio doesn't draft a project offensive lineman? That's interesting. When you say project, I'm trying to kind of think of what that is.
Fourth round?
Yeah, I was like, that feels really late.
Second-round offensive linemen are good linemen.
Yes, I think that with the current class that we're looking at, the overwhelming kind of sentiment is that in that second-round space, right, the guys that are not like truly the first-round grades, the guys that are the Membu, the Will Campbell at the top that are expected to go like top 10, those guys span from anywhere from like 20 all the way to the 50s, 60s maybe. And feel very good about them starting and playing fairly well early on in their tenure. So I think that you're in a perfect draft situation. In fact, one of the things that I keep thinking of, and you mentioned the idea of, hey, wide receiver, I've thought about various kind of mock drafts that have put from earlier in the offseason where they would put you getting like an Ibuka or a Golden in the first round, and then taking someone like a Tate Ratledge out of Georgia, a dude who is very physical, who who has the speed and ability. Because again, we still don't actually know what the scheme of this game is, of this team is, especially run scheme. Are they going to be a zone running scheme similarly to what you were? Well, maybe not similar to what you were last year, but at least a zone scheme. Because Tate Ratledge is apparently a guy that has the ability to reach and has the athleticism to get out and do those types of things. And I'm like, he's one that's really expected to be there when you're picking in the second round. So there's still a lot of really interesting offensive linemen, and I wouldn't put it past him to get one in that top range, first, second round, and then go back and get another one maybe with one of your third-round picks or a fourth-round pick, something like that.
And if you want to call that a project, then I guess it is. But that's what you get there. And the other part of this is if I had to guess based on their moves alone, I think they're going to be there might be some zone scheme there. Obviously, that's his history, recent history. But I think they're going to be more Patriots-like and try to get more of a power scheme. And on the text board as well, Mark Andrews. Mark Andrews continues to come up. That dude left, and if he's even going to play.
I'm sorry, you're probably making a great point, but our engineer Matt just we
did he take a fry?
We order food here at Twin Peaks, which you're supposed to do each
before you had one.
He took a fry tax, and I can kind of understand the fry tax in certain instances, right? If you paying or whatever. He ain't do nothing. He ain't make the food nothing. They brought over the food. He walk over. He take one of my fries. That's a foul, right? That's an offense. Figgy, can you weigh in here? Just somebody taking a fry off your plate?
Yeah, my question is, I know y'all cool, but are y'all that cool? Are y'all that cool?
See, and that's what I'm trying to figure out myself. I didn't know we were like that.
I feel like me and you are cool, but I don't know if we cool enough where I could just take a fry from your plate.
And here's the thing.
Before you had one.
Well, he ain't even asked. And I understand I'm on there, but there's, you could do the, impromptu sign language, am I good here? He didn't do that either. He just assumed.
Point at the fries. Can I have one?
I probably would have let him have the fry as well.
Yeah, I would have.
That's unbelievable, man.
That is. But shout out to him for
no shout out. No shout out. He's out here stealing fries.
Well, shout out to Jalen for taking our order.
Yes, shout out to Jalen for taking our order. The food looks fantastic. I can't wait.
I got a smokestack.
What y'all get?
Don't talk about Jalen like that.
No, I did order a smokestack from a smoke show.
Oh, okay.
But it is called the smokestack.
All right, so Figgy, at the risk of making you more jealous that we're out here, I got me a lobster roll BLT,
okay,
which looks really good. And now,
Lord,
all right. So we're not making this a bit. Don't walk into Twin Peaks saying that you're gonna eat some of Reggie's fries. I will. I'm not.
Head over to Twin Peaks right now. Just grab a fry. Fries on Reggie.
Do I have to box out?
When you walk by Reggie's plate, just go ahead and grab a fry. Apparently, it's open season.
Hey, Reggie about to start acting like Kevin Garnett.
Yes.
Man, y'all gonna make me act up.
Yeah.
All right, now y'all are doing all sorts of bits from the 832 Kenyon Green when it comes to I guess that ended up being a little bit more project, but he wasn't a project when you drafted him. That's the
no.
He was not supposed to be a project. Titus Howard was a
project now.
He was a high first round pick, which means you are a plug and play starter. Well, boy, we are. That does open up a whole other thing here. Talking about Cam Robinson and the draft and him. If Cam Robinson doesn't work, and stack that on top of Kenyon Green and some of these other picks that may or may not work out are still TBD, on top of maybe another draft pick, and if that one comes along slowly, then we have to talk about Nick Casario's ability to evaluate offensive linemen.
Do you think that falls into the same level? Because
they evaluated Cam Robinson.
Right. This was clearly a decision that they made in the way that they went about it. The only thing that I keep thinking about is just this is clearly like a stepping stone offensive line. Would you give any level of partial credit or any level of understanding there, or is it just no? This falls in line with the decisions that you made, and you have to own for them. And of course, again, this is within the understanding that if you end up in a situation where Cam Robinson is some level of problematic.
I like this move, but when I saw that text, I'm like, if it doesn't work out, and this is a down the road discussion, but so far, the offensive lineman that he's evaluated and brought in and given extensions to, Not the best resume so far. He's been so good everywhere, but the offensive line, it's something to maybe keep an eye on.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Ron the Show Hughley in the building, baby. Remember, we're out here at the Twin Peaks on 59
Ron,
and
go get a
Southwest
fry for
Freeway.
Reggie.
We're here. Hey, wait, hold on. No. But yeah, we're here 10-2, and of course, then the drive takes over 2-6. We're out here, Sports Radio 610, enjoying the fullness of the first day of the NCAA tournament. Come out and hang out with us. But coming up next is about the time where we do our lunchtime confessions, brought to you by the Men's Clinic. We'll do that next.
The NCAA tournament is here. What a
content. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I'm going to start with something that I feel like, not sports, but I feel like our studio audience here at Twin Peaks, Kirby and 59, come on out. We're giving away stuff, and it's really cool. And the fries, I got to tell you, are really good. You're less two fries, but they're really good. But I'm going to start out with something that I think they can help me with here. Certainly help me on YouTube and the text board, etc.
What text board?
That would be the Texas Hammer text board.
The Texas Hammer!
Mm-hmm, yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think they can help me out with this, and I know you and Figgy are going to have an opinion. I can say, you wildin'. I can do that. I felt a little awkward earlier, and I felt it was a little out of place.
Why?
I don't know, and that's the confession. Would it have been maybe a little out of place, out of character, out of demographic, out of culture to say, you wildin'? Because I said, you wildin'. I put the D in there.
I don't. See, it sounds a little strange from you, but in an instance where you were responding to me, I think that was fine because I was like, am I wildin'?
And I said, no, you're not wildin'.
Yeah, so like, in that it would have been weird, Figgy, correct me if I'm wrong, if you would just come out straight with that, especially since it doesn't roll off your tongue.
Figgy?
Yeah, I think in that situation, I think he was fine, but I would look at you a little different if you just start to use wildin' like that.
You wildin', Figgy.
Yeah, I'm like, man, you usually don't talk like that, man.
I don't, and that's why I felt a little awkward. So 713-572-4610. Would I have been looked at maybe a little side eye if I'd have said, no, I don't feel you wildin'?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Like, I don't even have to wait for the results to come back on that one. 100% would have been like that.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I got to admit, yesterday, once the Rockets game was kind of winding down, I went out the house, which I don't often do, and I snuck into like a corporate party.
Snuck into?
Yeah. So a friend of mine was there and was like, yo, this thing is happening. Would you like to pop through? And I was like, yes.
But you weren't invited?
Not by the company. So the company had rented out a spot in downtown, and I went, and I popped in. And the reason why, I wouldn't have cared that much if it was, just that they had a spot. But they had also had food out there. They had drinks, open bar. So I went and I got me a Johnny Walker.
All right.
In a very nice glass. And I got to admit, I've never been like a kleptomaniac.
Oh, this is a good confession.
I really wanted to steal like the glass.
Sure.
Like it looked like I'm pretty sure it was crystal. It was just like what the thing that stopped me from doing it?
Conscience?
Absolutely not. There's nowhere to put it.
Oh, okay.
Like there's not a way to walk out of a place
with a crystal
tumbler.
Glass.
Yeah, there's no way to do that. But I learned about myself that there are instances in which I will steal. I didn't realize that. I learned something about myself yesterday.
I think there's probably instances when a lot of us would steal.
Yeah, but obviously, like when the commas start coming through, there's instances where a lot of people would steal. It's a lot more pragmatic.
Yeah.
I never thought it would be like, hey, crystal tumbler.
Yeah,
I'll take this home.
I wouldn't have blamed you.
What's the highest level of like petty theft that you've
done?
That
might have been it. That's probably a good $50 glass, by the way. $50 glass.
I know.
If it was crystal?
That's why I was looking at it.
Yeah.
Like
that might have been $50 limit. Probably would have been it.
Yeah. I was like, I definitely have like ramekins that I took from a restaurant before or something.
Sure.
Everybody has Whataburger numbers, tents, even though I'm sure that you're not supposed to do that.
Yeah.
Figgy, like, are you in that same bag, or are we over here just being weirdos?
No. I totally get it. I think it depends what type of company it is, because if it's like a small mom and pop shop, then you don't want.
Yeah, that's true.
But if it's like a $1 billion company and they have something that they won't even notice is gone.
Yeah, they built this into the budget.
They want you to take it.
they want you to take
Like,
it.
I don't think they're gonna be looking around. Where's that one glass at? We have 250 of them. It's 249. Who took that glass?
You insulted them by not taking it.
Oh wow! So I felt like I was gonna be in a really weird cocktail glasses from Davenport's.
Oh wow!
So I guess people really do be taking glasses.
And
in
the
that way.
832 says, "Hey John, you tripping?"
No, it says you be tripping.
You be tripping.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So here's my confession. So y'all know this weekend I had the housewarming party. I'm not really a party guy. And it turned out really well, and I felt like, I don't know if it was y'all or who was it, but it kind of taught me into doing maybe a crawfish boil at the crib.
Yeah.
So I've really been thinking that. I've been talking about it, and I looked into I'm not sure how much crawfish I need to buy, and how many people need to be over for it. So
count on at least 4 pounds per person.
4 pounds. Yeah, that's why I ain't no Googling this, and I seen 3 pounds per person. So
you can get away with 3.
Yeah, so I'm really considering just canceling this, man, because that's gonna be a lot of crawfish, man. Because if I got maybe let's say 20 people,
that's a lot of crawfish.
That's like almost 100 pounds of crawfish, man.
Yeah, it is.
So is this like a personal thing? Should I maybe invite maybe 10 people or something like that? I'm debating on canceling this, man.
Well, we can't have people put in. I feel like that's the way we go about this. They put in on the crawfish boil, and then it all comes together that way, right?
Unless we do a bring your own crawfish type.
Nah, you can't do that. Can't do that.
You're like, you provide the crawfish, and I have the house.
and I feel guilty because it's like, man, I totally missed a lot of people with the invite for the housewarming. So now I'm trying to double back, hey, let's do something else. And I'm like, man, this might be a little pricey, man.
I mean, I'm in the camp of if you're having a crawfish boil, you provide the crawfish, you cook it, you do all that. But I get it. Some people like to just pitch in or whatever. I've always just hey, if I'm gonna have a crawfish boil, we're doing the crawfish, and that's a lot. You're not wrong.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I might change it up, man. Maybe do a pizza party or something.
Yeah,
something
like that. All right.
These are my confessions.
Okay, so you know how seriously my family and myself take the NCAA bracket, okay? We take it serious. I dig in. I watch, a fair amount, probably more than the average person of college basketball all year long just because I love college basketball. But my confession is I picked the team on my bracket with my heart, 100% with my heart, and I normally don't do that. That team is not Texas A&M. I think I used my head and got them out. I forget where I have them out, but I haven't won, 2 games. Whatever it is.
Round of 16 then?
Yeah. I picked McNeese State with my heart, man. And there's only one reason I did that. He goes by the nickname Aura, however you want to say it. Amir Aura Khan. Figure you got a little bit of this audio?
Yeah.
All right. This dude is badass. And I read an entire story about him.
Yeah, so if you're just listening to music and all right, that's hip-hop, what's happening is they walk out. They have a whole walkout. I think we've seen this a lot in soccer where they'll walk out with a boombox, and then that's the manager who's Amir Khan who has the boombox, and they're just rapping with Amir leading them out.
He knows every word to every song.
He's their mascot.
He is so cool, but he's the manager too. He does a lot of the work.
Yeah, of course.
And apparently this dude, he got 3 NIL deals for the tournament.
Wait, what?
He's got Buffalo Wild Wings. He's got some, I forget who it is, like some boombox company, and then another one, and then another one. This dude. I mean, Figgy, I don't know how you feel about it, but, and I dug in. Apparently he is, beloved by the players. And usually players, whatever, with a manager, And so I'm like, I picked McNeese State at least in one round because I want to see this guy some more. It's pretty funny, but, Coach was asked about him at the press conference. And he's not like some trying to be the story. It just kind of came to him.
No, this is this is organic. They just this is how they get down.
Mm-hmm.
It's been fun. I picked McNeese because they're good at basketball.
Well, they are good too. Yeah,
but I feel you. Like I don't know how much we're actually going to get of this in the tournament, though.
Oh, we'll get it.
Okay.
Oh, we'll get it.
You think they're going to lean in?
Oh, yeah. No question about it. That's what they do.
All right, so this is Tari Eason yesterday when talked about a little bit of, how do you feel, how do you respond to the folks who say that, talk about the Rockets not having playoff experience?
And, they hated Jesus. So everybody's got something to say, bro. Like, everybody's going to say anything.
They hated Jesus. Everybody going to have something to say.
That's where you went?
That's where you went. And I have to admit, it doesn't fully make sense.
It does not.
However, I love this as a response. Like, I try and use, they hated Jesus wherever possible. It is a hilarious response to just try and be like, yep, doesn't matter. There's going to be criticism because people hated Jesus, so they're going to hate me too because I am not Jesus. Keep going, Tari. I feel like that is the ultimate response, even though it's not actually a response to what we're doing here.
Aren't you kind of comparing yourself to Jesus when you do that?
No. See, that's the thing is you're not. That's the beauty of it. You're saying that Jesus was so cool, and even people still hated him then, so they going to hate me.
Yeah.
So it's all good.
I think Tari is wilding.
Judge, I feel like Figgy, you need to did that work?
That's lunchtime confessions in the Loop Sports Radio 6. We can wrap this up now.
Yeah, we're wrapping it up. Appreciation to the Men's Clinic for bringing us lunchtime confessions. All right, we're having lunchtime here at Twin Peaks on 59 and Southwest Freeway. Man, it's buzzing in here. I think the High Point Purdue game has gone to half though, and I'm not feeling as good about my upset pick there. I think they're down a good 10 points. That's not insurmountable by any means.
No.
We know what basketball out here, having fun, eats and drinks, and trying to protect my French fries from invaders. But coming up next, while I try and do all of that, we will also have a little buy or sell on a Thursday. Are you buying what these various people in sports are selling? We'll talk about it next.
All-Pro Sting is smiling on his way to the bank.
Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from Twin Peaks at Kirby and 59, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Happy Thursday, right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you. Your broadcast on 59 and Kirby. Actually, shout out to my man Crawford. He's walking out. He just had his lunch, taking it on him on his way out there. He actually came out. He wanted to say what's up to B. Scott as well.
Oh, good.
So I wanted to make sure I send that shout out for my guy Crawford for coming up and saying what's up. But yeah, make sure you make your way out. Don't worry about it. I know we're nearing the end of our show, but that doesn't mean that we're done here because the drive. In fact, show's already here. He's getting himself lunch, prepping for the drive from 2 to 6, and I'll still be out here at the Twin Peaks on Kirby here. So come out.
And more games starting as we speak.
Yeah, more games are starting. I know Wisconsin, Montana is going. It seems like Louisville trying to slowly claw their way back into the game in the second half with Creighton, and we'll give you some updates as that continues to go. But it's a Thursday, no matter where we are. And at this time, 12:40, we get a little bit of buy or sell. What you got?
Let's do it. All right, so let's start with Laramie Tunsil. This is a quote from Laramie Tunsil. He said the Texans drafted some young guys, and they hit on every draft pick. They're trying to keep those guys together, so I fully understand, and what he understands is them moving on from him. They hit on every draft pick. I fully understand.
All right, so the every draft pick, that's clearly he's clearly being a little hyperbolic. I'm willing to give him. I don't think I'm going to do the buy or sell based on that. I understand. I'm going to buy it.
You are?
I'm going to buy it because he is a businessman. Like, it's one of the things that some people will use as a negative, is that he's to the point where that is almost maybe too much of a focus in the way that he goes about his business. But he's a businessman. He's trying to get his money, and in the same way, he understands when that money gets really big and the team is looking at, as he said, all the draft picks that you have hit on, Derek Stingley, Will Anderson Jr., C.J. Stroud, and there's more and more that you can mention, right? The guys that you're not even paying yet, but that you will in the future, rather, with Caleb Bullock, Kamari Lassiter, so on and so forth, right? He knows that there's only so much pieces of the pie that have to go around, and so he's like, look, man, eventually this move might have had to be made. I think he does indeed really understand it from that perspective. If I'm willing to understand what he's trying to say, rather than the specifics of the word, I'm buying it.
Figgy?
I'm actually buying it too. I feel like Nick Caserio actually told him that, and I don't know if it's true or not, but I feel like Nick Caserio did tell him that, which I can understand. Like, you trying to move on, get these younger guys in, and going to get your money elsewhere.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a surprise. I buy it too. A little bit of unanimous buy here because I partially what you said, but also I think he just understands, that it wasn't going to happen here for long term anyway. So, all right, buy-in or sell-in. Got some locals here that we're going to get to real quick. Jose Altuve, after his game yesterday, Jose Altuve said, quote, "I've been in tough situations before, and I overcame that. I'm ready to go out there and play a good left field."
Yeah, buy that. Why would who absolutely has a level of optimism? He seemed to bring not just optimism but excitement to playing left field, and he's really jumped at it. He seemed to have latched onto it with the level of vigor that you expect from a Jose Altuve. So no, I 100% believe that he's going to do that. I think you're harping on the idea that he will play a good outfield.
Yeah.
I think that eventually you will get to a satisfied outfield, a passable outfield. I don't know that he's going to be like an average outfielder, but I don't think that's a fair bar to set for him. I think for the fair bar that can be expected of him, I think he'll get to that place.
Figgy?
Yeah, I think so. I'm buying it too. I think he will. I think he is going to work his ass off to try to be a better outfielder. My only thing is I feel like it will be some key moments that can kind of bite him a little bit, where maybe it could cause a game or something like that. I'm not sure, but I do think he's going to work hard. He's a hard worker, man. So I think he's going to do what he can to be the best outfielder he could be.
How about that? Back-to-back unanimous.
Hey!
Back-to-back unanimous buys.
I was waiting on you to come
Look at us agreeing
with
everything.
I'm not going to lie.
Put a pin in that
for
this one. Joe Espada. I'm confident that Altuve will get this.
All right, maybe I'm a sucker. I'm sure someone listening is like, man, Reggie is a sucker right now. And that's fine. That's fine and that's fair. I also buy this.
Wow.
I understand that I've also come to this with some of the energy of what other choice do you really and truly have. But I think that, yeah, man, Joe Espada has a level of belief in his guys. And I think also this leans back to the professionalism that Joe that whole way goes about his baseball career and his life, that he is going to handle this with professionalism. Like, I think there's not, and maybe this is wrong. Maybe you can say that they are asking some unfair things of a Jose Altuve, who is not a large human being and who, like, his defense has already been waning overall. But I think that they understand those portions of it. But the things that, and it's one of the reasons why I've been able to remain calm through two really, really bad errors in the last couple of days, is those are things that you would expect of somebody just grasping the position. Those are kind of the mental errors that happen when you're trying to think of the steps as opposed to just kind of going through this in a fluid motion because you have the experience. And, I mean, those are the things that you just kind of need time with. I don't think that we expected him to be a finished product with a week left to go in spring training. And so, yeah, I believe Joe Espada understands and is cognizant of all those things.
Vicky?
Yeah, I'm kind of buying it, too, to be honest. I'm running out of money here. I'm buying it. I think Joe Espada, it seemed like Joe Espada would give his players time to get through it. I don't think he's overreacting right now. I think if he was, we probably wouldn't see Altuve in the outfield as much. They probably would have had a backup plan by now, but I think he's gonna give them some time to work through it. It got to be really bad for them to just pull the plug on this. So I think go give him some time.
There you go.
Sell.
There it is.
Look, you both laid it out fine. There's no way he can be confident that it's going to work out after the last 2 days. He might be hopeful. He might be, believing in the confident. Who's confident?
Okay. So. I was like, am I willing to go to confident? That's what I'm contemplating in this moment because – confident is a bold play, but it's fair.
All right.
You're right. You're right. I feel you.
All right, let's go to Kelvin Sampson, another local here. He said, quote, this was his press conference yesterday, when I pray, I don't pray to be a 2, 3, or a 1 seed. I pray for health.
Oh yeah, that's a bar. I love that, but that's also a buy. That's such wisdom from a dude who has been trying to climb this particular mountain for a very, very long time. He's like, man, 2, 3, 4 seed, 5 seed, you know, seedless watermelon, all that, right? Shout out to Shannon Sharp. If you're in the dance, right, it's the cliche. Just get into the dance, but it's what you do. And when it comes to this team, right, they have some really good pieces, but they need all of them, right? This team has to win fully constructed. We talked about, and honestly, one of the things I've been thinking about lately is Milos Uzan the guy now? I know because LJ Cryer made the was it third team?
Yeah.
All conference or was it All-American or what have you?
Yeah.
And I was thinking about it. I was like, okay, I know that he had his period in the season, but Uzan really has come along, and of late it seems like he's been the guy kind of leading the charge. But at any given time, you'll need him, you'll need Cryer, you'll need Roberts, and if one of those guys is hurt, I don't know that this team is well situated for the rest of them to be able to get to the championship.
And they were hurt last year,
right? And they were hurt last year,
yeah.
And so all Webster that has a certain similar capability. So, no, I believe that. He has the scars that I think lead him to that place. No, I think that he's real on that. That's so real.
Go ahead, Figgy.
Yeah, I'm buying it, too, just for the simple fact that he was a 1 seed at one point in other seeds, and what bit this team in the bud is they got hurt. It was a couple times they got hurt, man. Yeah. So I don't think he cares about the seeding at this point as far as, making it a big point to get the number 1 seed. I think he just want to be healthy and just get in this tournament and let's go.
Yeah, they're digging into our pockets. I'm buying as well because I think he is that confident. Speaking of confidence.
All right, now I'm going to sell whatever's next. This is a blind sell. You know how when you're gambling, I'm gonna blind bid this one.
You might pick a good one here.
Okay,
this might be a good one.
Blind sell.
You familiar with Ben Stiller?
Yes. Yeah.
Point guard for Meet the Parents.
You had me fooled there because when you said point guard, I was like, oh, maybe I don't know Ben Stiller. Who is this? Okay, good.
Ben Stiller said, I would rather the Knicks win an NBA championship than win an Oscar.
Oh, because I want to buy that, but now I've blind sold. So no, I'm selling that. Those Knicks fans are sick human beings. Actually, but like for in a good way, right? They have really rode with that team when the team hadn't given them much to ride with.
Yeah.
However, who are the people amongst us that are so selfless, and not even selfless in a way of like, hey, we need to help this person have their livelihood or help this person live better, just about the Knicks. Then you're like, hey, we need the Knicks to do better over myself. Academy Award, brother. I'm selling it because I said I would.
I'm buying this one, man, because I feel like he's a New Yorker. He got to be a New Yorker. New Yorkers are crazy over the Knicks, man.
Yes, they are.
So, and I don't remember. Have they ever won a championship since like the 70s?
Yeah. Well, yeah, they won the
what 1973,
71, 73,
yeah,
whatever.
something crazy like that, man.
Yeah.
And I don't even count that no more. We talking about now, man. It's been a long time.
Damn, that's over 50 years. Oh my God,
man. Yeah. My father was in high school during that time. So, yeah, man, I'm buying this, man. I think he dead ass serious.
Yeah.
New Yorkers want to see the Knicks win something, a championship, or at least get to one.
I wanted to sell this so bad. It's an Oscar. It's the most, the highest of the high accolades that someone in his life, his parents were in the business. I mean, his life is about this. But I got to buy it. I got to buy it because, just think about, like, the team that you just live and die with. I think most of us, it wouldn't be an Oscar, but whatever the highest award is in your particular business.
To get a Texans a championship?
Yes, you would rather sacrifice that so you can get a championship. So I'm buying it as well.
Actually, this makes me strong on the sell. I'm selfish. Right? So, although here's the thing, for me personally, the Texans winning a championship is selfish for me. I'll be in a great place, like professionally as well as personally. So yeah, that actually works out very nicely for him.
All right, a couple more for you here. How about this one, Nate Burleson?
Yeah.
Be surprised if Deshaun Watson plays his best football because of married life.
All right, we're selling them.
Because of married life. He went on to say that, settle him down, got his family at home.
Wait.
So sort of reset his priorities. Nate Burleson said he wouldn't be surprised if Deshaun Watson plays his best football. Now, that's key, too.
Yeah, that's
best football because of married life.
Yeah, I'm selling that. Like, this is looking really bad. Like, he hasn't been able to get together. But the one thing I will say is there was a point in time where you thought maybe it's the injury that's doing it for him. And then he went through a rehab, went through an offseason, came back and still looked bad. So it did feel like there was a mental aspect of it. So I hear what Nate Burleson is pointing to, the idea of maybe in something that settles him down and gets him into a different mental space. Maybe that'll also unlock something in the game where now he can get back to it, because he does have, in theory, like the physical abilities. It's just been a long time, and we saw Deshaun Watson be a different level of good, younger, and I don't know that how you find a way to tap back into that after so long of not quite being that. Like, how does he become Geno Smith in a way?
Yeah.
And I don't know that he fully gets there, because I feel like, for me personally, Geno Smith was always Geno Smith. He just didn't have opportunity. You can't say that about Deshaun Watson, so I'm selling.
Yeah, I'm selling this too, man. And the other thing about this is he was with his girl throughout the whole process of this sexual assault thing, the massage thing. So it's like, man, so now it's like, I don't think a marriage like any better, because y'all was together.
Yeah, so that's exactly where I am.
So I don't understand how that make it better. I mean, if Nate would have said play better football, then maybe I would have bought that, because he was so bad.
I might not even have bought that because of what Figgy said. That's where I was going exactly.
His best football, I don't think he'll ever see his best football again.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, because it was awful already, and then they were going all over the world together and basically living together, all that stuff. But all right, one more for you here. Who doesn't like a good little? Well, you decide what it was. Oh. Rick Pitino. Okay.
Yes.
He said there's only one coach he considered to be a rival. Not John Calipari, but Jim Calhoun, who he faced when he was with Boston University versus Northeastern, and then UConn, and all down the line. He said he does not. John Calipari is not his rival. The only one that's his rival is Jim Calhoun.
This is good hateration. I'm selling it, but this is great hateration.
He hates John Calipari.
I mean, it's right. Especially when you was coaching at Louisville, like that's hey man. Yeah. Y'all not supposed to respect Kentucky at any given point. So I appreciate it. It's great hateration, but nah, dog. You had to have viewed him as a rival. I feel like that's actually malpractice if you were the coach at Louisville and you do not look over there and that is my rival.
And plus, they don't like each other.
Oh, well, certainly.
So.
Yeah, that all the interpersonal definitely goes into it.
I'm actually buying this.
Really?
I feel I'm buying this, and this is maybe I could be used but I feel like he don't even want to acknowledge Calipari right here because he hates him so much. Yeah. So he's saying, man, that ain't no rival. I'm looking at, I feel like he's giving Jim Calhoun more credit and don't even want to acknowledge Calipari because he hates him.
I think the rivalry is so deep that he's like, I'm not going to mention that guy's name. I'm not even going to mention his name. I hate him so much. That's a rivalry. That's a rivalry right there.
For sure.
Yeah.
All right, this is a little buy or sell on a Thursday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We're out at the Twin Peaks on 59 and Southwest Freeway. Come out and get you something to eat, man. A lot of people eating pretty good, watching a little bit of basketball. We're High Point bringing it back close against Purdue. My upset pick still in play here, Lopez. We are also very close to the tip-off of Houston versus SIU Edwardsville. I imagine there's going to be a lot of fun in here. I see a little bit. I see a couple of a little bit of UH apparel in the building getting ready for this one. I also see a Kansas hat, but that's Ron the Show Hughley. Don't worry about him. But coming up next, Derek Stingley Jr., we mentioned a little bit some of the quotes, but we have a little bit of audio of him talking yesterday after, at the press conference where his extension was officially announced. We'll get to that. And then also, I gave you a little bit of homework earlier in the week on the list of people the Texans fans hate. Let's see if Lopez, if his homework assignment.
Who do you hate?
Let's grade it. Let's see if it's good. We'll do that next.
All right, man, look at the weather outside. Can you imagine waking up on this kind of day?
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from Twin Peaks at Kirby and 59, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, broadcasting live from the Twin Peaks on Kirby and Southwest Freeway. Come out and see you fellas, but also see the Houston Cougars play against SIU Edwards, start their tournament run for this March Madness 2025. They're already on the floor, and hey man, LJ Cryer already has knocked down a 3, so everything's right with the world. It's a 7-4 lead, very, very early in this one for the Cougars. Try and keep you up to date as to what's happening with them throughout this thing as well. There was that. There was one more thing that you pointed something out to me. Was it the Houston?
Yeah, if you had an idea about Alex Verdugo.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, there was people that were looking at, the Jose Altuve in left field experiment. Do you maybe go out and get another outfielder to help you out?
He gone.
Alex Verdugo signs to the Braves. $1.5 million.
$1.5 million.
So he'll be able to get out there and start getting himself ramped up for the season. Man, the season is really close.
Yeah, it is.
Fast approaching for these teams, and so excited to see. We're close to also getting an idea of whether or not Cam Smith some degree, and also whether he makes it to the 26-man roster and actually starts. I was interested to see Zach DeCenzo after getting hit in the head. Was it a couple days ago? He actually he'll be back in the lineup today. He's playing today.
And it's a pretty much a minor league lineup from what I saw.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
We will see. All right. Derek Stingley Jr. got his 3-year, $90 million extension. Of course, we know that that basically puts him under team control, for lack of a better term, for the next 5 years, and it's a lot more appealing. But nonetheless, big time deal that if you just want to look at the average annual value of the deal itself, sets the market anew for cornerbacks. And he was talking to the assembled media yesterday. There was a few things he was talking about. I want to get to Stingley cut 6 or 7 here rather. Figgy, where he was asked at what point in his career did he realize he could be the best cornerback in the NFL?
Probably once I started seeing people that I, guarded in college, or went against at some point in high school, seeing them go to the NFL and make plays, and I'm just I can play with them, so then I can probably do that. So.
I found that to be interesting because I don't know, that would seem to intimate that that happened maybe after his freshman year in college, and maybe he was talking about from high school. And
yeah, cause maybe possible. Somebody in high school.
It's possible, but I was it felt like he dropped in at LSU, and he was immediately a man amongst boys. And we're saying that in college when you're a freshman, he looked like he was ready. Kind of interesting to always see how these guys view themselves, especially at a position like cornerback, where I always feel like I'm always good with the cornerback that's some level of diva or loud or what have you, because you need an irrational confidence to play cornerback. It's a failure position.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have that temperament. So it's always interesting to see what that personal belief was or where it was. And it happened relatively early, right? He said once he saw guys that he had competed against being that low. But I found it interesting that he wasn't immediately in that place, because the way that he played his freshman year at LSU, I thought it looked like,
in the spring
he's
when
in
he
that
signed.
ready. That's true.
He was an early enrollee. Remember we had Brian Kelly on. He's he was an early enrollee, and we're well, let's play that guy because he's already that good just walking onto campus. I have heard several players over the years that's how they're gauged. When they get to the NFL, they're like, well, I blocked that guy, or I covered that guy or whatever. And I could easily see where it's okay, sort of validation right there.
So there was that. He was also asked, and this is cut 12 Fig, what was D'Amico and Nick's message to you after signing this new deal?
Oh, well, really just staying true to who you are. It's time you got it, okay, but still football at the end of the day. Just go out there and just be myself and continue to do what I'm doing.
Believe it 100%, and you're going to hear some other stuff from him that I totally believe as well. He is just, in a good way, a different kind of guy. He walks in there, doesn't really talk a lot, doesn't really do a lot. Isn't flamboyant, isn't diva. He just, you talk about a swarm kind of guy. That guy just loves football. I don't think it's going to be any different. Nothing.
No, I don't think that, and this is kind of, I guess, reckless, or this is just kind of speculative, but he doesn't seem like the type of dude where that's the motivation. In fact, one of the things that he talked about, let me see if I can find
that's
the
what
audio
I'm talking
particularly,
about.
was, finding out how he even found out about the deal, like how he found out about the fact that the deal was done. Figure, you got this one for me?
I'm getting it now.
Okay. But yeah, just the way that he found out very much, rang to me like a dude who, if it gets done, it's cool, and if not, that's all right. And I mean, not to say that he was not wanting this. Clearly, I imagine everybody, when you're doing the job that you do, right, compensation isn't just about here's all this money. It's, money is a proxy for respect in those moments. When very much you can tell that the Texans organization, the McNairs, they respect the hell out of Derek Stingley Jr. But yeah, man, finding out that the deal was done. This is where Sting was.
Well, when I found out, I was working out with my pops. And then, like, halfway through the workout, he was like, "Oh, dude, guess what?" I was like, "What?" And then he was like, "Deal's done." And I was like, "What? That's crazy." So, I mean, I was just saying that's crazy.
So there's two things about that. First of all, the idea that he said that's crazy as if he did not know he was a market-setting cornerback, rather, is funny to me. But then also, again, like the idea that
he's working out.
Well, the working out is one thing, right? That's the one that's very easy to see and just be like, oh, he's
of course he is.
Nose to the grindstone. But for me, I found it interesting. Like, okay, I know that he's not the one negotiating. In fact, that's one of the reasons why you have an agent. Mm-hmm. They get to handle the dirty work of having the conversations, right? It's almost it's why arbitration in baseball is so weird, because you have to be in front of the team saying bad things about you, trying to knock your number down. An agent is great because they can say the bad things to your agent and it never gets to your face and it doesn't change the relationship. But that's one degree of separation. Mm-hmm. It felt like it was two, because for his dad to know, did his agent talk to his pops?
I guess his dad maybe it was social media, maybe he found it.
Yeah, did it become public in his dad? Like, it felt like there's almost
guess what?
2 degrees of separation where it didn't even come directly to him, where he's that removed from the negotiations. Like, you handle the negotiation, I am the football guy, which again points to the idea that he's going to handle this business. And I think, obviously, I don't think anybody had any concerns that he would be able to, like, that he would keep delivering the same level of production. Mm-hmm. But, man, that is a confirmation fully in my mind that the production and the work ethic is not going to wane one bit now that he got more money.
And he said as much. I mean, he said that the money was never going to change him. And I'm like, yeah, of course it's not.
I wouldn't expect it to.
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect it. So somebody says Sting has some Dre to his voice, tone, and cadence when he speaks. Mm-hmm. And I mean, like, that's he seems like a similar type of dude, which is very interesting in another position where you can kind of consider like the boisterous kind of nature of that wide receiver for Andre Johnson. So no, I mean, look, Stingley, he didn't say a ton because he's Derek Stingley.
The way he is.
He's not. He wants that work to show on the field, but even in what he said, I found it very interesting, and I found a lot of solace in what he said. One more thing before we go, I did want to say, what was this from Cut 9 here? What was your biggest takeaway from all of this?
What's your biggest takeaway from this?
I mean, it's time to start playing football. Like, I'm ready to get back into it. So, and that's really it. Like, I don't really think about the contract for real.
He doesn't. I mean, a lot of times you hear that and you're like, sure, he doesn't. I mean, obviously he's going to use the money, I'm sure, and appreciate it and all that. But Derek Stingley is the guy that a lot of some of our listeners want every player to be. Why isn't your nose in the playbook? His is. Why aren't you working out? His is. What you doing in Cabo? I'm not in Cabo. I'm working out with my dad. I mean, he's literally that guy that you want, that one listener that thinks these guys should have no life but football should be.
Sorry.
He is that guy.
There was one more. It was 14 here is what I was looking for. What has changed that's allowed you to stay healthier and on the field for more consecutive games? Because that's obviously going to be a big factor in what gives the Texans more confidence in giving him this kind of commitment.
Well, I mean, when it comes to injuries, like, you're not really in control of injuries. Like, I mean, certain things you are, but, like, I don't know, sometimes stuff just happens. Last year being able to play every game, that was really my main goal, and I mean that's my goal every year. So I mean I don't know, like I just work out and then make sure that they know what we're doing and just go by that. So
He's that guy.
Simple enough. Yeah,
he's
I
that guy.
Control what I control, and then we go out and we do it. That's Derek Stingley. That is your new $30 million a year man, or I guess if you really wanted to view it over the 5-year span, 22 and a change $1 million a year man. That is set to be with your Texans for 5 more seasons.
By the way, Cougs up 21-6, sir.
Yeah. 21-8, sir.
21-8. My bad. Didn't mean to shortchange Edwardsville there.
That's right. All right. So I gave you a little bit of homework earlier in the week. A list of the people that Texans.
Who do we hate? Who do we hate?
And you came back with this. I want the people on the text line, 713-572-4610. Tell me, do you agree or disagree with John Lopez's list?
Top 5 people that we hate. Okay, I'm going to do some honorable mentions first because there are a lot of people that as Texans fans we just hate. So I think we all may know who number 1 is, but I'm going to say you may not. Honorable mentions: David Johnson.
Damn, David Johnson.
We hate him. Ed Reed.
Well, yeah. See, Ed Reed makes more sense by itself because he himself set expectations.
Yeah.
Right. I feel like David Johnson. How do you get there? Because I feel like it's less about him and more the circumstance.
It's more Bill O'Brien, but David Johnson. A lot of fans had high expectations too. And he was so frustrating to watch.
Sure.
Like incredibly. Figgy, I'm not wrong on David Johnson, am I?
No, I don't think you're wrong on that, but I do think people kind of dislike him because he was part of the DeAndre Hopkins trade.
Sure.
His fault, but hey, it'd be like that.
He was a super nice guy,
right?
He just wasn't on. It's just. This is who we got for DeAndre Hopkins, pretty much.
This one, I think I might get some pushback. These are just honorable mentions. I'll get to the top 5 here in a second. David Culley.
That's tough. I might be too kind in this.
It wasn't his fault.
It's not his fault.
He took the money,
right?
But boy, he was a mess.
Stop the football, man.
It's tough for me to hate that guy, man.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Like, he wasn't an a-hole or nothing like that. He was just a bad coach, man.
Yep. T.Y. Hilton.
Sure. Easy.
Right.
Yeah,
okay.
100%.
Good answer. Good answer.
Tony Baselli.
Okay.
He was their first pick in the expansion draft. Or was he free? Whatever it was. Was here for 3 or 4 years getting paid. Never played it down. Not one down.
Yeah, that'll do it.
David Carr.
Sure.
Yeah, people got mad at him. Okay, here's your top 5.
Okay.
Agree, disagree, reorder. Number 5, Brock Osweiler.
Good answer. Again, I kind of feel bad, but I don't know why I'm more okay with this one because, again, I don't know how much of that was his fault per se.
Why,
but yeah.
Brock? Why?
Yeah.
I forgot about that one. Figgy's got a bag, man. He's got them all stashed away. Number 4, this might be a little low in some people's views. Bill O'Brien.
Yeah, this is low.
You think it's low?
It feels low.
You haven't heard the top 3 yet.
And I haven't. I have two of the top 3, so I know. But I feel like 3 is probably where he should be right now. So
Figgy, you think this is a little low?
Yeah, no, it might be about right. To be honest.
All right, number 3, Deshaun Watson.
Oh,
I feel like that's a little low.
Oh, okay.
I feel like that might be a little low.
Well, you haven't heard the top 2 yet.
Yeah, because Deshaun Watson besmirched the organization for a good long time because of his shenanigans.
Yep.
So, no, okay, all right, I will hear you, but, man, I can't believe we got Bill O'Brien to 4.
Yeah, well,
my goodness.
Number 2, Amy Adams-Strunk.
Yep. Saw that one coming. Which is, I do wonder, because I feel like the man putting the list together factors in.
But it doesn't necessarily. I mean, this city hates her.
Do you think that that's changing over time as people are further away from, like, that actual decision and, like, the grief that happened in the team going away?
I don't know. I don't think so. Not in my circle.
All right.
And number 1, y'all want to say it together?
Jack Easterby.
I was so blessed.
Bill O'Brien is actually 4. I think it's legitimately 4.
Like, there is a good argument. The 979 jumped in immediately, B.O.B. as the number 1.
Ahead of Jack Easterby, ahead of Deshaun Watson,
but that's the thing,
ahead of Amy Adams.
When you lay it out there, like, I do understand how you got here till 4. Wow. I just did not think that would be the way that it landed.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let us know on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. Do you agree? Do you disagree? While we wait for those, it's about that time to hand it over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. say, Fig, what you got?
And I had to bring up a bracket that has never been brought up on these airways ever. Plus, imagine hitting the lottery, but they won't give you your money.
What?
Wow.
Oh, man. All right, I got to find out about that next.
The NCAA tournament is here. podcast.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on Thursday. I almost forgot what day it was. Happy
Right?
Thursday to everyone out there. It felt like it was a Thursday a couple days ago.
It sure did. It was a weird week.
Yeah, but happy Thursday. Madness is already going on. The Cougs are playing right now. What's the score?
32-16. They've doubled them up early.
Okay.
Well, early. It's 6 minutes left in the first half.
Okay, Cougs. Cougs should get this one though, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, we're already having like interesting side. Well, not bets, but side
mock bets.
There you go.
Okay.
Because Show asked me as SIU Edwardsville, they only had 11 points with 9 minutes to go in this, and he's like, "You think they get to 20 at half?" And I took the under. They've knocked down a 3 since then and had a bucket. So they have 16 points with probably about 7 minutes to go. It looks like they might get there, but I don't know. I trust U of H. They might put the clamps on.
And by the way, we have our first final. Creighton 89, Louisville 75. Put it in Sharpie, as they say. Creighton advances in your pool.
Okay. So I wonder how many brackets are broken already. Just for that.
I always hate that. That should have been my confession. I really hate when people are like, "Oh, I lost one game. My bracket is busted." I'm like, "Do you still have Final Four teams?"
Yes, that's the key thing.
You have teams in your Elite Eight. Your bracket's not busted. Stop saying that.
Yeah. So speaking of brackets, though, I've been working at this station specifically on the show for a long time as a part timer and full timer, and I felt like we did a lot of random ass brackets. Just any type of brackets in life.
Oh, yeah.
And the one I remember specifically is the one I think it was Lopez and Cody did this one, Cody Stoops. And y'all did a vegetable bracket.
We did. We sure did. I remember Figgy?
I don't, but I remember laughing at this. I'm like, are they really doing a bracket?
We really
vegetables?
did.
I remember
How do you
them.
do a head-to-head bracket with vegetables like onion?
Well, does broccoli beat cauliflower?
Are you for real?
Yes, I am. It's cauliflower all day, by the way.
Get the bleep out of here. Ain't no way.
No, because it's more versatile.
No,
it's more versatile.
We are
you can make cauliflower pizza. You can make cauliflower pizza dough.
Unbelievable.
I'm about
cauliflower everything.
I'm about to cut y'all damn mics, so we ain't about to be debating no damn broccoli versus cauliflower.
It's unbelievable that you would say that broccoli. No, I was playing. My bad.
But this bracket right here I got in my hand, I think this might be the first bracket that was ever discussed on these airwaves.
Okay.
This is the BBL bracket.
What?
The BBL bracket, if you don't know what BBL stands for, is Brazilian butt lift.
Okay, so it is what I thought it was.
Yeah,
okay.
so girls that got some work done, got their bodies done. Somebody put a bracket out here on this, sir, internet.
Well, you have my interest.
So I'm gonna just go through the bracket list. And
there's no way I know who all these people are.
Yeah, you might know some of them. So the number one seed in this bracket, in the BBL bracket, is Young Miami of the City Girls.
I'm familiar with her.
Yeah, so she going against Janice Hart. I wasn't familiar with her. She's the 16th seed in this one.
No idea what.
The number 9 seed is Jordan Woods, who was the BFF of, I want to say, Kylie Jenner. And remember, she got caught up in all that mess with Tristan Thompson.
I don't remember, but thank you for telling me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and by the way, just do your homework on your own time. Just and see who advanced. But she going against Summer Walker, who's an R&B artist, and she's the number 8 seed. Next, you got Sweetie, who I think she recently performed at the NBA All-Star halftime or whatever.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, she going against Jada Waiter. I'm not sure who Jada Waiter is.
No idea, but I do love that somebody out there was like
putting
doing
this
the work,
bracket together.
making sure. Because also, not everybody's so bold about letting everybody know the work that they got done. So somebody had to go and do the research and double check. Did this person indeed get the Brazilian butt lift?
So the number 13 seed is Jocelyn Hernandez, who was always fighting on Love and Hip Hop.
That's right.
And she's going against the number 4 seed, Bernice Burgos,
No idea what that.
Yeah, I actually played her. I want to say I played some audio of her on this show before, but she's probably the best looking grandma in history.
Oh, wow.
She looked like she was about 20 years old, and she's in her 40s.
I think I remember that, yeah.
Yeah. Kim K, this is the one I'm really excited about. The number 3 seed, Kim Kardashian, going against the number 14 seed, Drea.
Oh, okay. That's why you're excited, is that there's a local tie in here.
Yeah, who y'all got in that one?
Well, I feel like just off of the strength of her baby daddy's work recently, I feel like Drea has to get a level of love here. Does she not?
Does she win?
I think that's the upset right there, man.
Yeah, really?
I think that's the upset. I think the number 14 seed, Drea, upset.
Shout out to Jalen Green, who has been playing like playing a very
like
good
a winner.
brand of basketball, like a winner, 100%. So yeah, there's basketball winners on both sides of that relationship.
Yeah, I'm gonna round off this list real quick because I know people probably switching the music right now. We got Cardi B and Lotto. We got SZA versus Ari. And then we got JT of City Girls versus Nicki Minaj, who is the number 2 seed.
Okay.
I think she get bounced out, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Really?
You can do a bracket for anything, huh?
You really can.
Vegetables and BBLs. I have learned something today.
You're darn right.
All right, speaking of wild things on this internet, Kanye West is Lopez wilding out.
Oh, God.
He's wilding.
Oh, goodness.
He's wilding.
Yeah, so a lot of people really been upset with this tweet, which is nothing new because a lot of people are always upset with Kanye West's tweets. And this tweet actually rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. I'm going to read this tweet for you.
Okay.
So he tweeted and later deleted this. Wait, has anyone ever seen Jay-Z and Beyonce's younger kid? Their R-word.
Oh,
and he actually said the R word.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't put that past him.
And he said no, like literally, and this is why artificial insemination is such a blessing. Having R word children is a choice.
What is this guy doing?
Well, he's clearly lost his.
He's lost his mind.
Yeah, I mean, like he's not in a. I mean, there's clearly clear mental health issues.
Yeah.
That are anything within this interested in the idea that he deleted the tweet. That's the thing.
Yeah, so he deleted and actually responded to why he deleted the tweet, and it had nothing to do with it being a bad tweet. He just said he didn't want to get banned on social media.
But he didn't take away anything that he said.
No, he did not take away anything.
Okay.
But
I was like, is that actually reflection happening there?
Nah, it wasn't.
No, it's not.
No, but honestly, this tweet reminded me of something because somebody said the R word on live TV one time. Do y'all remember this?
I mean, well, depending on the year, I imagine it happened a lot.
This was kind of recently. So here is Nick Wright and Chris Broussard on First Things First. And this was around the time when James Harden went to the Clippers. I think he either went to the Clippers or was trying to go to the Clippers with Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, and Russell Westbrook. And this is what Chris Broussard had to say about James Harden.
He's not going to get to play the way he wants, and he's going to move, but it's not going to work.
Is the man
shouldn't use that word, but sure.
Developmentally disabled?
Sure.
To think that he is going to go to the Clippers where they have Kawhi Leonard as the number 1 option, Paul George is the number 2, and still Russell Westbrook there, and think that he's going to shoot.
Now, this is going to get a little more awkward. I'm going to finish playing this clip, but it's get even more awkward.
Listen, I didn't know what you were going to say today. I'm shocked. This is not going to work.
Let me apologize for using that word. My first cousin, a few months ago, a month or two ago, he was developmentally disabled, so I didn't mean to use that word.
Did that make it better?
Not one bit, especially because it sounded like he was about to talk about that man like a dog. No,
it sounded like he was about to say we had to put him down.
That's what I heard.
Oh, God.
That's what I heard, and I was like, man, that is not how.
This was on First Things First. Goodness gracious.
That's a word that now, I mean, you should probably, I don't know if you can argue should, but people get fired over it.
Yeah.
I mean, especially in like a media perspective, for sure.
I didn't really see him get a lot of blowback for that, but no, that was crazy. He was wild.
Indeed
right
crazy.
There,
yeah, he was. Lopez, what was he doing?
He was wilding.
Mm-hmm.
Or wilding.
Yeah, he was wilding. So a woman in Texas hit the lottery recently, and I want to say it was for $83.5 million. It was last month.
Wish she was a relative.
But they won't pay her because she bought the ticket through an app called Jack Pocket. Have you heard of this app?
Yes, I have. Yeah. I'm interested in this story.
So officials are looking into whether she should her win should count, and she can't get paid until the investigation is complete. So she bought the ticket through the Jack Pocket app that's owned by a gambling site, DraftKings.
Okay.
So I guess in the state of Texas, you really can't buy lottery tickets. Cash only.
Okay.
So you can't pay through like a.
Now that is true. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can't pay through an app or anything like that. It got to be cash. So yeah. So technically she won through the app, but they not trying to pay her. I guess they trying to see if it should be legit or not.
Man, here I get it now. I guess there was some sort of legislation or something that didn't pass. So now they're trying to find a loophole that she could get paid. This is awful, man. I mean, did she pick the right numbers or not? Was the Jack Pocket associated with the lottery or not?
Yeah.
If those two answers are yes, pay the woman.
I mean, yeah, absolutely.
Pay the woman.
For sure. I mean, that's really wild. I hate that.
You talking about red tape?
Yeah, no, that got to be the worst feeling ever, man. Just imagine you got the winning ticket, you won, and they saying no.
Yeah.
Especially because it's already hard enough to win. Like,
exactly.
When you actually get the right numbers, they're like, actually, you didn't do it quite the right way, so no, you can't get it.
Yeah.
That really sucks. I hope they give it to her, man.
They need to. There will be lawyers.
For some reason, I feel like they probably won't. I don't know if they will.
You don't think they will?
I don't know, man, because it's kind of weird because, like being in the state of Texas, like, it's a lot of stuff that's banned and, you can't do that here and all that stuff. And I feel like I don't know if they're going to give it to her, man. It's going to be a fight.
All right. Well, let's take this the court of the Honorable Judge John Lopez to make the decision here, because you said judges might get involved here, or maybe dishonorable. Judge John Lopez, how do you rule in the case of this woman and Jack Pocket and her winnings?
Why are you wasting the court's time with this frivolous, I tell you, state of Texas argument? Because the woman picked the numbers. Jack Pocket is officially associated with the Texas Lottery.
That is true.
And the legislation that you tried to pass, in which you could not, you could ban an app for your lottery tickets, did not pass. This is open and shut case. Give that woman $83 million.
Very good. All right, excellent. Not my money. So go ahead and do that. All right. Is that we're good on the mixtape here?
I think we're good, man.
All right, there you go. The mixtape, Figgy's mixtape, in fact, every weekday, 1:20 p.m. right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you find something rather that you think is mixtape worthy. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're broadcasting live from Twin Peaks on Kirby, right at 59. Come out and hang out as we're about to have the drive take over. Man. In fact, coming up next, we'll talk with those fine fellas.
Chef Caserio is still cooking.
24/7 renewing moisture with daily use.
Thank you, Figgy.
At Kirby and 59, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
It's been a fun day here out at Twin Peaks on 59, and Kirby, and the fun will keep rolling on as we're about to hand it off to the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron, who are out here. They've been enjoying themselves. Unfortunately, the little side conversation that myself and Ron had about SIU Edwardsville has gone on the over. We were trying to see if SIU Edwardsville.
It was a good bet.
Man, that is a wordy name. We gotta find something shorter. SIUE, even that feels like a lot.
Yeah.
They have 24 points at the half, which is more than 20. And there you go. You hear people excited for the Cougs hitting the 3 at the buzzer. 52 of them things. 52 points in the first half.
Up 28 at the half.
Yeah. I have a feeling they're going to get through this one, man. I think that this is going to be a victory. But, yeah, man, Houston has looked really good in this one, and it's a testament to just how good they are. That for a good long stretch, it didn't look like SIU Edwardsville would even get close to scoring 20 points and a half of basketball. They scored 24, but it's not nearly close enough to what Houston is doing. So shout out to the Cougs, looking like a team that's ready to find their destiny in the Final Four in San Antonio in a few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, 54 to, what was it, 24?
Yes, sir.
52-24. I think they're up 28, something like that. But
that's right.
They are cooking. And as I said earlier, Creighton won their first game. I think that's the only pull away from High Point.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I thought that was my upset pick, and that one looks like that one's not going to go down on the bracket. But we'll hope to see that one come through. We were talking a little bit earlier about the Derek Stingley extension, and I mean how good he is. I want to play you a little bit of audio from Richard Sherman.
Okay.
You're familiar with Richard Sherman, right?
Very familiar with his work.
Very good cornerback in this league. He's gone into the media space. How do you feel about him as a broadcaster? Like, I know he's
been up and down a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's had his moments where you're like, all right, and then maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, he's clearly a very smart guy and obviously knows a lot about football, especially the secondary and cornerback play. And this is him talking about the best cornerbacks. And I thought his take was kind of interesting here because it's not traditional quite when you talk about what characterizes the best cornerbacks in the league.
And the best corners, man, nobody throws to their side. You're not a best corner if nobody's throwing to your side. Because the best corners get picks. And they get picks because they bait quarterbacks into throwing to their side. Showing them exactly what they want to see. They want to see a picture of me closer to the number 1 receiver than the number 2 receiver. I will give them that at the snap. But by the time the ball comes out, I'll be where I intended to be. So I'll give him what he wants, what he thinks he's seeing. And he'll throw it, and he'll be like, you sneaky.
So, like, closing is what you're
okay.
saying.
All right.
That's what you're saying the
I
best
regret
cornerbacks
this immediately.
do. Figgy, that's what he's talking about there, right? Closing, being a closer?
I don't think he's...
I mean, he is. Right there in front of you, Richard Sherman, one of the best ever, says, yeah, I bait him a little bit, which is another thing that Derek Stingley does, and then I close. And it's true. It's absolutely true.
Nickname sucks, man. Stop trying to keep this nickname around.
I'm just saying that's what the best do. You just heard the man.
That's the name of a TV show, man.
Hey, don't take it from me. Take it from Richard Sherman. Closing.
Wait, I'm trying to remember.
So you gonna call him the closing?
The closer.
The closer.
I'm trying to remember what that is. But no, yeah, that was wow. I found that to be.
You didn't think it would go there, did you?
No, you threw me off my whole game. If I'm gonna be completely honest, I wanted to sit here and wax poetic about how good Derek Stingley is as a cornerback.
Well, we can because he closes.
All right. You took all the fun out of it.
No, I did not.
You took all of the fun out of it. All right, so we've been largely positive in talking about the Cam Robinson signing for the Texans at left tackle. I mean, it just represents something that we were waiting for to some degree, is seeing them add a veteran free agent. But do you still have any negatives when it comes to that signing, or are you largely positive? Because I know we were talking about the question marks that you have, and it feels like he's a check mark as opposed to like a question mark. But do you have some negatives within this signing?
Me personally, I'll recognize the potential negatives, but me personally, it's a positive. I mean, you said check mark from the very, very start. That's exactly what it is. I just can't. I can't buy into 8 years of a really good Cam Robinson, and then Sam Darnold's the quarterback, and he has a bad for the Vikings. Not bad, but not as good. He had a couple bad games, no question about it. I can't buy into that. I just can't. So I think it's largely positive. And then the trickle down, which we've been talking about all day, of what it does for the draft, what it does for other potential, signings or trades or whatever, all that.
So there's the text line already lighting up in various different ways. But that's the pass block, pass protection, and that's something that obviously D'Amico Ryans has spoken to as a huge point of focus, point of emphasis for this team in this offseason, is making sure that they protect the valuable asset that is C.J. Stroud. Him as a run blocker has not been like a great thing.
Maybe that one. Yeah.
And that's something that this team wants to do. They want to be able to run the football well as an identity. It's one of the few details that we've actually been able to siphon from Nick Caley in his early press conferences, that they want to be able to run the football. How do you feel about a left tackle that, obviously the previous left tackle wasn't incredible. Maybe it was for lack of trying, but if Cam Robinson isn't that good at run blocking, how does that make you feel?
Yeah, I'll grant that one. That's more of a projection by me, and if we're being honest, that's a fair criticism because that's something that he hasn't necessarily done a whole lot of at the highest levels. So I'll give you that one. And the projection is new offensive line coach, believes in him. They brought him in for this line, for this system, for what Nick Caley is planning. And Nick Caley's strength is knowing what the line does. As a tight ends coach, you work hand in glove with and all that. But it is more projection. That one I'll give you. The run blocking might be a little bit of a question.
Yeah, that's the thing that I've been trying to find a way to, feel comfortable with. And that's where I have to lean on hope, and I recognize that I'm leaning on hope because obviously we want this team to be good in this upcoming season. The idea of hey, that's veteran, as I think you were pointing to and alluding to properly, that he has been pretty good pass blocking wise in the years prior, and honestly before he got to Minnesota. But that not seeing a great run blocking player there is a little concerning, especially understanding that that's something that they needed to get better at. There's a lot of challenges that this offensive line is going to pose for this team. It's not going to be nearly as bad, I imagine, as it was prior. But as we've talked about multiple times, I don't think that is the bar for this team moving forward.
No, I don't. But I still just feel overall very, very positive about this compared to what we were talking about just yesterday. I don't know, compared to what the guys were talking about that are about to follow us, we kind of landed in the middle, but their points were strong. How can you be more confident in this line as is? Very interested to hear what Clint and Ron have to say about all this, but no question about it. It's better. Overall, it's absolutely a positive thing for this squad.
It's in a better place, I think, moving forward.
Yeah.
Now, somebody on the text line came in. First of all, they said Sherman called him the baiter, and we're not doing that either. Not even close to doing that. But how about this? Somebody is setting the new line as we're having these live friendly actually score. They put the number at 52 for the game. You think they can get to 52 after scoring 24 in the first half?
No, they would have to have a better second half. And there's going to be a lot of just garbage time. The whole second half might be garbage time. Just cranking up threes and all that. No, I don't think they get to 52. They don't get to UH's halftime score.
Man, I'm this game doesn't do much for actually what this means for the Cougar team, but they're knocking down the threes in this game. They're 8 of 13. The Cougars are. I'm super excited for them, man. I'm feeling good about the bracket that I have them as a champion. This is not the level of competition that will dictate such things or anything. But I don't know, just the blood is flowing when it comes to the Cougars. I'm feeling the energy and the excitement.
They have health.
Said the blood's flowing, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, I said what I said, and I meant what I meant. What about you? Y'all got a big game coming up here today as we welcome in Clint and Ron of The Drive, who are ready to broadcast here.
Let's just get it over with, baby.
Is it going to be a mercy killing?
I don't know, man. Let's get this season over. I'm tired of looking at these players on this team. Let's get this thing over.
You don't even want to look at their faces.
I don't. I told Clinton them earlier. I said, man, that there was two teams that rolled across that screen in which I would care. And I just because like, listen, I'm not going to ever root against my team. I'm going to root for them, and when I get in it, I'm going to root for them.
Of course.
But I am over them. And I'm halfway to Missouri, who I just hate.
Yeah.
And my wife is in the house, too, that went to Missouri. And then Arkansas. And I could just see how it was developing. And I said, well, damn it. I can't have them lose to Arkansas because I'm not to hear from him and Linda like I did the last time. And of course, I was seeing what was left, and I knew who were going to be 7s and
saw
10s.
it coming.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it as soon as the region was unveiled, who it was going to be. And so, I need him to win this one. So I have to hear.
What's the line? I didn't even look at that one.
Kansas is an odd big 7-10 favorite. Like it's like 5.5 or 6 points.
Wow,
I believe, which is 7-10 is really like 8-9.
Yeah,
damn near. And I don't know why, but whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the D&M auto leasing crosstalk that we have here. With
How about that, huh? Somebody stepped up.
By the way, one little observation as we're here. I want to make sure that I didn't see this correctly. I want to be wrong on this, Clint. You were sitting over there, and all of a sudden, our guy Matt brings all your stuff and sets it up for you.
Good guy, great guy.
You didn't ask him to do that.
Well, no.
Yeah,
no.
good, because you're not a diva.
No, hell no.
Yeah.
Contrary to popular belief, I am not. No.
I'm glad to hear that.
No.
I had to ask.
Well, I mean, what Matt did was, I'm pretty sure, he's an aware young man, which I'm. The more I live and the more people I meet, I'm realizing how rare that is. Like just the ability. Like what I think he saw happen was Ron kind of got up moseying around from the table, and my bag was still over there. So I think it was more of a, hey, let me grab my man's bag before somebody walks by and takes it to the bathroom.
That's reassuring. I don't want anybody, hey, can you go get my stuff and set it up
for me? Hell, I wouldn't do that to nobody, much less my man Matt. I like him.
Matt, now this is what happened. Matt walked over to me over there. He said, hey, won't you go ahead and take the seat over there? And me and Matt have a fun relationship. I told him, I said, I'll go over there when I'm ready. and then he just took all our stuff.
Okay.
And just took all our stuff and put it on over here. I said, oh, okay.
Okay, that's what I wanted to believe. So I'm glad we got that straight.
Nah, come on, J-Lo. You know better than that.
Now, there are maybe some people, Sean, that.
Damn.
Pendergast will pull that?
I'm kidding.
I was like, that didn't even make sense. I don't think we got anybody. I don't think we got anybody at the station that's like that.
Who's this get my stuff guy?
Can you set up my stuff?
Get my stuff. How's everybody's brackets?
I'm undefeated.
Me too.
Yeah.
You didn't fall for that high point?
Hell no.
A lot of people was fault. You fell for that high point?
I fell for the high point.
Yeah.
I put the high point on there on one of them.
I did not fall for high point.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
And it really wasn't about high point. I just don't like Purdue.
I'm going to assume, since Texas is firing their head coach, that they lost the old play-in.
Yes, they did. And they had a nice.
I guess that can't hurt my bracket, right?
Damn, no, it can't hurt your bracket.
No, it can't.
Because I turned it in before that game, and I was like, I wonder if
Tyler's here.
Tyler, boy. Tyler could have a nice lead.
Yeah,
they did, and they wasted it at the end.
I thought they were going to kill him in the first half. Their inside game.
I was trying to support my old lady a little bit, man, and then I look up, and hell, they ain't even in the damn bracket.
Oh,
That's
by
right.
the way,
have
you bought a horse yet? Have you bought a horse yet?
No, I ain't bought it yet.
Have you priced them out though?
You hear about that?
Nah, look.
I sat right here, listen to.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'd be willing to bet you my wife's got a file on her computer.
I'll tell you what.
I've been willing. She's had that file on her computer before you came in.
I'll tell you what. The first thing I thought of, parents ain't going to do it, but if my 2.5-year-old granddaughter said, hey, Grandpa, can I have a horse?
Yes.
That horse will be there the next morning.
Well, I'm going to slide that over.
I guess I got to wait to be a grandfather. That's right. I told you, I'd have laughed right in her face. You better come up with
I'd have said, hell no.
You better come up with something else.
But those little.
I ain't even got it for you to come up with.
You like if you get a My Little Pony. We're going to be honest.
Yeah, that.
Hey, speaking of My Little Pony, somebody bought my 3-year-old a whole bucket full of My Little Ponies, right? And I walk in, I said, oh, My Little Pony, I remember that. And she goes, no, it's My Little Pony. I said, no, she just couldn't grasp the whole thing. They're called My Little Pony.
I like it. She boxed you out immediately. Wait, hold on.
Hey, and I tried to fight the good fight for about 2-3 minutes, and I was like, hell with it.
You're right.
You're right.
You're a little pony. All right. And it's your time, fellas. Our little pony of the show. We're done. But I'm hanging out. I'm hanging out here at the Twin Peaks here at Kirby and 59. Come out and see the fellas of the drive. This has been your D&M Auto Leasing Crosstalk. And you're listening to KLT FM. KLT HD Houston and an Odyssey Sports Station, and right now the drive is live.
That's right, the drive is live. You can see us on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate you there. You can be a part of the show on the text line, on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. You can be a part of the show, but damn it, you can just come on down to Twin Peaks right here off of Kirby and come on in and enjoy one of the, for me personally, the best sports day on the calendar, where the first day of the real tournament, Thursday and Friday, and the games are all over. There are games all over the place. There's 4 at one time. You can see them on all the different televisions. And here at Twin Peaks, they've got a different game. I'm seeing Auburn and Alabama State. U of H is beating the brakes off of wherever the hell it is they're playing on the TV. You got Wisconsin and you got Montana. It's games all over the place.
Go Cougs!
There it is for you to enjoy yourself. So make your way on down here to Twin Peaks. And, of course, the food is amazing. The scenic views, the drinks, everything that you want, you got right here on this day. And Clint, they broke out the good stuff for us. Now, you know, we're out here a lot. Usually we got like a little box or a bucket. Look at what they done gave us today for you to win prizes, and we do have prizes to hook you up with while you're here. We have 2 different $50 gift cards to Twin Peaks for you to win, so you can come on in here and pay for your drinks and your food if you win that raffle. And it's not a box now this time, baby. They got the real thing.
So it's like a raffle wheel or something.
They got a wheel there, baby. The real thing. And we also have 2 $25 Visa gift cards we will hook you up with as well. So come on out, sign up. If you haven't done so, sign up and put it in our little raffle wheel, little barrel there. This is
there you go.
It's good times right here, man. It's a beautiful day. Listen, I got excited. I got excited today, Tyler. I got excited when
I'm glad to hear that, man. I've been worried about
excited. Yeah, 6 o'clock we'll see. But I got excited to start the thing off, baby.
Well, you know, there's just a handful of days, if we're being honest, throughout the year where you really need to be in a sports bar.
Yep.
Like, you know, sometimes I made the excuse of like, do I want to go hang out with Tyler and Ron at Twin Peaks, and or do I want to go ahead and get home and get on my couch? Sometimes you got to get home and get on your couch. There's one game right there, right? And this is just one of those times where you just can't. I don't care if you're Sean Pendergast and you got 3 TVs on your wall. Like, you just can't do it justice. You can't do better than sitting in a sports bar.
Oh, yeah, this is one with people.
And when you talk sports bars, there's just nowhere better to watch live sports than Twin Peaks. Whether you're talking about the TV, the view, the beautiful waitresses, or you're talking about the made-from-scratch menu, again, the top-shelf bourbons, tequilas, the 29-degree man-sized draft, which, by the way, that one's back there lying to us, 33 degrees. They better get on down there to 29 in a hurry. But, yeah, we're rocking and rolling, man, so come on down to Twin Peaks. It's one of them days that you just need to be here.
Only way it could be better is if it was lingerie week. That's just a simple fact.
Well, I mean, look.
God, Tyler.
What?
I mean, look, I imagine you can work some lingerie into the evening. I mean, depending on how slick you are, you can probably work some lingerie into the weekend. And into the evening, you just got to – that's up to you. The made-from-scratch menu is really good, though. I just threw down
I did look in there. It looks like they do have a bourbon and lingerie night coming up soon. As I walked in, I did see that for you, Tyler.
Yeah.
By the way, Tyler was here earlier. If you were out here earlier.
Was he?
Oh, yeah, Tyler was here. Hey, you know what? I'm going to put him out here. Tyler left nearly a half a beer at the table.
Was it a small mug?
No, he didn't get a small mug. Now, he got the big mug. He got the big mug. Now, he
can't do it. You can't do it.
He left about just a smidge under a half.
Can't do it.
I already had one tall boy.
I was forced to tell our waitress, Michaela, you got to take that. He's gone. Now, in his defense, he did seem to feel like he was about to go Tracy Morgan on the court. Like he repeatedly
out the other end though.
Repeatedly kept saying, "But my stomach is doing flips right now."
You can't do it, T. I think less of you right now, T. I'm not gonna lie. If it were a long,
it was disappointing.
Well, if it's a long night of drinking, which I know none of us are afraid of, and Tyler damn sure it's not foreign to it.
Never been.
If it's one of those, and you leave 12:30, number 2, sitting here with, you can't do that, man.
I had a show to run, man.
29 degrees, man. You got to put that down.
I had one full one. I finished a good amount of that one, and I looked at my clock, and I said, man, I better get to the studio and get ready for this damn Thirsty Thursday.
There you go. Hey, just get deep in that sauce.
Yeah, but you go ahead and just pound it on the way out, right? I mean, that's just I
normally would have. I don't know what I was
you got to take that to the head.
Throw that on down.
I mean, that old boy's beer over there got a little ice chips on top of it.
I'm disappointed in myself.
That ain't 33. Yeah, his ain't 33. No chance at all. All right. Hey, so can we? I did do some games, and I wanted to pick some games, fellas, that didn't start until we were on the air or after us being on the air. And I'm just, Tyler, I don't know if your numbers are the same as the ones that I have, but can we try to get some drinks for the people?
Ooh,
I got a potential 4-gamer right here. I want to see if we, as a show, we follow these games here the rest of the way through and see if we can get out here and win some money and have some drinks for the people tomorrow.
Are these all on the – I mean, are they going to end while we're here?
They're not going to end – well, I mean, they're going to end tonight. They're all games that are going to start after we get on the air.
Well, see, this is part of it, boys. They need to end no later than 6:30 or 7 so that we can all have it amped up here.
That's hard.
40 games
but
going.
If we get it tonight, then we can have the drinks for people tomorrow.
But sitting here and watching the final game, whether we get to buy drinks for them and win $1,000 with everybody, would have been lights out.
It would have been, but hell.
Instead, we pick games that aren't going to end until midnight.
My God,
man, it's hard enough to hit a 4-legger, man. I don't want to be restricted by a time slot.
Time, man.
You're going to hit that old 4-legger in the silence of your own bed.
That's fine. Hey, you hit it, and then
we'll
we can
start
have it
tomorrow with a party, yeah.
And we'll have it with the people tomorrow. All right, these are my 4 on the parlay, Tyler. I want to see what your numbers are with your people.
Talk dirty to me.
But I mean,
what?
Tyler was. I mean, you talk about. I mean, Tyler is serious. You talk about gambling, and if he was here at Twin Peaks, this fool's up here talking about talk dirty to me. All right, my first one is McNeese State at Clemson. Clemson's a 7.5-point favorite in this game. I think McNeese State's going to keep it inside of that. They might win the game. But I got them. I think we take McNeese State. I think they get inside of 7.5 on that puppy. I actually
really like this first one for the 4-legger, bro.
I like it. And then Missouri Drake. Missouri is a 6.5 point favorite. I think they are going to blow out Drake. And that's a tough one for me. Their style of play. Or the other one.
Been a rough year for Drake
with that minus 6.5. Next one, Utah State, UCLA. UCLA a 5.5 point favorite. I got that wrong. Take Utah State. Let's take Utah State in that bad boy. Utah State 5.5. I like them keeping that game. I think they might win that game outright anyway. And then UC San Diego, Michigan. This is becoming a popular pick for a lot of people. Think that's going to be an upset. And Michigan is only a 2.5 point favorite. They are big. Their guards are better than most people would look at, and then they shoot the ball really, really well. 2 7-footers inside, especially Danny Wolf, who's really, really good. And they're just a 2.5 point favorite. I think they're going to beat them by more than that. So I'll take Michigan on that. So McNeese State, Missouri, Utah State, Michigan in that bad boy.
I'm not just blowing smoke up your skirt there, Ron. I really like all 4 of those. I like this.
You got to. They're strong right there. And if we able, like we did this last year, if we're able to win, we will then buy drinks for the people. We'll come. We came to Twin Peaks last year, And we bought drinks for the people, photos. We had a good time and enjoyed ourselves. We'll do it again.
Hey,
you get a chance to
tell me,
party.
Yeah, you do, Dusty. You're right about that. Hey, tell me this: who you like in the VCU BYU game?
VCU.
Okay, who you like in the Georgia Gonzaga game?
Gonzaga.
Okay, who you like Tennessee Wofford?
I mean Tennessee.
Okay,
that 18's a little strong.
I think he's doing a time slot thing.
Tyler,
I think that's what's happening right now.
Tyler.
Yes.
And I'm in on y'all's McGeese. You say VCU or BYU?
I said VCU.
What's that spread?
What is that line? I don't know what that line is. I think it's maybe 3.5 towards BYU. But I like VCU's. It's going to be interesting contrast. One team shoots the lights out and plays really good offense, and the other team can turn your water off.
Sorry about that, Ron. BYU is 2.5-point favorites right now.
Yeah. So here's let me do this one. Here
you go.
McNeese, BYU, Gonzaga, and Tennessee first half. Book it, T.
All of those first half?
No, the first three of the games, the Tennessee's first half.
This guy right here, man. I mean, this
somebody's grumpy today.
Hey, no, I'm not. I'm sitting here smiling my ass off. What am I?
I mean, he is. This is.
I mean, if that one right there hits, it's going to be about 6:30 when the halftime of that Tennessee game, and it's going to be bananas if it hits.
Here it is. Here he is, right here, man. This dude. I mean, he has pieced together all kinds of. I'm scared to know how many bets actually you have going right
Me?
now, Tyler.
Or Tyler? Oh, Tyler.
Tyler, I'm scared.
It's a full slate.
I'm just saying. I'm just listening to what Clint just put together. I'm afraid to hear what the hell Tyler has put together. By the way, U of H, they're up 56-26 to open up the second half. This SIU Edwardsville team. I'm certain we can shock the world. We're going to shock the world, just like this Alabama State team that's down 17-8 early to Auburn. I bet they all woke up. We're going to shock them. Watch. We're going to be the thing they talking about today. No, y'all didn't came out here and just got y'all ass kicked. Holy smokes! I mean, hey, that's why, like Houston, Houston, boy, they will bottle up teams that are like just defensively, they may like this. They may not get to 40. Now I'll give that. I think Houston will take a little bit of the foot off the gas a little bit,
rest a little bit.
Yeah, they'll take the foot off, but they will just absolutely destroy teams like this, and they can score a little bit this year. But my goodness, I feel bad for those teams. But no, a tournament is up and going, man, and hopefully we can win some people some drinks, and if we do pull this parlay off, and we will keep it updated. If we pull this off tomorrow, man, we'll get some drinks for the people. We'll be able to have some drinks for the people. We did this last year. We had a good time. That's when we found out that waitress who made fun of Tyler for getting them tenders. That was a good time. Hopefully we can replicate that again. So come on out as we are here right off Kirby, Twin Peaks. And enjoy yourself. Come say hello. All right, Clint, some news here as we left yesterday. I'm watching my son's baseball game, and I start to get an alert that the Texans, they have done more. They have added another year and more money to Danielle Hunter, over $36 million added to his deal. He was only on one more year. They've added another year. And Danielle Hunter is in the building and going to be a Texan for at least 2 more years, which I know they love short term, and he loves. This is the second deal where he is getting like 98% of the deal is guaranteed for him. Your thoughts? Are you surprised that they got this aggressive with him?
No, not at all. Not, especially when you're talking about adding 1 year. It's not like they jumped up and all of a sudden adding 3 or 4 years to an extension, which I wouldn't be opposed to. Maybe not 4, but I wouldn't have been opposed to adding multiple years. But again, at that point, then you're getting into that Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud, like you're literally getting knee deep into it, not just threatening it. So, but I'm not surprised at all. Look, I think Danielle Hunter, again, is not only a great player, but he is a guy that just flat out embodies what DeMeco Ryans wants his team to look like. Moves in silence, plays with violence. I mean, there's no doubt about it. He is an absolute dog. He is extremely mature, obviously a great player, pairs tremendously with Will Anderson and his mentality and his temperament. They work well together. Allows Will Anderson to be the leader of that defense, ultimately be the more vocal guy of that defense. I think all those things play into Danielle, not just how good of a player he is, but everything about him is DeMeco Ryans, is Houston Texans. And so this doesn't surprise me one bit. It allowed them to spread some money out over multiple years, obviously, which I don't know that they couldn't have done that anyway. I don't know exactly how the inner workings of that.
Well, it would have been tougher on just 1 year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, look, this is perfect. I mean, this is beautiful to me. To keep this defense together, keep Will and Danielle together. I mean, because at the rate in which they're moving right now, offensively, they're going to be. I mean, not going to be. They are reliant on some wild cards.
Oh yeah, right up to this point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're going to be that way anyway with Nick Caley and all these guys that really hadn't done it. I mean, you're depending on some
unproven at the very least.
You're depending on some bets to hit here now, and defensively, the better you are and the more dominant you are, you know, the I guess the less pressure is on those guys to go out and score 40 points a game or 28 points a game or whatever it may be. And Danielle's a big piece of it. I mean, and on top of that, I mean, this is another one of those deals that everybody out there that thinks the Laramie Tunsil trade was about money, y'all can kiss every bit of my ass too. You can afford to pay superstars big money over the next 2 years. It ain't got nothing to do with contracts. It ain't got nothing to do with this or that. I mean, this. If you couldn't afford Laramie, couldn't afford Danielle Hunter over the next 2 years. So it's just a little caveat there.
After you just paid, Stingley, and you're about to get
Yeah. I mean, but again, it's just it goes that whole Tunsil contract situation and the smoke and mirrors everybody wants to throw out there. I understand the Texans throwing that out there. They got a reputation to uphold. They can't go out there throwing. But the smoke and mirrors that everybody around the organization wants to throw out there about cap space not being there, and here they've created. What have they created, Ron? Since you got heated about 10 days ago on air talking about cap space,
just keep doing it.
What have they created? $40 million worth of cap space.
Just keep doing it.
I mean, it's how you operate nowadays, and the good thing with the Texans, and we'll see how this plays out long term. But as they clear all this cap space, the good thing is the guys that they're pushing into the future are guys that I would imagine they want to keep here that long.
Yeah.
Right? And so from an accelerating the cap perspective, they're going to have some flexibility, right? Danielle Hunter's not going to be cut up out of here, after this year. They're going to have to accelerate the cap, all the money you just paid him, or after next year, whatever it may be. I think they're giving themselves a little bit of protection by the caliber player that they're extending and bonusing.
Yeah, guys that and with the time frame. Right, you feel like, all right, we got Danielle for 2 more years, not 4 more years, where he'd be, 34 potentially. They got him in an area where they feel like Danielle Hunter is still going to be the Danielle Hunter. All right, continue to come on and hang out with us however you can. Make your way up here. Games on all over the place, food, drinks. This is the time. This is a day to be out as a sports fans, amongst others. So come on, hang out with us here at Twin Peaks right off of Kirby. We'll continue as we continue to roll through right here on The Drive. Altuve, are you starting to rethink how this thing may go with Jose Altuve? We'll discuss that and much more coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Underdog
Right here on Houston's Sports Leader.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Hughley has came in the game.
Live from Twin Peaks at Kirby and 59. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I saw that fella last night that plays for Xavier, last name Hughley. I've seen him for a couple of years. There's a guy at Pitt. Pitt's got a Hughley on their team as well.
Hughley to the hole.
I'm telling you, man, they got to have relations. Got to have relations here with that fella here. But we are live out here, and it all goes down right here at Twin Peaks. And a good time is going to be had here the first day of the tournament. We got some parlay action on the line, and you do too, because you got to have a chance to get drinks. And if we hit this parlay, this 4-game parlay, you will have a chance to come out and have some drinks with us at Twin Peaks tomorrow. So you better make sure you're paying attention to that thing right now.
McNeese is who you need right now.
Right now, 2-2, right now. Right now. That's it, baby. All you got to have, baby. Stay within 7. Stay within 7.5, baby. There we go. There you go. There you go. That's what that thing is right there. All right, Clint, we talked about it a little bit yesterday because it happened late, and that was back-to-back days. Altuve has had issues in the field, and hell, he acknowledged it. He talked about saying he is not happy with his performance in the outfield right now. And, I mean, we're already having that conversation, Clint. Man, we haven't even reached the start of the regular season. I know me and you had these discussions. We talked about how weird it is, how odd it is to see him going out there. We talked about the fact that we thought now that Bregman's a Red Sox, it's weird that they're still going on with this. But we both said, and I think, Tyler, you were in agreement with this too, I think we both, all of us said, yeah, but we don't think it's going to be like, a train wreck out there. We don't think it's going to be something that is so bad that it is like an issue. It's a problem. We all said, I think we all said it'll be a respectable, he'll be all right. He'll be good enough to be out there. Is that changing at all for you? If you're out there also listening to your thoughts, is your thoughts on Altuve in the outfit, is that changing for you right now?
My bar was already low. I was worried about the arm strength. I thought he could track the ball, but the intricacies of playing the position and playing left field and then the different ballparks being different, like I was a little worried about that. The bar was pretty low, though, to be completely honest with you. And he has found a way to even make me concerned. He has found a way to.
You're defensive like
defense. It's hard for me to sit there and look at, like, it's really difficult for me to look at why Altuve's in the outfield in the first place. I'd never looked at Altuve at second base and was like, boy, he is going to cost us games at second base.
What is going on?
Yeah, no, I just never looked at it, right? But now all of a sudden you've got him in left field, and it's one of those that, boy, his second base play must have been awful because this whole experiment in left field is a disaster. We're talking routine fly balls. We're talking about routine glove, exchanging glove throwing hand exchange when you're trying to throw somebody out at home plate. We're talking about like Tyler said, peeking down at the runner maybe in the ball and missing fly balls. Like this is the bar was already low for me, and I'm even concerned.
Yeah, because now. This is my biggest thing for me is now, Clint, you have to, and we talked about it a bit yesterday, when games are tight in the late innings, like you got to at least entertain the thought of taking him out. Like
it's not ideal.
If Hader or Abreu's coming in late in the 8th or the 9th, like
you have to.
And it's a one-run game. Like as you're saying, man, this – like we're sitting here right here on just exchange, like a catch. You have to, but when you do that, you're taking now your leadoff hitter and the heart and soul
of your
It's a monster that they've created.
That was something that never happened at second base,
Correct.
even how bad he was.
Correct.
At second base, there was never a thought of like, hey, man, we got to bring Dubon in to take him out in the later innings. But right now, you might have to do that. And then the thought would be, all right, to keep him in the game, what do you think we may do?
No,
they're
going to move him back to second base.
We'll just move him to second base and put Dubon out there. Well, hell, why don't you just do that from the jump?
Correct.
It's because to me, it's creating a what are you going to do late in the game?
Yeah.
And that's why to me it is this is becoming at least a point in which I'm just like, yo, maybe this ain't just ain't gonna just flow.
Well, we're at a point where it's like, how long is Dana Brown and Joe Espada gonna hang on to this? You know what I mean? Like how long is this little project, this little experiment they're doing? Like, how bad does it have to get before everything that we're talking about? Now, I'm not. It's easy to get on the radio and talk about how bad it is. I mean, when stuff like this happens, when you make decisions like this, you got to see it through to a certain extent. So I'm not saying that they should pull the plug on the experiment right now. I'm just saying, like, it's bad enough at this point where you got it is a no-brainer to pull one of your best bats, most clutch bats out of the lineup in tight ball games in the 8th or 9th or even in extras, right? Like, it's a no-brainer to pull him out of the game or shuffle the deck and put him at second. Like,
that was
at
a no-brainer
what point
for me.
how bad does it have to get for you to pull the plug on this thing?
Yeah.
Like, hey, man, shoot, he's out there making a couple plays, man. This got legs. It's got a real chance. Instead of that conversation, it's the absolute worst-case scenario conversations being had about Altuve out there, and that's the bad part.
Text line coming in. It's just spring training.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, it is.
I'm in a good mood today, man.
No, it is just spring training, and the hope is that he will.
You'd think he'd make
once you get to the regular season, they play the Mets in ongoing, that he doesn't have any of those issues. But clearly, guys, it is clear, like he is probably right now a below average outfielder.
Probably.
I'm just
below average?
I'm just saying. He's probably a below average outfielder.
He's the worst outfielder on this team, and we've got a below average outfield across the board.
True. He is the worst outfielder on the team. I will agree with that right now. Also least experience, but he is the worst outfielder on the team, and I'm just saying, but he is the heart and soul of your team and one of your best bats. And in a 4-3 game in the 8th inning, the move that makes sense is to take him out of the game for giving you the best chance to win. But do you want to do that with Altuve in a spot you've never had to do that with? So I think that is at least a conversation, and I think thinking about that is hard when you say, hey, man, in the game, man, we got to take Altuve out, and Zach DeZenzo's going to be in. Like that's right. As we continue live here, Twin Peaks, right off Kirby. Clint, by the way, SIU Edwardsville has now just scored one more additional points from the last time you saw them. So they're at 31 points. This team they've probably scored 1 point in the last 6 minutes of game action is what U of H is doing to this team. It's a damn shame. I wonder if they will get to 40 by the end of this game. But they are beating the brakes off of them. You can come here and watch that and many other games as well as we continue. Greg Cosell, one of the best football evaluators watching the tape, brought up something that could have a connection with the Houston Texans. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, guys, you have heard.
enhanced watching? So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman? Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Live from Twin Peaks at Kirby and 59. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Somebody throwing the damn towel in Wichita, Kansas. What's going on with the University of Houston?
Make it stop.
Clint, they've scored 1 point. Oh, they just hit a three. Holy hell.
Great job,
They had scored
kid.
1 point from the break, and they just hit a three. That is their first made field goal since the 17-minute and 1 second mark of the second half. It is 6:10 remaining in the game. That is the first time they made a field goal from the 17-minute mark. I just want to also let everybody know Auburn is only up by 3 right now as the 1 seed. Over Alabama State. Auburn's only up by 3 with 3 minutes left.
Titus somewhere smiling.
That is the number 1 overall seed, and our boss, Parker Hillis, is somewhere
crapping his pants.
He's somewhere acting like he's not mad, or acting like he's mad, but acting like he's not worried. Well, like what is the? I have experience. Hell, you've seen your team be a 1 seed when you're the higher game as a fan. It's tight that you start to get nervous. Is it second half? Like what? Like in the first half, are you still nervous if it's tight and your team is definitely the favorite?
No, sir. No, sir.
Like 30 to 27.
Look, I wouldn't be surprised if the Kansas-Arkansas game's close at half.
Well, that one's supposed to be close.
Well,
Jayhawks are going down.
That Hog defense will wear them down, and they'll quit in the second half. A lot of teams will quit in the second half.
They will definitely quit. Yeah,
A lot of teams they bank on wearing you down. Like I guarantee you, Auburn, them big dudes Auburn got, Alabama State, they're gonna get tired of getting leaned on here in a minute.
Yeah, they just played. By the way, McNeese State, they're up 10-6 in a low-scoring game.
Let's go.
12 minutes left in the first half. This Houston, they went 8 minutes without scoring, Clint.
No, I mean that's what Houston is supposed to do with SIU Edwardsville. They even get in.
Just beating the hell out of them. They won their conference tournament.
I mean, what conference are they in?
I don't know. Find it, Tyler. I bet it's a great name.
I mean, I ain't never heard
They're
of
in the POS conference.
They're not, man. They're in some Midwestern name conference. The Horizon. They're in something like there is something like
Upward.
The Upward. There could be something like that. Like whatever.
That was our church league.
I know it's in the Upward League. Yeah, that was the one.
I'm gonna guess it's in Edwardsville.
The reversible jersey somewhere in Indiana. Let's see.
Yes. On your wristband, match up with your wristband. Go guard him.
Like what is the conference that they're in? They're out there just getting it.
Let's be real, it don't matter.
And they're in the Ohio Valley. That's right, Ohio Valley.
Oh, of course.
Hey,
that's right.
Hey, they shooting these shots, and I know all of them saying, "Damn, I'll be hitting these in practice. I'll be hitting these in our gym. I hit them in our league." Not today, Jack. Not today, Jack. All right. All right, as we continue here, Clint, Greg Cosell, one of the best in the business when it comes to film watching, breaking down film of the NFL. He usually does quarterbacks, but offensive football big time. But he was talking about the importance of not just the number 1 receiver you hear a lot, but also the number 2 receiver. Here is Greg Cosell giving his thoughts of the importance of the number 2 receiver.
I think it's absolutely critical because with the way defenses play now, with a lot more split safety, it becomes easier to bracket, double, whatever term you want to use, a number 1 receiver within the context of your defensive structure. So now you think of it this way. It is always possible to double 2 receivers if you want to. Obviously, that changes your whole defensive feel and how you do other things. But teams don't really do that. So they'll try to double 1 see that with the big-time receivers. You see it with Chase at times. You see it with Justin Jefferson. You see it with A.J. Brown at times. But if you have that number 2 receiver that's really, really good, and Higgins, my guess is, for a number of teams in the league, would be seen as a number 1, for some teams in the league for sure, then it just gets harder.
All right, he was talking about a number 2 receiver, and obviously the Texans – we come from last year having the thought of, hey, man, we don't have a big 1. We got like a big 3. We've got Tank, and we've got Diggs, and we've got Nico. I think it's very clear now, right, with Tank's injury. They bring in Christian Kirk. They bring in Justin Watson from the Chiefs, but he is he's just a complimentary type receiver. And obviously Nico Collins is the 1. When you hear that and you look at the Texans situation, what does that bring to mind for you?
Well, I think just the importance of that number 2 receiver. Of course, he's talking about the audio hit because the T. Higgins and Jamar Chase conversation, and their contracts were I don't think they had signed them yet, but they just re-upped them. So the conversation's around that caliber, and I'm not. I want to be clear. I don't expect the Texans to have that caliber number 2, but just the importance of that number 2 wide receiver. Is big time. And the question here in Houston is Christian Kirk. Are you comfortable with Christian Kirk being that guy? Because basically what Greg Cosell was just saying, which I echo and I agree with, is it doesn't matter if I'm Lovie Smith and I'm a cover 2 team or if I'm a middle of the field closed team and I'm some kind of man or some kind of a 3, there's hybrid coverages within each one of them that are designed to be able to double Nico Collins and take Nico Collins, or at least attempt to take Nico Collins out of the game. There are no coverages to take 2 receivers out of the game, right? And when I say that, when I say there are no coverages, I'm talking about within a system.
Yeah.
Right? You've got to get completely away from what it is your identity is on defense, whether that's a pressure defense or a zone defense or a middle close, middle open. Like, you got to get completely away from that and play a certain kind of coverage, and everybody and on God's green earth knows what you're trying to do. So if you want to really start dictating schematically to a defense what they can and can't do, you really need a good number 2 to take advantage when teams try to stay in their scheme and double your number 1 wide receiver. And it just, to me, I don't know that I want to hang my hat on Christian Kirk. I don't know that I'm comfortable sitting here today going.
So you're not comfortable with Christian Kirk off of Nico. And I guess I think another important part of that is obviously a number 2 is also helped by the quarterback and how he's used, right? So I think that's the other part, which is you've talked about a wild card. We're not real quite sure how Nick Caley is thought to use it. If it is the way that New England did, and it's a Wes Welker role off of others, then I could see that being. But it is, I think Christian Kirk's is also dependent on the scheme and how they want to use him to kind of qualify with that too.
Yeah, look, I think if we're going to compare it to former Texans teams, like last year, I think you had 3 guys that could play inside or out, Nico, Tank, and Diggs, that could play inside or out. You had 2 guys that would have been really good in the slot in Tank and Diggs. You had some interchangeable pieces there where the way I look at it right now is the conversation needs to change. You've got a clear-cut number 1, no doubt about it, with Nico, and then you've got a slot receiver, right? And if you're comfortable with that slot receiver being your number 2 option and the guy that when they double Nico Collins – in the pass game, you're going to have to go to that guy. You're going to have to rely on that guy creating that separation. I like Christian Kirk in that, in just generally speaking, creating situations as a good slot, creating separation, as a good slot when the matchup's right. I don't know how much I like him when you go against a team like the Eagles or you go against a team like the Chiefs this year. You go against a team like Baltimore typically. I'm not looking at their roster. I don't know what they have right now. But when you go with against a team that's got 2 good corners and they can double Nico and take him out of the game and then put a good cover defender on Christian Kirk, I don't know that that's going to be enough to win games.
So is it because he's a slot, or is it just his particular skill set?
It's the whole thing.
Slot
it's his
slot
size.
being a 2.
It's his size, a true slot player. I mean, you put Christian Kirk outside, you're wasting snaps. So, I mean, you're limited to using him in the slot. I think he's undersized. I do think he's good at creating, like, in tight spaces, creating separation immediately, which will be good in, like, pressure situations and stuff like that. But when you're looking at just a 4-quarter game of, hey, they are wholeheartedly committed to taking that damn Nico Collins out of the game. And we saw some of that last year, right, down the stretch. They're wholeheartedly committed to taking him out of the game. And now we got to rely on Christian Kirk. And they know Christian Kirk's going to be in the slot. You know he's a smaller receiver. You know he's a guy that wins right now. He's not necessarily a guy that's going to – now, he can beat you over the top, but he's not necessarily a guy that's going to consistently win in the mid-range game as a route-running technician. I'm not comfortable with him as your number 2, and I think Greg Cosell teed it up for a good conversation of what the Texans right now. They need that next guy. Now, when you talk about what the Texans need, Ron – I think at the end of the day, in its simplest form, I think they need a speed guy. I think they need.
No, we agree on that.
Well, you got to have a speed guy that can when a team is trying to play a shell, you can run the safeties off. But when they're not, you threaten them deep, right? If they're going to double Nico and they're going to give Christian Kirk a little attention, and you got one-on-one outside, you got to have a guy that's got some size and a guy that can get over the top, right? Or a guy that if because of his speed, they're going to play a little bit softer. So you got to have that third guy. And right now, Mechie and Hutch aren't that guy. And look, the thing is, you can draft that guy. This isn't a position that I don't think the Texans could. I think they can find in the draft. You find the right guy.
Yeah.
You use a first or second round draft pick, you can damn sure find that guy.
Yeah.
So I think it's a void that can be filled rather easily, whether it's free agency or the draft. But yeah, right now they need a number 2.
All right, we're live Twin Peaks here off Kirby. The tournament is up and going. We will fill you and keep you updated, especially on our parlay, which is looking really good to start early. We'll keep you alive on all of that. And, hey, you will hear from Udoka last night as the Rockets get their 8th straight W, one of the hottest teams the hottest team in basketball right now. We'll let you hear what he had to say about Jalen Green. That's coming up next.
All right, if you got them big, beautiful, valuable trees on your
Clearly different. Learn more at Fisher Investments.
Involves the risk of loss.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I'm so high on the Rockets.
Live from Twin Peaks at Kirby and 59, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on the road on one of the greatest days on the sports calendar. We are live here, Twin Peaks, right here off of Kirby. Come on out and have a good time. Just like our guy Dwight. Shout out to Dwight, who just stopped by. He said he's a long-time listener, stepped in and came and said what's up to us. And we appreciate you listening, help making us the number one sports show in this great city. Come on out, man. There are plenty of TVs everywhere. The beer is flowing. The drinks is flowing. Somebody just got me a shot that was bourbon. It was good. I just wasn't ready for it.
Top shelf bourbon, top shelf tequila's over here at Twin Peaks now.
There you go. And the food is fantastic. If you're watching this on YouTube and Twitch, you saw Clint dive into them smoked wings, and you can dive into plenty of things as well. And this is coming up, the rest of the show. The first opportunity will be after this segment. You got a chance to win. We've got two here at Twin Peaks that you can have a chance to win, as well as two $25 Visa gift cards. So, hell, you got 4 opportunities to win, and all those opportunities to win, you can pay for your meal, your drinks here, and have a good time. So we'll be doing our first giveaway coming up as soon as this segment ends. But a little tourney update. I'm telling you, I'm undefeated right now, and we do have a parlay out. And if it has not been explained to you, the parlay is helpful to you as well, the listener, because if we hit this 4-team parlay, you will have the opportunity to get some drinks on us. Some drinks on us just like we did last year. By the way, the parlay is we need McNeese State to just stay within 7.5 of Clemson. Well, currently they lead 25-11 right now with 4 minutes left in the half. Oh my God! And this thing is it is looking good right now in that game. A little bit later on, Missouri and Drake. We got Missouri, them winning by more than 6.5. Utah State, UCLA, Utah State. We're looking as dogs. They are 5.5-point underdogs in this game. I like Utah State. And then UC San Diego, a big upset pick over Michigan. I think Michigan will take care of them. They're 2.5-point favorite. If they can get a win over 2.5, and we can get all 4 of those, baby, you are drinking tomorrow, baby. You're just right here, Twin Peaks. So come on out, have a good time. There you go, brother. Have a good time there. This McNeese State score, boy. Hopefully this is the luck that we are rolling into. I know you got a little separate little separate action. Is McNeese involved in that?
Yeah, McNeese is involved in this. This is the one that could take both of us down. Both of our little bets now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we need McNeese here to keep two of them alive, y'all. We got.
Yeah.
I went ahead and put a little parlay together that's going to end. That should end about 6:30, shortly off when we get off the air. So any listeners that happen to be in the building, assuming that thing is still alive in that Tennessee game. The Tennessee Volunteers in the first half. I'm just now realizing that I bet on the damn Volunteers, but
yeah, you did.
Yeah, that'll be the bet that hopefully we can all cheer for winning there. That'd be big. We all celebrate together.
No, we can. Hopefully we have a good time. So it's off to a good start right now. But come on out and watch all these games out here, man. Hell, I know some people ain't. I know all these people ain't just off work. You can come on, roll
half
on
of them
down.
on the clock.
On the clock right now. Half of them are. You can roll on down here and do your thing, especially when you get off. There ain't, as Clint said earlier, a better place. U of H already beat the hell out of a team. They held 8 minutes without scoring a point, and even longer from the field than that. So it's a good time to be had out here. All right, the Rockets, Clint, they won 8 straight. Hey, they take care of business. Orlando, they're a team that's going to be in the playoffs, the play-in at the very least, and just beat in the NBA earlier this week. They go down there and get a win pretty handily there. And Jalen Green was a catalyst, won some money for Tyler last night.
And me.
And you and the people. Jalen Green.
Don't leave me out now.
I can't keep up with what you did put in on. But Jalen Green was a catalyst last night. Udoka speaks about his young guard, Jalen Green, and what he means to the Rockets.
Yeah, I think he's just much more settled and has seen everything, at this point. They blitzed him late in the game today, and he handled it much better than he had at times last year. And so his consistency, Alpe's consistency has really been the key to all this, especially with Fred being out for a while and kind of finding his way back now. You can still see he's rusty. My man being out and Jabbar being out for that, month and a half, I think him growing in those areas, him and Alpe kind of carried us to where we are now. And so big March last year, like you mentioned, but I think overall he's been very consistent this year. Every off game he really bounces back with a good week or two, and that shows the growth that he's having, and obviously he's going to be crucial for us going forward.
All right, that's him talking about Jalen Green, as he said, crucial for them going forward. Listen, the Rockets are going to be in the playoffs. Don't know what their seeding is going to be in the playoffs, Clint. But I'm telling you, for me personally, my excitement level of seeing Jalen Green in the playoffs, it is at an all-time high. He is of anybody, right? Just because you just don't know what's going. He's going to put up shots, he's going to play, but you just don't know how he is going to perform in the playoffs. So I am excited to see what he does once he gets on that stage. That'll be fun to watch.
I'm right there with you. I'm excited about the whole team, assuming that they can get there and Amen Thompson is healthy and the other guys can stay healthy the rest of the way. I'm excited about the team just to see how much of it translates. I'm convinced the defense translates. I know other teams are going to raise their level of play. I know other teams are going to have superstars. I know this has been an 8-game stretch of some subpar teams where they have not done anything great other than consistently play well. They beat teams that they should have beaten, right?
Yeah.
For the most part, maybe not all of them, but they should have beaten. So the one thing again, I'm a Rockets fan. I have no obviously. There's nothing about breaking down basketball film that I can help you with, but I know watching Jalen Green right now. There's no doubt about it. Watching Jalen Green right now, you're watching a totally different player than the guy that I talked about for 2 years leading up to this season. I mean, he appears to be in control of one himself, but two, the game for the most part. When we talk about like the Rockets, and recently you and I have had conversations about the Rockets just being out of control and not really having much of an identity. Very rarely has it been him. Yeah. It's the other guys around him, and so yeah, man, I'm stoked to watch him in the playoffs as well. I'm stoked to watch him in more high leverage situations against better players, better defenders, and see what he can do. Man, it's averaged 27 in the last 5 games. I love the way that Ime Udoka doesn't pull him out of the game. I mean, I'm sure
that was happening last year at times, benching.
Well, yeah, like right now, like I've watched several games because I had a bet late where the game's really out of hand, and the Rockets are winning, and everybody's, not everybody, but a good chunk of the guys are resting for one reason or another. Well, he's still in the game. He's still in the game getting it, right? So there's obviously some level of development there that Ime Udoka is looking for from him, and it seems like watching him that he's gotten there. Now I'll say this, Ron, and you were out last week, but talking to, B. Scott, this run again, maybe not 8 or 9 or 10 straight, but winning the majority of the games leading up until this Sunday, they match up against the Denver Nuggets. Leading up to that game, the expectations for most of us were, hey, they're going to rattle off some wins. So they should win most of these games. Now, when you look at once Sunday hits, the schedule moving forward there, you catch some better basketball teams. So my hope is that we feel good in let's say a week as we do right now, both about the Rockets and about Jalen Green. I know B. Scott coming in and saying, hell, I went from thinking that they weren't going to be competitive in a playoff series to, hey, man, they can compete in it. I hope that's still the case once this schedule tightens up a little bit down the stretch, but we'll see.
They get there. I think the Nuggets are in there. Some other teams are in there, and we'll see what the Nuggets. Hell, they haven't been able to play. They haven't played Jokic or Murray the last couple of games either.
You get the Jazz a couple times. OKC's in there again.
OKC's in there, yeah.
Golden State's in there again. I mean,
there's some challenges there for them. Yeah, I just the same thing as you said with the young guys with Jalen Green. They get in the playoffs, as you said there. Like him and Şengün are probably going to be the team's focal point. And like we said, man. One thing about Jalen is fearless. I don't think you're worrying about walking in there and thinking, boy, Jalen, man,
he's going to get his.
He's going to get him up, and that's what I'm saying is you got a guy that's fearless that I can bet this is a dude that is wanting the moment, right? Like, oh, man, I ain't never been to playoffs. He's somebody who can't wait to get in this thing and to make a name for it. And when you have that combination of a player – it is, you just don't know exactly what you're going to get from it. Because, like you've talked about, Amen Thompson, he may kind of come and go a little bit with his aggressiveness. Jalen really I bet you his aggressiveness goes up once the playoffs hit. And I'm excited to watch
and it looks like, again, I don't want to beat the dead horse, but just the more control that he has of his game, it looks like he's ready to take that next step, which would be better talent in the playoffs and arriving against other superstars.
Yep. McNeese State, this is getting out of hand. 31-13 as they head to the final seconds of the half. Man, that one, I'm telling you, but that one, that one right there, boy, that's almost in the bag right there. Almost. I better calm down a little bit, but good God, that had to be a hell of a collapse. This is the tournament, man. You just don't know. Like I bet you these Clemson fans haven't seen this team play like this all year, don't they? I mean, they never seen them. They've scored 13 damn points in the half. What is U of H out there playing them?
Digging them up, baby.
That's that Houston defense, boy. 13 points in the first half. Someone wanted to text in to let us know that Jake Myers hit a home run today.
Jake hit a bomb, huh?
Jake, huh? Good for Jake. Telling you, man, he ain't going nowhere, baby. Jake has got it, baby.
No, we need Jake to turn it on corner.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, by the way, little Astros news today that we do need to push across about 3 technique, Luis Garcia.
Yeah.
Luis Garcia had a setback. I know, Tyler, I was thinking about it. Like, whenever you hear them Astros start using that setback, that language.
And sore elbow.
It's been reported Luis Garcia has been shut down. Remember, he had he had it 2 years ago, right? And there was almost threats that he would come back, and then eventually
I think
they shut him down last year.
Yeah, last season at 3, if not 4 different moments throughout the season where it's like he's ramping up. He's working back. Luis Garcia, setback.
Yep.
Damn it, man.
Well, Luis Garcia has been shut down with elbow soreness and will be seen by team doctors. Joe Espada, the captain, said Garcia had been scheduled to throw a live BP today. So I mean, it's a tough thing because I mean, obviously they're going to need all the arms that they can get right now, and he's somebody you would have thought would have been ready to go this year. I'm not going to say that this is a huge hit to them, but depending on how long he's potentially out, that's one, because you need the arms and need all those guys.
Well, we talk about, and we have, it seems like for 3 years now, like the surplus of arms, especially if you're just talking about arms to get you through the regular season. The Astros have an embarrassment of riches, and this is one of them. So, I don't know how bad, Luis Garcia hurt you big pictures. It's kind of like Altuve. Like I don't see Altuve being in the outfield in a damn playoff series. I don't see Luis Garcia being a big part of a series. Maybe he makes a couple of appearances, here and there in relief, but he's not going to be a big. He wasn't going to be a big part of any kind of run in the playoffs again anyway. So I do wonder how bad this hurts you. It obviously makes you thinner.
Yeah.
And literally and figuratively. If you're talking about
they've had a lot of pitchers that had injury problems coming into it. He's the one that was furthest removed from his surgery.
He was thought to be ahead of Lance not too long ago.
Yes. Lance has had 4 years on him, but
Bear me in the age.
I'm just saying Lance had 4 years of this injury.
He ought to have rehab down by now.
Yeah, he ought to have that down. All right, so we'll keep you updated on that. But that's one to watch. It just when you start hearing shut down, elbow soreness like that with the Astros, that don't to me say, oh, all right, man, that's just a couple weeks. Like that's something that you feel maybe a little bit more serious. All right, as we continue live here, Twin Peaks, right off Kirby, a potential. I wonder if this will actually happen. I would vote yes for it if I had a vote. But the NFL potentially may make a move here that the Detroit Lions are pushing that would have affected the Houston Texans. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all. Kashada.
For life. When it comes to the biggest story of spring training, the Big Orange Wagon has you covered.
This is going to be a very fair question to ask going forward as we go through the month of March. Are the Astros a better team offensively and defensively with Cam Smith at third and Isaac Paredes at second?
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Live from Twin Peaks at Kirby and 59, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we're live here back at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks here off 59 in Kirby. Come on out and have a good time and hang out with us. You need to. Get on out here as these games are heating up. Clint has his own personal parlay, and then we also have the team parlay. Good. You got VCU in the lead right now, 19-17. You need that one, and then McNeese State is just destroying Clemson right now at the half, up 31-13 at the half. So looking pretty good right now.
If we can get this McNeese game to hold on, man, we're gonna be in some pretty good shape for both these parlays we got rolling.
I feel good about it. Feel good about all four of them, man. Not messing with a lot of. The games that really make you nervous is to me kind of like the U of H game, where you never know when a team's going to take their foot off the gas. Then you never know when they're going to put somebody in, and then what do the other team's second stringers do versus the other ones, and then hey, you're up 18 and a half. All right, now they should win by 18. The next you know. It's 20.
Yeah.
It's just 40 seconds left. Somebody hits some shots, and damn near you done won by 17.
Well, the good thing for us is, and for you, just say us, I'm talking about McNeese State, by the way. But, the good thing is that them and U of H, I mean, they're winning with defense, and that typically, your depth plays some similar defense because they've been working on it all year long. So they don't have to make shots. They just need to keep that defense intensity up, and we'll be all right.
Yeah, that's not what they thinking. They in there thinking, trying to get. I'm gonna get on. Let me hit me a shot.
I'm in the transfer portal after tonight's game.
Transfer portal. Can I get on one shining moment? Can I get me a moment on that bad boy?
Give me a good 10-point run here. I can transfer and make a little money next year.
There you go. Have some good food and good drinks. I think I might try them wings here in a little bit. I saw you get them.
I did the smoked wings. They're good, man.
I saw you. Might have jump on that.
Not a big mess. It's nice.
All right, Clint. This is obviously we see a lot of teams try to change rules committee and all this thing. Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, reports that the Lions have proposed a bylaw change that would allow wild card teams to be seated higher than division winners based on record. So basically, whoever in a playoff matchup, Clint, has the better record is the host team. Right, that would be the case, and they're not basing it by divisions and division winners and things like that. Like the NBA has it, right? Like they base it off the conference standings and not necessarily the division standings in terms of who has home field advantage. And in this case, that would have meant like a team like the Texans, Clint, would have actually had to go on the road to face a team like the Chargers, who had a better record than them. Do you like this move? Would this be something you would be down for with the NFL?
Absolutely. I know Texans fans are going to hate me for that, but absolutely.
I mean, just because it worked for them this time, and I don't know. I
mean, you've got a crappy division. You could win this division next year with 9 games, and you want a home game, right? It's pretty damning, to be honest with you, given our history. But I just think it's the right thing to do. I think moving forward, it should be how many wins you have in a season, and they should reseed that thing when the playoffs start. I'm okay with you automatically getting in. I mean, I'm okay with you win a division you're in. But if you win a division like Seattle did back in the day, when
they were 7-9,
7 wins, like your ass got to be the dead last seed in the bunch.
No, I'm with you. It is the sport where it to me it appears home field advantage is like such a big advantage, as opposed to other sports, right? It feels
the only bigger advantage is the bye.
Yeah,
and that's because you just get you don't have to play. You just get to move on.
Play, and obviously you get to get healthy and you don't take hits, but. No, I'm with you. It doesn't feel as bad like last year with the Texans because, it was within one game and they felt like similar teams. But, yeah, that is a like the Vikings were playing for the number 1 seed and a bye. And then the next week they had to go on the road.
Go to California, right? Actually, they ended up going to Arizona.
L.A. They played.
The Fires moved to Arizona,
but had to go on the road.
Yeah,
winning almost 15 games. 15-2, man. You got to host. You got to host.
You got to be at home, man.
You got to host one.
Yeah, no, I agree wholeheartedly with you on that, man. Yeah, I love this. I love the thought here. Did you see the other thing that
you think that will fly?
Yes.
You think that is something that will change?
Yeah, I think I do.
Yeah,
I do. The other thing that they proposed, which I 100% dislike, by the way, is the automatic first down on defensive holding or illegal touching.
And they say no.
Like right now, it's an automatic first down.
First down, yeah.
I mean, it just and their proposal is if the penalty yardage doesn't equal a first down, get the first down, then it should be remain fourth down or whatever, third down, whatever, and you go. Now I'm just because look, I've dialed up a perfect play, and I've got the matchup that I want, and my guy's breaking open. Your guy knows he's beat, so he tackles him on third and 18, and all of a sudden I got to line up again and do it on 3rd and 3.
I don't like that. Yeah, I don't like that because college they do it all the time, which is smart. If you go because it's 15, right? It's not a spot foul.
Yeah.
Like I'm just gonna grab you, even if it is I'm just gonna grab you and pull you down. Now, because some of it is tough. Some of it is tough where it's just.
Well, if it's defensive holding or illegal touching, it's different than pass interference. Like it's not like.
Well, defensive holding is automatic.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. But they're different penalties, right? So it's. I don't know. For me, I'm out on that one. I like the best record. You see this thing, the best records get the home games. As far as changing the penalties, no, man. If you're going to grab my receiver and tackle him to the ground on a third and 18 or a fourth down in a critical situation, I got to get to that first down.
Text line coming in. If you deserve a home game, but you deserve one if you win your division at 8-9 or that, like I don't.
Yeah, 500 football team deserves a home game just because they play in a crappy division. Yeah, that's not that ain't right.
I don't agree with that, and it'll never pass because too many owners will lose home games. Well, they're not losing.
The other owners would gain.
I said they're not losing them to just random people. They're not losing them to the Dodgers.
Well, I think, Ron, I think the reason that it's an easy change is because, as you mentioned, I know all leagues aren't created equal, and obviously sports are different. But like there are blueprints out there of how it works in other sports.
Yeah. No, like Houston. Like right now, Houston. I think they're in the same division as OKC. Like Houston shouldn't have to, if they're the 2 seed, they have the second best record in the conference, shouldn't then have to go on the road to play the Lakers because the Lakers won the Pacific with Golden State in there as their second best team, right? I agree. I think it should be. I think the overall thing should be seeded as records. To begin with from the jump, right? I think it should be wherever moving on should be from the jump best record rolling through. So I like that time, like you said, that time the damn Seahawks were 7-9 and hosted like an 11 or 2. That was insane.
Yeah, Memphis is the team you were thinking of in the division with the Rockets.
Yeah. All right. Coming up, Clint said something earlier about one of the newest Texans that I think Texans fans are hoping makes a big impact. He had a question about him. We'll discuss that and get his answer coming up next.
But Ron,
before we get there,
I'm just gonna ask about my Johnson, man.
I know it. I don't want you to.
Kirby and 59. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner.
And The Drive returns from their commercial break. There you go. Head on a swivel, boys.
There it is. Drive is live. I had
Deb's a big winner. Deb is the big winner.
Deb was a big winner.
$50 Twin Peaks gift card.
There you go. Get you a Twin Peaks gift card. You got several chances to win things. You got another $50 Twin Peaks gift card, as well as $25 Visa gift cards.
Was it me or was he yelling at us?
Who? Tyler?
Tyler.
I think Tyler was just excited. I believe that's how I'm taking
Yeah, that's it.
I feel like you yelled at us, Tyler.
No.
Well, I mean, your headsets weren't on, and we were back from a commercial. So.
Oh, I forget you could see us.
He could mine.
I'm congratulating Deb, man. She was winning.
Yeah, Deb was winning. At least
winning's fun.
My headset was not in my hand. It was confiscated from me. But no, we were having a good time. We're back. You can have a chance if you are not in the building yet, and if you're coming in as you need to be, or if you are in the building, you can sign up and put it in our raffle little barrel there. We got the real deal in here, and you could be a winner like Deb, who just took home a prize. We've got 3 other things we're going to cut somebody else up with over the next couple of hours. So come on and have a good time and hang out with this McNee, baby. McNee's up here, 40-16, man. Come on, man. He has Gonzaga and Georgia, and Gonzaga's up 11-0 in this game to start. I mean, this is we got a shot here. See, this is why I can't do this, because all of this can be completely thrown to hell with just Missouri coming out and being stupid.
Yeah, when he says do this, he's talking about making these bets, making these parlay bets that we got going on.
No, sorry, man. Let's do this thing here, man. That
gets a little excited.
I get a little excited, man. I want to do it for the people, man. That was fun last year.
I mean, we got a good little start here.
Even keel.
Settle down. You're not going to fight. You better settle down. Hell, you're going to have a heart attack. You ain't going to find out your final bet until midnight.
Yeah, no, you got Michigan late. Yeah,
late on that late game.
That's all right. But come on out, have a good time, and enjoy yourself here as the tournament. My favorite day on the sports calendar has started. Here, get you a beer, get you whatever, and come on and hang out. You said this earlier. You're talking about the number 2 receiver, Clint.
Yeah.
And right now, the most accomplished outside of Nico Collins is Christian Kirk. And I wonder from the people here, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this as well. Those of you on the Texas Hammer, the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line, you can join in on this 271-357-24610. Are you comfortable with Christian Kirk right now as a number 2 receiver, right? I'm not saying that the Texans are done at Justin Watson and Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie should be it. But say they even add another one, and maybe this person is more of a third. Are you comfortable with Christian Kirk as a number 2 receiver?
I am not. No. I think if you look at Christian Kirk right now, even if you get a healthy Christian Kirk, he would have. And I'm not talking about who you like the most. I'm just talking about if you'd have put Christian Kirk on his football team last year, he would have been the 4th best receiver. And I'm just talking about as a guy I think Tank Dell is a better route runner. I think Tank Dell's a better separator. I think Tank Dell's a better tracker of the football and making big time plays. Obviously, Nico and Diggs would be viewed above him. And so, yeah.
I don't think Diggs is right now. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll say going into last year, I would not have shaked my mouth to say that Christian Kirk is better than Diggs. So now with the injury, another year off, we've seen some football. Maybe Christian Kirk can play the same level of ball that Diggs can right now. But he would have been, in my opinion, would have been the 4th best receiver in terms of creating separation and making plays. He would have been the 4th best receiver on his team last year. And right now, and the less versatile guy the 4th most versatile guy on the team. So, I think it's a big dip from one year to the next. And I think here's where to have with the Texans this year, it's going to be tough. Until I see what they're going to do offensively, it's going to be tough for me to have the 1, 2, 3 guy conversation. We talked about this last week with B. Scott. Like, I'm not looking for a guy that you and I would sit here and say, well, this guy's better than Christian Kirk, as much as I'm looking for another outside receiver that's a great route runner, or an outside receiver that's a take the top off the cover speed guy, because I think this is going to be more about like specific styled receivers playing in specific places this year instead of just 3 or 4 guys that can do it all. Right, so I'm looking for more of a specific receiver than I am necessarily a guy that's better than Christian Kirk. But I think he would be more important than Christian Kirk, yes.
Yeah, I think there is – I'm with you. I think they need somebody that can stretch the defense more. But for me, my thing is, because I see someone text in and said, hell no, they don't believe that he would be a better – that they're comfortable with him as a 2. To me – if he is healthy, which has been a thing that has ended his season, he has had, I believe, a groin in his season and then a collarbone last year in his season. If he's healthy and he can go, like, I feel confident that when you say, all right, number 2 receiver, a guy that can be productive off of Nico, a guy that when they try to take away Nico can still that can be there for CJ. I feel comfortable with that because when he has been healthy in Jacksonville and even in Arizona before that, when he has been healthy, I mean, this has been a guy that's been between a 900-yard to 1,100-yard level receiver. And to me, that is and he's not played with quarterbacks as good as CJ. All right, now, again, the wild card is the coordinator and the play caller and everything else. But to me, if he's healthy, right, this is a guy's not 30. If he's healthy, I feel good about his production out of the slot. Now, I think it's a big deal I think in some people's thoughts, it's hard for you to maybe be a 2 primarily playing in the slot. I think that may be something that may be something you're looking at is like it's hard. If I can't move you, if you just got to sit right there in one spot, that's hard to say you're a 2. But for me, it's more of a health thing. I would be surprised, Clint, if he was healthy and he played 17 games this year and he wouldn't fit what they need.
I think he fits what they need. I think he will be a productive player. I think when teams, particularly when you play better defenses, particularly when games mean more late in the season, I think teams are going to do everything they can to take Nico Collins out of the game. I'm not comfortable with Christian Kirk being the guy that's going to rescue us from that by himself. Right now, you got Christian Kirk, John Mechie, and Dalton Schultz. That ain't going to scare many.
Again, we agree. Like they've got to add somebody else. But like right now, for an example, right now, if they brought, let's say they brought in Amari Cooper, the Amari Cooper that is playing, the Amari Cooper that has played lately is not better than Christian Kirk. Like the guy we saw last year that played, like the guy
who didn't even play in Buffalo.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, based off, I'm not talking about the guy who put 270 on the Texans, but the guy last year that was having a lot of, like Shakir was the slot guy for them. He was more of the 2. Like that guy, it's not a definite that he will be better, but you would feel better with Nico, Kirk in the slot, and him.
No question.
Or if they drafted, say if they drafted Matthew Golden, who may be climbing ahead of where they are, but they were to draft him, he wouldn't come in and be the number 2, but those 2 together, you would feel better about it. Yeah, hell no, I'm not going to sit here and say, all right, man, they got Nico, and then on the other side of Christian Kirk and the inside is Xavier Hutchinson, and let's rock and roll. No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, look, it's just you got to have somebody out there to complement, and more importantly than the 1, 2, 3 conversation, you got to have somebody out there to complement. I mean, Amari Cooper. Look, I wouldn't touch Amari Cooper with a 10-foot pole if I'm not getting a healthy Amari Cooper.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what the hell was going on last year in Buffalo, but if I don't get a guy that I feel like can go out there and run the route tree with the best of them.
Mac Hollins was clearly better.
Well, I mean, he wasn't even on the field half the time.
No,
I mean, Amari wasn't on the field down the stretch. He literally wasn't on the field.
I think he caught one screen pass for 5 yards at the end of the game in the AFC Championship game. Like, yeah, they weren't using him. But like, again, like someone said, draft Luther Burden III. Like, okay.
You use a first-round draft pick? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that would fill the void for damn sure.
But
I mean, I don't know that you need to do that. Like, I think it would be nice. I'm here for it. But, like, the guys I'm talking about, like, I'm talking about, like, a DJ Chark, right? An outside receiver that's a little bit longer that can roll, that can absolutely roll. Like that is the bottom. That's the floor for what you need to do. Yeah, hell, you go out and get you a first or second round receiver that's a top 5 to 7 receiver coming out this year. Hell yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, that's above. I mean, that's well above what I'm talking about.
And that's just my thought is both of those. By the way, Gonzaga's up 23-3. Tyler, we're playing football out here with.
That's what I got on in my studio. I'm loving it.
Good God Almighty! All right, but even those guys like a DJ Chark or Luther Burden coming in day one, you would not expect that they would be more productive than Christian Kirk. From what Christian Kirk is, maybe by the season, you draft Luther Burden and he starts to impact the team the way that Xavier Worthy did towards the end of the year, and maybe, but you wouldn't come in day one thinking, all right, Luther Burden is like over Christian, like he's going to be the guy that that CJ will depend on to go to if they try to take away Nico. I think he'll probably be looking at Christian Kirk would be the guy you would think would be more productive. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
Well, we got the Masters is right around the corner. We're going to change gears here. The Masters is right around the corner. This is right up Tyler's alley for sure. Last year's winner, Scotty Scheffler, which, by the way, I started watching that
Full Swing.
Yeah, it's got me locked in. It's got me locked in. My wife had to tell me the last 2 nights, like, hey, if you think you're going to watch another episode, you're crazy in here. You have to go to the living room.
I love that amateur kid.
Yeah. It's a good watch, no doubt about it. But the Masters is right around the corner, and in the spirit of the Masters, Tyler had a great idea, and I went ahead and stole it. The Champions Dinner is where last year's winner gets to pick the menu, right? And I'm going to assume that we can't do bullets and bugs. I can't do boiled crawfish and cold beer, sponsored by Coors Light, preferably at Augusta. I'm going to guess they're not going to do that. I got a little menu here, Tyler. I got to see if you can get down with it. I want to hear what you got. If you were Scotty Scheffler, what are you feeding the boys at the Masters? We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
You're gonna get hard if you play us.
You're gonna get hard.
It's tourney time, H-Town, and we'll be
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Hawk to it. Spit on that thing.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive. With dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party. I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yes, indeed. I tell you what else I like to do. I like to eat. If you're out there right now and you're hungry or you're thirsty, slide by Twin Peaks, man. We're at 59 and Kirby, giving away some Twin Peaks gift cards, giving away some Visa gift cards, and watching some of this college basketball in the month of March, if you know what I'm saying, baby. There's some good ones going on, and there's no better place to be than Twin Peaks. Look, this is one of them sports bar kind of days. There's so much action, so many games going on that you need this many TVs. You need this many beautiful views, phenomenal views to keep an eye on every single game. Ron the show, Hughley, his head's over here spinning. He's trying to watch about 4 or 5 different games at the same time.
This is what I used to get sick for, right?
Yes, indeed. Give himself pink eye so he can stay home and watch this right here. But look here, with 59 and Kirby, come on, slide through. It's a beautiful day. I can't believe the patio out there. It doesn't have anybody on it right now. The patio's absolutely wide open. Come on through. If you can't get to this Twin Peaks, if you're listening, if you can hear us right now, odds are you're around the corner from a Twin Peaks. Stop through. Hit that happy hour, top shelf bourbons, top shelf tequilas, made from scratch menu. It's all off the charts, and it's a good day to slide in there. I'm telling you, the talent's strong in there, so he's on through. They know what they're doing. They know what the day is.
City?
Tyler, they schedule. They know what they did. They scheduled on this scheduling right here. We got us a couple little parlays rolling. We need this. Yes, indeed. Tyler's over there with the half. Well, almost.
Dump button was at the ready.
I'm telling you now, at McNeese State, we need this one. We got a little parlay going. We, as in the show and the drive, and all of y'all out there that want to have a free drink on the drive, we need this McNeese State to hold up right here.
48-29, baby. 8:30 left.
Yeah, man. They've had this high teen to low 20 lead for the whole game. It'd be a shame if they choke this one away. But we need that one to happen right there.
I mean, they'd have to do a lot to choke this.
Yes, they would.
They just need to lose by less than 7.5.
Well, for one of them, they just got to win. They got to win.
You need the outright.
This is the one game. This is the one game right here that on that old money line bet T Mill gave me was.
No, they just hit another 3. So
hell, it's over. Let's talk about these Masters. Hey, Scotty Scheffler, Texas boy. He won his second Masters last year, and for those that don't know, part of the Masters week is there's a dinner which is served in honor of the tournament's defending champion, right? And it's attended by the individuals that have won Masters. This stems from back in the early 50s when Ben Hogan organized a dinner for past winners, and that winner, the past winner, gets to decide what the menu looks like. And I'm gonna be honest with you, Tyler. Scotty Scheffler's a Texas boy. So yeah. I got a little love for him, and I don't mean UT, which he is, but I just mean Texas in general.
Yeah.
When I saw the menu, I thought, well, that's a good little menu. Here's what Scotty Scheffler's put out there for this year's Masters: cheeseburger sliders, firecracker shrimp, Papa Chef's meatball and ravioli bites. All right. The first course is Texas-style chili. The main course, wood-fired cowboy ribeye and blackened redfish. And the dessert is a warm chocolate chip skillet cookie.
He stayed with them skillet cookies. That's not the first time I've seen him go with that.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Ron, because I'm doing a little digging here, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm disappointed in Scotty. I said 2-time winner. I mean, we're talking about the champions dinner at the damn Masters here, Scott.
So but that's my thing is, how do you approach it in your mind? Are you approaching this to I want to put together a great meal, or am I approaching this like I want to put together what represents me? What speaks me?
I'm gonna give you the best I got. But before we get there, let me explain this to you. Scotty won. I said 2-time champion. He won 2 years ago. right?
He did.
He's pretty good at golf.
I'm certain.
Man, hell, look what he did on that same menu: cheeseburger, sliders, firecrackers, shrimp. I guess they've added an appetizer since then. He had tortilla soup instead of chili, but then he went ribeye steak and black and red fish with the warm skillet. Like, man, this is a champion's dinner, and his ass ventured like he changed his menu by one item. What are we doing here, Scotty? I mean, that must have been the year he got arrested or something. He must have been out of his mind. I don't know what's going on here. I really like the fact that he did it with the Texas flair. But now that I know he didn't even change much from last year, I'm going to assume that the Masters wouldn't boil about 500 pounds of crawfish and just have ice chests. And I ain't talking about these new age ice chests that keep ice cold for 14 days. I'm talking about one of them old ones with them little bumps on the top of it. You know what I'm talking about? The igloos.
Yeah. If you wanted it, they better do it.
Hey, 3 or 4 of them, Tyler, just chock full of them old silver bullets, man. I'm assuming that Augusta's not going to do that for me.
I bet they would.
Well,
Jinx.
if they would do that, that's what I'd do. I mean, that's if you told me I was going to die tomorrow, I'd say, all right, boys, let's get some cold beer and boil some bugs tonight, and I'm gonna call it up tomorrow.
I think it's kind of like the death row, like last meal. I think you really kind of have free reign, whatever the hell you want, man.
Really get after it.
Well, I just
ain't telling Scotty no.
Well, I just assumed we wasn't going to do the crawfish boil, so I put a little thought into this, boys. My Dirty's Champions dinner would sound a little something like this. I'm going heavy Cajun seafood.
I could see that.
I'm going heavy Cajun seafood because we're going to eat what the hell I want to eat, Ron. I want it. I'm the damn champion.
I think that's what Scotty did 2 times in a row, but you
Scotty,
clearly have an issue.
Well, if I did this one year and I was a champion the next year, we'd switch that thing up. But here's what I got. And I know some of you old heads going to love these right here now. I ain't met too many youngsters that like these, but I know a bunch of old heads, a bunch of old white folks that eat them. Fried crab fingers.
I've never heard of that in my life.
You've never seen it with the one little claw coming out like this and the meat on the end of it and it's fried?
Tasty.
Oh, fried crab fingers? You got to be kidding me.
I don't think I've seen that.
These are my appetizers. Fried crab fingers, old boudin lank, Tide gator bites.
Gator, you going in.
I like it.
All right, and then I'm going to move on to where he had his little chili, which I'm cool with chili, but I'm going to give an option here. We're either going lobster bisque or we're going to go with a full-blown seafood gumbo.
Really like those.
Yeah, I mean, you got to, you rolling right through this. I know one dish that's going to be on there.
Which one?
The same thing you get every time we go to
Papados?
Papados.
You damn right. Crawfish etouffee. Your ass is getting dark roux. We ain't getting none of that pink light stuff. We're talking about crawfish etouffee now, Tyler. We ain't talking about none of that.
Oh, I love some good etouffee, man.
Dark roux, dirty rice, and you ain't got no choice. That's what we're getting. And then on the dessert end of this thing, T, I'm gonna go pecan pie with a little vanilla bluebell ice cream.
Tyler's favorite.
Oh, Bluebell up there. Tyler probably snuck off, made some field trips from A&M over there to it. Isn't that pretty close?
I did. It's funny you say that. I did make field trips, but whenever I was in like elementary or junior high to that Bluebell factory. But I was with your whole thing, your whole menu till that last part. That's the only thing I don't like.
The other one is just flat out mocha almond fudge Bluebell ice cream. I don't know if y'all ever had that, but that ice cream right there is to die for.
I don't like coffee.
And if I ain't serving nothing on that, it's just for folks that don't like coffee, you can have that pecan pie. If you like coffee,
I don't like pecan pie.
Mocha almond fudge Bluebell ice cream. Ooh, I can eat a gallon of it right now. Right?
Text line coming in sounds delicious. Go Cougs.
Unbelievable.
Clint making a brother hungry.
Yes.
Good grief. Who cares?
I'm with you on all that. All that sounded pretty damn good. Yeah, I love pretty much anything Cajun cuisine. So you weren't missing with me.
All right, since I stole your thunder, what's yours?
I'm looking at T Mills. I don't know about this one.
Yeah, I thought about it a little bit in that last break. Might not be my most optimal Champions menu, but this is what I came up with. Appetizer. It's definitely got to be some crispy. That's the key. They got to be crispy fried pickles and not the damn spears, not them nasty-ass pickle spears fried. I want the pickle chips fried, and I want them fried very well. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And then also maybe throw in some Texas cheese fries in there,
you got to
throw some cheese on top of some French fries, some bacon bits, maybe even some sour cream. Some people like some chives.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if there was something extra with the Texas cheese fries. I got you. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of carbs and calories and deliciousness.
All right.
If I'm going with a soup, I'm with you, Clint. I'm going with a really good lobster bisque. It's got to be real creamy, real delicious on that very first bite.
Love a good lobster bisque.
Oh, it's so good. And then
the thing about lobster bisque, and I'll add this to mine. We're gonna double meat this thing, right? We're gonna double meat this.
Oh
thing.
yeah.
I mean, a lobster bisque I know is supposed to be a little on the thinner side. It's not supposed to be, full of meat. But I've had a couple of places where it's chock full of meat. I got to have a little something. I don't need it floating, but I got to have a little something. So sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, I'm with you. That was a great note right there. For me, it's going to be a steak, Texas ribeye, whatever you want, 12, 14 ounces. Obviously, everyone at this dinner would get it cooked the way they would like. I'm going medium rare every single time, of course. It's the right way to cook a steak. And then I'm going to have a side of some grilled asparagus with some nice seasonings there on the asparagus. And then loaded mashed potatoes to go along with that for your main course. And then dessert, red velvet bundt cake. Simple, delicious, always a good idea.
That's like leaving half a beer at Twin Peaks before you go to work, man. A red velvet bundt cake?
A bundt cake, baby. It's his menu.
Yeah, man, I almost said cookie cake just because I'm a cookie fiend, and I just go to Great American Cookie and grab a cookie
That would be more, I don't know if that's necessarily Texas, but that would be damn sure. I think 75 to 90% of my birthday parties I've ever been to had a cookie cake.
Oh, yeah. Mine, I'm going straight Maine, and then I got to fill in.
Let's hear it.
From the inside out.
Okay.
I got to fill in. All I know, I'm going, give me some good catfish.
Okay, fried catfish.
Nothing wrong with
catfish,
that.
And I'm talking about some, and I want some good spicy tartar sauce. It's a little hot sauce.
Okay.
Especially there's some give me some hush puppies as well. Let me ride that thing homemade. And I'm gonna do like this. Now some people ain't had this combination in their households. I think I've told you about it. Give me a little catfish, some hush puppies, some spaghetti, and some coleslaw.
Yeah, that would be a great Champions dinner because I don't think.
It's a combo.
Is that a Two Americas thing?
It is a Two Americas.
We discussed this. I just want to make sure. I can't remember the results of
it. So, man, there you go. Go look. I'm telling you, go look it up. Just like
it is a thing. I remember.
Yeah, baby. The little catfish, spaghetti, and coleslaw together. Little hush puppies, man. Woo.
What dessert are you going with?
I'm gonna do a little. I'm having a little fun, man. See, I'm not gonna go like many of y'all just thinking, he's about to say peach cobbler or something. Nah, man. I'm gonna do a little Dutch apple cheesecake.
Dutch apple cheesecake.
Yeah, the combination.
You'd have people skipping Champions dinner.
Nah, I wouldn't. Or I'll be eating that damn cheesecake myself and enjoying it, baby. Just think about that Dutch apple with the caramel over the top with the cheesecake, and oh my goodness.
Yeah, it all sounds good. The Masters is what is that? April 10, 11, somewhere in there is when they crank that thing up. They got 3 tournaments leading up to it. Rory McIlroy is rocking and rolling. Scheffler's making his move, obviously, and always playing great. So the Masters is shaping up to be a good one. All right, we got. By the way, text in 713-572-4610. Let us know which one of them menus you going with right there. Which one of them dinners, Champions dinners, you going with right there? I got a feeling. I got a feeling mine's going to win that one, Rod. I got a pretty good feeling mine's going to win that one.
Yours was the most detailed. I'll give you that.
I spent a little time on it. It's T had a good idea, man.
That right there, man. Catfish.
I'm gonna tell you, out of all the things we talked, other than my crawfish etouffee, we got some parlays going on right now. Just to update everybody on that, McNeese State and Clemson. We need McNeese in that game. I need a money line. Our team bet is catching 7.5, so that bet looks really good. 51-36 over Clemson. McNeese is winning over Clemson right now with a little over 6 minutes left in that ball game. On my parlay, I got BYU over VCU. BYU is up 11 at halftime, 39-28. Again, that's a money line. Then I've got Gonzaga over Georgia. Again, another money line. They're up 35-16. And the fourth leg of this money line is going to be Tennessee over Wofford in the first half. And again, that is a money line bet. So all we need is Tennessee to be up at halftime right there. That looks like it right now. I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch. I'm a little worried about VCU, BYU, but right now that looks pretty promising. And our team bet where we're gonna drink some folks, Ron.
Oh hell yeah! We're in a good spot.
We need McNeese State.
McNeese was the one that I would say I was most nervous about.
Okay, what's the other ones on there?
Missouri, they need to beat Drake by 6.5.
There you go.
And then we need Michigan to beat UC San Diego by 2.5.
That's only 3, right?
Yep. Well, yep. They're only 4.
McNeese, Missouri, Michigan, and who's the 4?
And then
over UCLA.
Utah State over UCLA. Yep.
And they're catching points, so
yep.
that is on the line. So that one right there, that parlay right there, we're gonna do a little drinking on. We're gonna do it at a Twin Peaks, I suppose, and
we could be right here. We could be right here tomorrow. We could be right back at the Twin Peaks right here.
Oh, right. Like I thought you meant
right down the street.
I thought you meant we was doing a live show and I didn't know about it. Okay, yeah, no, I got you.
No, that ain't it. No, but keep it up. Keep looking and keep checking it out. And not just keep checking it out, you can come check it out here. Come on out here. Twin Peaks right here off of Kirby. Come hang out with us. We'll be here at least until 6 o'clock. By the way, you know Kansas plays Arkansas a little bit later on tonight, so that's obviously a big game for us. That somebody will be talking and feeling good tomorrow about it. All right, coming up, I do want to give an update on a very important player in this city and where they are injury-wise. We'll tell you that, as well as somebody else got paid for the Texans, and Clint loves it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Fellas out there, let's talk about feeling your best. Let's talk about fighting Father Time and doing it the right way, baby. If you feel like you lack energy, maybe it seems the OGs, they are the pioneers, guys. And here's the deal. With Low T Center, it's a one-stop shop, man. It's quick, it's painless. Within 20 minutes, you have your results, and you know what the next step needs to be. Also,
leader.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from Twin Peaks at the 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here, Twin Peaks, right off of Kirby. We just had another winner, which means you're down to 2 more prizes to win. You can win a couple of $25 Visa gift cards here. All you got to do is come in, sign your name, put it in our raffle barrel there, and you will have a chance to win as we will be hooking somebody up the rest of the way. 2 more opportunities right here, Twin Peaks, right here off of Kirby. Come on out and have a good time. It's been a great time out here. We got some 610ers out here. Reggie said Reggie's just camping it out right here, man, and gonna watch games here as he should, and as you should. As you're getting off work, come on out and hang out. A&M comes up in the 6 o'clock hour to make your way out here. Sorry, Texas fans.
Ring, baby.
Your season ended last night in a tough fashion, but hey, come on up and watch plenty of other games that are up here. U of H already just absolutely destroyed a 16 seed. They are not going to be the third 1 seed to lose to a 16 seed as they won by nearly 40 today against SIU Edwardsville. But it was a good crowd here for that as well. Our bets are looking good. Gonzaga's up almost 20, Clint, and it looks like McNeese State is starting to salt this thing away. So getting close to being 1 down here for our parlay. So a lot of fun had up here. I do want to pass across this information. Amin Thompson, who's missed the last couple of games, has had an injury. He missed the game against Orlando. He is listed as probable for the Rockets game coming up tomorrow night in Miami. And so outside of Reed Shepard, who's got the fractured thumb. But Amin Thompson looks like they'll have him back, Clint, in the fold, and he has been out thus far. I know you've liked what Jabari Smith has done since he's gotten some more time there with him as well. But he is slated to play again coming up on Friday, which is big. Good to see him get back in here. Maybe get a little rest there, but him get back in the fold because you want to see him get it added into this, especially when they play some of these better teams like the Nuggets coming up, the Warriors, the Lakers.
Well, get healthy and stay healthy for the playoffs, right? Probably not going to hurt much. I mean, obviously, you'd rather Amin Thompson not get injured, especially when it's an high ankle like that. But at the end of the day, getting you 10 days, getting you 8-10 days off like that is probably good for the rest of his body. So and he probably needed it. I mean, nobody other than maybe Jalen Green was playing harder than him, longer than him. And so, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they work him back into the starting rotation. It'll be interesting in the sense of having an opinion strongly one way or another. But, is who is it that goes to the bench and who's the first guy off the bench in that role? Is it Jabari? Is it Amin? Is it, as you mentioned, probably not going to be Dylan Brooks given who he is and the veteran that he is. But it'll be interesting how Ime Udoka kind of massages that lineup once they do get everybody healthy. It's been a minute.
Yeah. Coming up here, as I see here on the text line, Clint, people are talking about the dish here. Menu podium is Clint, T-Mill, and Show. That spaghetti thing bumped you down coming from Irvin. I can understand this from some white folks here. Better dishes, dirty rice, fish on top of covered etouffee.
Is that called the old Paulson train?
Is that what it is?
I think.
Clint, I like your dinner, but with Ron's dessert. Hell, what the hell is Show saying? Spaghetti and coleslaw, catfish.
Is that my boy Ron?
Did you say coleslaw?
I said in coleslaw.
I thought you said what was the dip?
I didn't have a dip. I just
tartar.
I had no.
Tartar sauce.
The spicy tartar sauce for the catfish and some hush puppies.
Tyler said, "Yeah, tartar."
Catfish and spaghetti. Hell no. I think that's a regional thing, not a two Americans thing. Nope.
I remember us having this conversation, and B. Scott and others, and then I did look it up myself. There are several like soul food spots around. So
that's what the whites used to do.
No, they didn't. I don't think they used to do catfish spaghetti.
The thing is, you put them together. Like, I mean, we catfish and spaghetti, I think we do. But putting them together, that may make it two America's thing.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's a delicious joint there. But
you really got me jonesing for some catfish too. By the way, I wasn't even thinking about
some real good.
Yeah, got to be right.
Real good catfish. Yeah. All right, we haven't talked a lot about this, Clint, as the Texans, they go ahead and they had Danielle Hunter for 1 year this year, right? They signed him to a 2-year deal where damn near all of it was guaranteed last year.
Yeah.
They have now added another year, and they've made him actually, in terms of how much money he is getting per year, the second highest defensive in behind Myles Garrett at this point right now. Again, we'll see what Micah Parsons does, but they have put him in that space, Clint. So they now have him secured for 2 more years, right? Which also makes sense, Clint, because those are the 2 years really that you can play with things with Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud too, right? They're not going to be getting huge money in those next 2 years as well, and that's a smart way to kind of divvy things up. But Danielle Hunter coming back for 2 more years. The thing I love, Clint, about it is they are guaranteeing almost, right, that they are going to have him in his like prime. Like, hey, man, we got Danielle Hunter for the next 4 years, and, it could get shaky over the next couple of, the next 2 years. You would be shocked if Danielle Hunter isn't still playing at the level that Danielle Hunter is playing at. That that's the dream if an organization is, how can I keep guys in their prime years? And it seems like Danielle Hunter is going along with it. Like, he's not looking for, hey, no, I want real security for big years down the line. No, Danielle Hunter wants the same thing.
Yeah. This is a perfect fit. I mean, Danielle Hunter being from here, Danielle Hunter playing with an organization that he feels like can win a Super Bowl, and then you look at he is a perfect fit. If you had to mold a D'Amico Ryans guy outside of D'Amico Ryans, I think the guy that best fits it on this football team is Danielle Hunter. Goes about his business in a quiet manner, but is one of the more violent guys on the field in terms of style of play. He is a leader, but a quiet leader, and he allows the space for Will Anderson to take hold of the team, take hold of the defense, which I think is critical. I think this is a no-brainer. I'll be honest with you, I'm surprised it was for only 1 more year, not 2 more years, to be honest with you. That may be a Danielle Hunter thing more so than a Texans thing. I don't know, but I'll take it any way I can get it. And in the process, they cleared up about $3 million in cap space once again. So I think it was a good move for both parties.
No, I completely. When you get the player to say, "Hey, man, I'm good with the short term too," because generally, like, you think of a guy in Danielle Hunter, it's like, "Hey, I'm 29, 30 years old. This is my last opportunity to get a real big deal, and I want to get my last chance." Like, you don't generally see guys at 28, 29 saying, "All right, I'll go 1 or 2 years. I'll go 1 or 2 years." You would think like, "Hey, but he's going with it, and he is certainly worth the deal and been worth what they've been able to do here the last couple of years with him." So Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter over the next couple of years for sure, that combination is going to be there for the Texans and leading that defense. So he was a guy last year, played all 17 games, 12 sacks last year, Pro Bowler, and was in the conversation. I believe he finished top 10 in Defensive Player of the Year award. So a great season in year 1, and hopefully more for him to continue moving forward. All right, we got to talk about Altuve, man. We got to start having, yes, I know some people can live in the thought of it's just spring training. All right, let's wait till the regular season. I don't know, boy. This was such a ballsy move, and now we're starting to see things
like multiple days in a row that shouldn't be seen. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Kashada Casino Resort. Look, you've probably seen it popping up all over your social media feed, and rightfully so. Man, it's their third. Here's the Kashada.
Twin Peaks at Kirby and 59. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Real quick, we're gonna need McNeese State to go ahead and close this thing out and calm down just a tad here. This thing has gotten to 67-62 with 19 seconds left, and
good hell.
This long-faced gentleman, Copeland, is going to the line to shoot a couple of free throws.
Finish them,
and they can go ahead and finish this thing out here. And I mean, real for you, I think we're good.
Your 7 points are safe.
Yeah, we're 7. Our 7 points are good to go.
Yeah, but I had McNeese winning in my bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I got them winning in the bracket too. I mean, they should be good. They're up 6 now with 19 seconds. They're one stop away.
Clemson stepped over the line too before he threw that ball in. He should have whistled that dead.
You ready to whistle that thing dead? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Clemson banging another 3, and it's down to 3 at this point with 11 seconds. Now this thing is we're getting dicey. Clemson has come all the way back, and it is now 10 seconds left. Clemson, they are trailing McNeese. Excuse me. They took the state off. McNeese.
Did they?
Yeah.
I've been saying McNeese State off. We called it that since I was knee high to a grasshopper. They took state off.
Yeah, just like they did with Memphis, man. Took that. Remember, it used to be Memphis State. Don't know. But 68-65. By the way, as I'm reading here, catfish, spaghetti, and coleslaw, a popular dish, popular in the Deep South and Midwest. Just wanted to throw that out there. So a few of you, just a quick Google search right there for you. So, well, maybe I guess this ain't Deep South enough for some of you all.
Well, I don't know how much further south you gonna get.
I didn't think. I thought it would be. I would have thought it would be. Would have been. But no, we'll keep you updated. Come on out again. We still have 2 more. They missed the 3. Oh, they missed the free throw. They're up 4. McNeese is. It is over. Clemson is gone down. McNeese State will win, and they will win at 69-67. So you're good. We're good.
That's a big win for everybody.
That turned into a one-possession game somehow. The first leg is complete. The first leg is complete. Right now, we get to see more of their team manager, who brings the boombox out and plays the music. All right, so a good time to be had here. Come on out to Twin Peaks with us. All right, Tyler, you're as much as a psycho fan of the Astros as anybody I've ever seen.
Been told that.
And you are, outside of his base running issues, you are a huge lover of Jose Altuve.
100%.
He is your guy.
The GOAT.
Where are you at now with the left field things? Because back-to-back days of
I'm freaking the hell out.
Okay.
All right. I'm sorry but that's it, man. I don't think I realized how maybe chill I was being about it until that last blunder where he dropped another pop-up, because as soon as that happened, I felt something in me just start to panic. I mean, that is not good. It is happening too often. I don't care if it's spring training. These are Major League ball players, and the guy who's going to be in left field primarily for your Houston Astros is struggling this spring to catch pop-ups. So I'm freaking out.
In a row, he dropped a pop-up yesterday, and then he dropped another one almost trying to transfer to throw a runner out who was going to tag up, and just kicked it away from him. It has been 2 straight days of just plays that collegiate high school players are expected to make in the outfield. Not to say that major leaguers don't mess up and have boot balls sometimes, but these are 2 days in a row, and he is also saying it. He's talking about it. I'm disappointed in my effort and my play. Are you in freak out? 713-572-4610. Those of you on the text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, are you in freak out mode like Tyler? I think freak out's a little strong.
It's
right?
not ideal.
Well, look, I'm not a defense in the outfield in Major League Baseball really matters guy, but this is pushing the envelope. Look, I think it's silly. I thought it's silly from the jump what they're doing with Altuve, because I think at the end of the day, no matter how much progress he makes, we're talking about a regular season, get through a long regular season type of deal. I think Alvarez is going to be out there when it matters the most, or Dubon is going to be out there when it matters the most, and so. It's hard for me to get to freak out mode. I'm in, and more so, this is exactly what I expected. Even though I will be honest, better at camping under fly balls on the warning track and catching it. Coming in and fielding a ground ball and being able to crow hop and hit home plate, regardless of how much velocity was on the ball. Being able to do that, drift over towards the foul line and get underneath the ball. Catch it moving towards home plate because there's a guy on third trying to tag up, and at least throw a ball up there that threatens.
No.
I thought those things would be executed well. I'm surprised that those things have those such simple things have been miserable failures for Altuve.
And I think I'm kind of in a space that you're in. Someone texted in. Y'all act like he won't get better, and if he doesn't, put someone else in left field.
But what do you like? It's not about. It's not about. We're talking about a left-handed batter hitting a ball that he damn near misses, and it barely stays in fair territory down the left field line, and he is camped out underneath it and somehow screws it up. To me, these are
the runner on third.
Like what I've seen is all of them. Whether you're fielding the ball that was an error by the shortstop, or you're catching a shallow left field or down the left field line, and you're gonna throw it home. Like you can watch a high school season, like a high school season, and a good outfielder in high school is not going to make those errors in a season. He's done in one spring training. And to think that Jose Altuve, and I don't know how they're going about this. I would like to think that Jose Altuve is the most hardest working, the most overworked dude in the organization, given what he's trying to accomplish in left field.
Really, really happy.
Right? Like how many balls has he camped underneath and thrown to home? Like you would think he did that 1,000,000 times, right? Yeah. I would think. And we're still at he's going to get better. I don't know, man.
It suck.
I do think he's going to get better. But I think to the point that you've made, and I think this brings this into play is, guys, like there's going to have to be a decision made in a major way about the heart and soul of your team when the games matter and the game matters the most that you never had to make. And that was even if he was struggling defensively at second base, right? Like, I'm not freaking out, but I will say, like, clearly, yes, he is going to get better, I would think, with more reps playing in the outfield. But, Clint, we know he is a below-average left fielder. Well, hopefully by the end of the year he can get to average. I don't know. He's a below-average left fielder. There are guys in the organization right now who have played the outfield their whole life that are below level. Like, right? Yeah. That have played their whole life. He is a below-average left fielder. And when I say in tight games, Joe Espada is going to have at least, and they're probably talking about it, the conversation of, do we give ourselves the best chance of winning by leaving him on the field in the outfield?
No.
Right? Like that's a discussion. That was never a discussion at second base last year.
Yeah.
If you all right, he just had his last at bat in the eighth. We're coming in, we're up 5-4 in the game. No one ever said, all right, Dubon, go ahead and get to second base. Yeah. And we're going to sit you down the rest of the way. And that was never a thing. That has got to be on the table right now.
No, it is. But that's something that they've decided is worth it.
Yeah.
That's the crazy part.
Yeah, I'll see some other people rolling in here.
I'm not freaking out. I'm not in freak out mode. I am in saying I told you so mode for 2 years. Someone else texted in, absolutely freaked with Altuve in left field. He is a Hall of Fame second baseman. It don't make no sense.
That I agree with.
Yeah. Altuve playing under the stadium lights to be determined.
Yeah, does he need to get, like, his eyes checked or something? Is this like a Jameis Winston LASIK situation? Because
if that is the case, that's still – if that is the case, Tyler, like that is not –
I guess hitting it, so that doesn't add up.
He's my thing is, does the pressure – is when the pressure starts to build on him and it becomes a mental thing, and you know he is somebody who cares like hell, and he took that home with him.
Yeah,
he didn't go home and just
his comments of I'm going to work on this. I promise. He's making promises.
He may have not slept last night. He may have gone out there and did that repeatedly, which obviously his greatness there's not a surprise to that, but like that starts to get in his head. Does he start taking it to the plate? This is just something to monitor. And Tyler Milner's complete freak-out mode right now with him being in left field. All right, coming up, we'll give you a tournament update as we have our parlay, and it's looking pretty good. We've got a new set of games about to start up. You should come out and join here. 5 o'clock? Hell, you ought to be getting off work and making your way out here and enjoying this great day on the sports calendar. Also, the latest with one of the stars of the tournament. We'll let you hear what happened last night with the Rockets and much more right here live on The Drive. A little 5 o'clock fire coming up.
All right, no matter where you're at, man, what you need to do is you need to take that next.
trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
On 610 with Pendergast to run the show.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is, it is 5 o'clock, and we are live right here at Twin Peaks and having a good time. Twin Peaks, appreciate you. Michaela and many others will take care of you here, as they have done a great job, as always, here. But we're at the Kirby location right here off Kirby. Come on out, hang out with us, and listen. There's no better place to be. You're going to have the TVs rolling all night long because we're just getting started, man. This is that great day in the sports calendar where get your ass to a bunch of TVs that have everything you need, and they will have a game on any game you need. You will be able to find it on 2 or 3 of them here at Twin Peaks. You can go outside. You're right. I'm surprised more people ain't. I walked over there and I saw somebody on there. Looked like a couple sharing a couple of darts out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can do the patio. You can be inside. It is a great spot here at Twin Peaks off Kirby. Great food, great drinks. Had the wings. I know you had the smoked wings. Fantastic. The beer is always cold. So come on out and have a good time and hang out with us. Again, this is that type of day, Clint, where you need to be, as you say, it's a smart move to be at a bar with people enjoying action.
Yeah, you just got so many games going on, especially if you're a betting man or woman. But you got so many games going on that you need, even if you're Sean Pendergast, you got 3 TVs on your wall. You still don't have enough. I mean, there's just so many games going on. And the cool part about it is, look, I'll be honest with you. Unless I'm betting on it, I really don't give a rip about the majority of these games. But when a game, which multiple do. Even that damn McNeese and Clemson game that got tight down the stretch, like at the very end, the last 3 or 4 minutes of a game, if any of the game at that moment in time is close, it's usually you can catch it right there, and there's some kind of emotion in the room because somebody's got a bet rolling, and so it's just it's a cool vibe,
and everybody just wants to see the finish, like the crazy
sure,
finish,
yeah.
And everybody wanted, that D bracket's been looking pretty good. I've got one. I haven't missed anything yet, but I feel like, yes, I am going to miss. I think this is good for you, though. BYU, they're up 70-56 on VCU. I had VCU in that game. That's the only one that I have missed thus far, which is not only good for the bracket, but good for the bet right now, baby. We both needed McNeese State. You needed them to win outright. I needed them to cover. I needed them to win outright for my bracket. They did all of them. And they were up big, and Clemson just fell short down by 2 in that game. But they get a big dub. You're in a good spot right now. You got Gonzaga. You need them to win outright. They're up 22 in the second half right now. So you're in a good spot there. So a lot happening. By the way, we're going to try to make some money. If you have rolled with us, and you did last year, and you've been listening to us the last day or so, we got a chance to be able to try to buy you guys some drinks on the drive, as we do it every year, and we pick a parlay. We got a 4-game parlay. We've won the first leg with McNeese as they beat Clemson. We needed them to they were 7.5-point dogs. They won outright. Next up is Missouri versus Drake. We need Missouri to cover that 6.5. Next up and after that, Utah State, UCLA, as we need Utah State to cover in that one. They are 5.5-point underdogs, and then UC San Diego and point favorites in that game. And if we can get those next 3 to come together,
Seems pretty doable.
Drinks on the drive. I believe in this thing now.
Drinks on the drive, not on your drive, by the way. Drinks on the drive to show here. So we're not encouraging anybody to make any mistakes out there.
Don't want that. Don't put that on old show. That ain't on me. Hey, and big games coming up. See some Aggie fans in here. I think Tyler might fall up in here, but the Aggies, they play Yale coming up at 6:25. You can watch that right here. And
Gig 'em.
And the Kansas Jayhawks will face Clint. My Jayhawks will face Clint Stoerner's Arkansas Razorbacks. Last time these two teams faced in the tournament, Arkansas won.
Did we?
Yeah, you beat the number one seed.
I love Arkansas.
Well, last time we played y'all this year during the season, just opened the season.
It was an exhibition.
A little exhibition. We beat the hell.
You guys not playing.
Last time we played y'all in a bowl game, beat the hell out of y'all. Yeah. I mean, it just becomes. I don't know why anybody would take anybody other than Arkansas in that game.
Okay. Yeah. Listen, I hate these guys so much that they're not even. I can't even honestly talk trash like I really want to.
Jayhawks going down.
I don't believe in them either. I don't believe that they're going to give me anything. You know I can, and you know I want to.
Ron's team is bad when it steals his ability to talk good trash.
I just can't.
He's in a bad spot.
Y'all. I'm in a bad place, man. If you watch me. I just my leg crossed just in anger.
In silence.
I like reading your tweets during the games.
Hey Tyler, I hope these Hogs can put you out of your misery. Just go ahead and send them home.
Twitter's the worst thing for me when just hit my fingertips and I get it and because Tyler, you'll see it. I'll send people just go to hell. Just multiple.
Oh damn!
Just, with that effort, go to hell. Seriously, with that. But hey, it's Bill Self's at 0-0 and everybody's undefeated. So we'll see what happens. By the way, news they'll get going tomorrow. I believe Duke's Cooper Flagg, who had that really that rough ankle roll that had him miss the final two games of the ACC tournament. Duke still was able to hold on to win that thing. They said he is feeling good and is confident after his ankle injury. I find it really amazing. So many people were rolling through. No, he should play the first game. He should. Like, hold on. How do you know if he's good, he should play?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I remember, people were doing that with Mahomes, right? As they were going in to play the Texans. Like, if he's good, hey man, they're 16 seed. No, if he's good, he should go. And I think he's a very important figure in this tournament. I think he has a chance to be a star of this tournament, depending on how far Duke goes. And this could be a big thing for the tournament, the league, the NBA moving forward. If he becomes a star in the marks, people I'm intrigued to watch. Is Cooper Flagg. He's lived up to it. You know how hard it is, Clint, as an athlete to come in, to be hyped the way that he was, and then to live up to it. He might be the player of the year. This is going to be one to watch him, and I'm glad he's able to go and be able to watch him play.
Well, I mean, look, for me, I've constantly heard about him all year long, hadn't caught him much outside of just the happenstance, and so when it comes to sitting down and watching college basketball over an extended period of time, this is my time of year to do it, and he's one of the guys that I would want.
Yep.
That I'd want to see for sure.
Yep. All right. So we'll keep you updated here. Clint still looking good with that Gonzaga Georgia game, although Gonzaga it's now 17, but it's still looking all right there with 13 minutes left as we continue right here live here at Twin Peaks, a little 5 o'clock fire, baby.
Hogs are winners.
5 o'clock fire.
I'm glad she's not really aware of this right now. I feel like Linda would be on my case a little bit more right now. But
I'm going to come over there and whoop that ass.
Yeah, they probably will today as well. All right, Astros, as they get ready and get themselves get prepared to start this season against the Mets, they had another one today, Clint, and they beat the Marlins, and they beat them 11-0 in this thing. Big Jake, baby. Big Jake went deep. Big Jake, he had him a good game. Zach DeCenzo had 3 hits, and it'll be interesting to see how they handle guys like Cam Smith, because they've already been reports that those are guys that need to see every day at bats and I don't think both of them will. So I'd imagine at least one of them will start down in Sugar Land, and so they can get those everyday at-bats. But Zach's had a pretty good spring, and obviously Cam Smith has been the story of the spring. But those were the big things coming out in terms of adding to that 11-0 today. One person who didn't add to it, and really hasn't done much all spring, was Yordan Alvarez, another 0 for 3. His slash line, by the way, during spring training, 147, 171, 235, with 1 homer and 2 RBIs.
Yordan.
Not been great, but nobody, I'm sure, is worried 1 second about Yordan Alvarez.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. I mean, look, I think when you look at Jake Myers, all joking aside, I mean, it's easy to joke about Jake, and we do plenty of that on here. But the reality of it is, if you want to talk about a guy that could mean a tremendous amount to this organization, if he just swings the bat better. I mean, if there's just some level of confidence in Jake Myers, and he's not an 8 or 9 hole hitter all year long, just some level of improvement, some confidence, getting in some rhythm that's not just a 2 or 3 week run where he gets hot. Like, just if he takes that next step and becomes a more confident hitter at the plate, man, I mean, that would go a long way for this organization, man. That would be big. So seeing she had done well this in spring training overall, boy, gives you a little hope that he's going to turn that corner.
In all honesty, if he can just find one thing if he could just find one thing offensively, Clint, that he does above average, and he plays his bronze glove defense.
Yeah.
Like if it's power, like if he can find a way to run into 18 to 20. If it's just having a knack like Dubon to get hits with runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
If it's getting on the bases and he becomes a part of a running game and he steals, but if he can just find one thing offensively, walks, something, one thing that he does above average, and then he plays his defense running down everything, which when you're looking at who could be on the corners with him, that could be a really big deal of him running down things. I think that's probably enough from him. No, and again, as I said, nobody's really worried about Yordan Alvarez. I think he'll hit.
Yeah, Yordan will be fine. On the Yordan Alvarez front, it's just good to see he's back in the lineup after jamming that little finger in BP a couple days ago and being sidelined.
Right,
he ain't worried about that. Just get back in there and swing that bat, and if it feels good, we'll call it a day.
Yeah, do your thing. All right, the Astros 11-0 W today. Nobody really of note. Josh Hader pitched. He went a little over an inning, had 2 strikeouts, 3 walks. So they continue to roll through here as the Astros getting closer and closer to this thing getting started.
5 o'clock fire.
That's not going to count. And the Rockets win again. They sweep the Magic. Now 8 straight wins for the Houston Rockets. 6 guys in double figures. And a terrific night at the line for Houston. 29 of 32 as a team. Made a ton of free throws down the stretch to salt away this victory.
That's right. They did. Jalen Green. Their two top guys led them last night. Jalen Green had 26 and 7 rebounds. And a very, if this makes sense, easy 27. Just one where it didn't seem like he worked like hell to get to it. Sengun 22 and 12. I don't know, Tyler. I knew you were flirting with it. Did he get them assists that you needed?
Oh, Alpy?
Yeah.
Nah, he was one of the 2 bets I did not hit last night.
I was wondering if he got. I know he was flirting with it.
He finished with 4, so it was the hook that got me.
Yeah, he had 4. I was going to say, because I know he was hooking Tyree Eason up a lot on some of his baskets. Eason had 16 and 9 with 5 steals. They look pretty good. Slow start yesterday, but looked good, and then had complete control of that game. I'm telling you, man, the closer we get to the postseason and the playoffs, Clint, Jalen Green, to see what he does in the playoffs is something I cannot wait to. I know it seems like he can't wait for that moment, and he can't. And I think he's going to be aggressive. I don't think he's going to be passive. And I am really interested to see what that looks like from Jalen Green.
Yeah, look, I agree with you, man. I think it's almost like that for me watching. It's almost like that next step for him is to do it on a bigger level, right? It's like you've watched the guy mature, develop. You watch Ime Udoka push him, leave him in the game when the other guys aren't in the game, and ask him what I would think is becoming more of a floor general, if that will, maybe a little strong, but more of a manager of what the hell's going on, a manager of the situation. A better situational player.
He said he's kind of helping Fred get the rust off, and he's put some more responsibility on him.
Yeah, so that, and it seems like, I mean, you'd know more than anybody. You watch it more than anybody, but I mean, it seems like he's handling that pretty maturely. It seems like he's handling that in a positive way.
Really, really good of late here.
Like the next step is to do it on a bigger stage. The next step is to do it in a game that means, win or go home type of situation. And so, yeah, man, I'm with you. It's going to be fun to watch that dude play in the playoff setting.
Yeah, he gonna try to dunk on people. He gonna do everything he can, which will be entertaining as hell to watch. By the way, also a missing piece they've had the last couple of weeks is last couple of games, excuse me, not weeks. Last couple of games is Amen Thompson. He is listed as probable, Clint, to return tomorrow, as they're in that Florida swing. This is one of them NBA trips. This is the NBA trip that many people have concern about. It is the NBA trip that means you go play in Orlando. Then the next night you have off. And then you play Miami. Some people don't get in much trouble when it's a back-to-back. But when you play Orlando, next day off, and that next day off, your day off's in South Beach. Then they call that South Beach. Hopefully the fellas are able to have a good time.
Yeah, man.
But not lose their mind though. So, but Amen Thompson should be ready to go Friday night, and they'll get him back after he's missed a couple, which is big for him to see him there. All right, as we continue. Live here at Twin Peaks, right here off Kirby. Come on out, have a good time. You still got a chance to win a $50 gift card as well. So come on out and put your name in our raffle barrel and hang out with us. Coming up, Greg Cosell had something to say about a specific position group that I think is going to be under a lot of scrutiny this year. We'll discuss that next.
All right, Orchard.
on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from Twin Peaks at Kirby and 59, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to the text line. A reminder that that will be Tyler Hero versus Amin Thompson. Won't that tomorrow? That will be the return.
Ragdoll time.
The return. I forgot that. Amin, man, don't get yourself suspended, man. Hey, man, just go out there and play some good physical basketball, man. Okay, because Tyler Hero does appear to be a guy that will try to goat somebody. He has that annoying. He seems like an annoying fella that may try to whisper and try to goat somebody into somebody. I know that type of person.
He strikes me as the might. Do you?
I can do it.
Yeah,
I feel like Kobe.
I think say you know yourself real well.
I can do it.
He strikes me as a guy that would do that unless it's somebody he's already done it with and he got body slammed.
You feel like he's got a filter to stop?
No, called an ass whooping.
I don't know.
No, I don't think. I think there's once a dog bites, I don't think he's gonna mess with that dog.
I think we'll see.
Tyler don't strike me as a guy that's gonna mess with a dude that he knows is gonna body slam.
Look like he might walk up and just smile at him, just take his chances. Yeah, we'll see. That'll be that. Cause especially the way you remember at the end, he said, "Man, if I was in there getting my ass beat like that, man, I probably want to swing." Try to throw somebody down too. Like you have to push it in. That'll be a fun watch tomorrow. All right. Again, we're live here at Twin Peaks. Come join us as we're having a good time and join the rest of the way through, man. If you're looking for a spot to settle in and watch the greatest, for me personally, the greatest sports day of the year with all of these games all over the place, TVs all over the place, great staff all over the place, great food, great drinks, bring your ass here. Twin Peaks right here off of Kirby, and you can inside, outside, do your thing. But while we're here, Clint, Greg Cosell spoke about the importance of not just the top receiver that many people look at, but what else comes behind him, particularly the number 2 receiver. This is what he had to say, and this will pertain to the Houston Texans.
I think it's absolutely critical because with the way defenses play now, with a lot more split safety, it becomes easier to bracket, double, whatever term you want to use, a number 1 receiver within the context of your defensive structure. So now you think of it this way. It is always possible to double two receivers if you want to. Obviously, that changes your whole defensive feel and how you do other things. So they'll try to double one in specific situations.
Is this a deal, Clint, that I know, I think where this came about was from T. Higgins and the situation they have. But is this a thing of what do you have available around that number 1 receiver? Like, what do you have available that you can take advantage of when teams are covering? Not just necessarily but what – because sometimes we get all right, you got T. Higgins on the other side, but sometimes it doesn't have to be just, T. Higgins or Alvin Harper back in the day or whatever great number 2s, Chris Godwin. Sometimes, right, it's just what's the combination that you have that can take advantage of coverage that is so much swung. Not just coverage, but saying, hell no. I'm taking Nico Collins out of the game. I'm taking Tyreek Hill. I'm taking Justin Jefferson out of the game, and you figure something else out with it.
Well, I think that's what this conversation, as it relates to the Houston Texans, that's what this conversation is about, right? Is if they're running the football well, it's not going to matter. Yeah. Right? If you're playing a defense that doesn't have the ability or the willingness to double Nico and take Nico out of the game, it doesn't matter. If you're playing in a game where your defense is lights out and all you got to do is score 14 or 17 to win, it doesn't matter. Right? But my thought with this particular conversation with the Texans is I'm just a firm believer he as great as they could possibly be. And we may run the football at about an average NFL level. The Houston Texans season is going to be dictated. The level of success is going to be dictated by C.J. Stroud's ability to sit in the pocket and pick defenses apart. And when those situations arise, when you get into situations where you can't run the football, when you get into situations where there's defenses that have either the ability to double Nico and take him out of the game schematically, or they have two corners where they can lock guys down, right? In those games, C.J. Stroud is going to have to win the game. Yeah. That's just who C.J. Stroud is. This isn't some scheme where Jalen Hurts in the run game and that kind of thing is good. Like this is the weight of the world is going to be on C.J. Stroud's shoulders in those moments. And those moments are going to dictate whether you're a division winner, 10-game winner, second-round playoff team, or you're a real threat to win a Super Bowl. And in those moments, I thought that's where we were at as a Texans team, by the way. In those moments, I just don't think Christian Kirk is going to be enough. In those moments, you're going to need somebody other than a twitchy slot guy to go win. You're going to need it in a big way. And it's not John Mechie and it's not Xavier Hutchinson, obviously. That to me, that's where we're at with the Texans. Now, it could be worse. It could be worse in Christian Kirk in Jacksonville, and now you've got bigger problems, right? Yeah. But I'm saying best case scenario, when you've got defenses that can do those things, is Christian Kirk at number 2 going to be enough? Just as a winning wide receiver, is he going to be enough to give C.J. Stroud options? I'm not comfortable with that.
Yeah, and I don't think so that he's just enough. But I do think that he is a start to putting, other things that could be enough, right? Like I do think, like if you have Christian Kirk in the slot and another guy who can beat single coverage,
yeah,
right,
yeah.
like. And that guy, as you know, Clint, it could be a tight end. It could be it could be a lot of different things.
Yeah.
It is just what can you, if they are going to, because there's a difference, right? There's a difference between I'm swinging coverage to Nico to I'm just going to take Nico away from you. I'm going to just put somebody over there and take him away. And then can the other guys win those one-on-one matchups? And you got to have those guys to do it. Now, I'm with you on that. I think Christian Kirk could win a one-on-one matchup, but I don't know if Christian Kirk will get a chance to get just a one-on-one matchup if Xavier Hutchinson's on the outside, because I think I would still shadow and watch him.
Yeah.
Right? And have something shadow. Like if they got somebody on the outside, another person that takes that where you're like, all right, man, I got, because these two guys can both beat single cover. That's, to me, and I think a lot of teams kind of deal with that. And I think also a big thing is more of the unknown of, well, what does Nick Caley do when teams just try to take a Nico Collins away? Like, what is his mindset of trying to get these guys involved?
That's a good way to look at it. Like whatever they do at that number 2 receiver, or let's just say the third receiver, in the top 3 receivers on this team, the third one, whoever that is, he's not here yet, hopefully.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Whatever caliber receiver that guy is going to determine how much pressure is truly on Nick Caley. Because if it's just, like I've mentioned, just a speed guy, or if it's not a dynamic playmaker that can run the route tree and create separation, then you're going to have to get outside of Nico Collins, you're going to have to get real creative to create the opportunities that we're talking about in the past.
Yeah, if it's Nico Collins, we'll take him away, and then you got Christian Kirk and Robert Woods on the other side of it. Like that's a different thing.
You're banking on guys like can Joe Mixon be a threat in that moment? Can Dalton Schultz do better than what he did last year in those moments? And John Mechie, can he take the next step? And is Christian Kirk enough? There's just, again, for me with the Texans, I'm in, let's go win a damn championship. I'm not in, let's fill voids and let's hope it works. Let's do more with less. I'm in, let's go win a damn championship.
Yeah.
And that's right, a wide receiver and a good one to convince me of that.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue right here, a little tournament update. We'll let you know where things are and where we are on the parlay life, as things are looking pretty good right now. And see if T-Mill can make you some money now. And I'd imagine he is going off. He's probably already made some people some money today. T-Mill's best bet's coming up next.
Hey, y'all, look, I flipped a few properties.
TexansAllAccess.com/terms.
Leasing a car makes more sense now than ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
This is drive time, isn't it, back in Houston?
Live from Twin Peaks at Kirby and 59, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here. Twin Peaks here. Right off Kirby, come on out, have a good time.
The Drive is live.
It is live, and it's going to be live all night here. Shout out to Dan Denny, who just walked in the building, man. Telling you, dog. Telling you, man. Go see that man. Go see that man. I can see about 6 or 7 of y'all who's struggling with ED in here right now, and need to go on into the men's clinic and quit playing around with it. It's that special they got, $2.99 right now, baby.
Literally and figuratively. Quit playing around with it.
Quit playing around with it.
Before we get to that boner.
Yeah.
Dan's trying to help you out and get you there.
That's right, man. I'm telling you. That guy right there just sitting next to Dan. Maybe this is an introduction in life right now, sir, that you didn't know you needed. Talk to that man right now. Right now, please that lady at home. All right, as we continue here, coming up behind us, our guy, man, Wade Smith. He's going to be on Texans All Access tonight with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. So if you're riding around, that's right, Wade Smith. He'll give his thoughts. He'll be on with the fellas. So stay tuned for that. That's coming up. And then after that, full coverage of March Madness as it will continue right here, courtesy of the good people at Westwood One. You can listen to that coming up after Texans All Access, 7 o'clock. So stay tuned for that. And T-Mill's Best Bets. We're going to try to win a little cash, win a little money right now. And how you doing? How you doing right now in your parlays? You got a personal one, right? You said it should be ending. You should have it in.
I'm 3 for 3. Tennessee tips at 5.50 in 6 minutes, and it's a first half bet.
This is 3 for 3. So what do you need to happen in the first half?
I need them to be up at half.
They just got to have the lead?
Just got to have the lead at half.
That seems easy.
That'd be messed up, man, if these volunteers are the ones that leave it hanging.
It wouldn't be the first time they broke it off.
I know.
Hey, can you do that for a parlay? Can you pick games and just say, I need all 5 of these teams to have the lead at the half?
Yeah, money line.
You sure enough can.
Somebody could have done that with all the 1 seeds and just said, hey, I want to have all the 1 seeds have this lead before they.
Yeah, but the odds are insanely bad.
I know, but that's hell, man. That sounds like an easy $50 I could win. Nah, that's all right. Let me stay away from
it seems like an easy one until you would have bet that Clemson game, that higher seed in that Clemson game. And you meant literally the ones.
All the 1 seeds.
Oh, yeah,
I'm just saying, Houston, Auburn, Florida, and just, hey, all right, they just had the lead.
Yeah, the only problem with that is
I'm sure the odds are nothing.
Well, yeah, you're betting like this. I bet money lines, and there was probably a $400 or $500 difference if I would have took the lines instead. So if you'd have bet all the 1 seeds, they'd have been double-digit favorites. Your $100 probably would have won you $250. Maybe. I don't even know if it was that. T, what do you think?
Yeah, something like that. With those 1 seeds and the odds and how crazy they are on those money lines, it'd be something like that. But Ron, I think you should pick one of my best bets here in a little bit whenever we do that, and you should have me put some money down for you tonight.
No, I've already got money in it now. I've already got money in it for the people.
He got 33 in it, baby.
That's fair.
I had to budget that out at the start of March is my 33.30.
Hold on, so
that I got to get out.
Attack that ass.
Yeah, that's right. You got to attack that ass. So, yeah, we're 1-0 right now. We're in need again. If you missed it, if you're not been with us, you got a chance. You're invested in this last year. We did it. We pick a day. We pick a parlay. Last year we hit one, and drinks are on the drive. Not for you to drive, but drinks are on the show, the drive. Last year we came to this. Last year we came to this in Twin Peaks, and we just bought up drinks for everybody that came out and listened. And
had us a nice little evening on that patio out there, didn't we?
We did. Had a good time out there, and we was betting again that night and almost won. Yeah, man, come on out, have a good time.
McNeese, who already beat Clemson. That was a one for us. And now the games we'll be watching is Missouri-Drake. We need Missouri to go ahead and cover that. 6.5. Also, Utah State versus UCLA. They are underdogs, 5.5. Need them to cover that. And then Michigan, they are favorites, 2.5-point favorites over UC San Diego. Michigan just ran through and won the Big Ten tournament, beat all those teams and only a 2.5-point favorite. They already got a low seed to begin with. So that's what we're watching and looking for tonight as things get rolling. All right. I know he just got a new extension, and who I'm meaning is Danielle Hunter.
Yeah.
You got two really good ends right now. Will Anderson had 11 sacks last year, and he missed a few games. Danielle had 12, and as I said earlier, was a top 10 finisher in Defensive Player of the Year award. Who do you expect to have the better year next year? 7-1-3-5. Who do you expect to have the better year next year? Because they were pretty close. I would say that Danielle had the better year last year. And one could say that's just because he was healthier and he didn't miss as many games.
Yeah.
Now Will was great in the postseason, especially the last game against the Chiefs, where he had a couple of sacks in that game and some TFLs. But who do you get the sense has? Do you get the sense that Will breaks out past Danielle Hunter next year?
No, I mean, bro, we're splitting hairs, really. I mean, you're talking about the only edge rushing tandem that was in the top, 6 or 8 last year?
Yeah, I think the only ones who had double-digit sacks.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, I mean, and stylistically, they're really the same guy. I mean, extremely high motors. As physical as anybody on the field. I guess I would probably go Will Anderson, because I think Will Anderson, when it comes to just physicality every snap, maybe he's not the wily veteran that knows how to reserve himself a bit.
Bad MFer.
I would probably go Will, just simply because I think he probably plays the run a little different, a little better.
Especially if he took – I expected Will to take a jump last year.
Yeah.
I think he took maybe even a bigger jump than I thought. Especially he just had more tools in his box in terms of rushing the passer.
I agree.
If he takes another step, because, listen, Danielle Hunter is great, but you probably feel like we may have reached the ceiling on Danielle Hunter, right?
Sure, yeah.
Like he could have 16, 17 like he had prior, but you would assume just after 2 years there's another level for Will to take, right? Like I maybe this is off the little catch you off guard a bit, but who do you think teams are looking at game plan against first? Do you think it's Will?
Yep. Yeah, I do. I think in pass rushing situations, I think it's. I mean, again, take your pick, whatever the hell you want. Just
and maybe it is just honest, straight up.
And to your point, I bet if we're just talking like technically, Danielle Hunter's probably significantly better than Will Anderson and more dangerous than Will Anderson in a pass rush situation. But when it comes to just all out go and power and disruptiveness in a pass rush, I think Will equals him. And then that chaos that he creates versus the run, he's just. I would go with Will. I bet it's pretty convincing. Now, if you're just talking pass rushing and pressuring the quarterback, I think Danielle wins that. But if you're talking overall,
you think
overall,
I'd say Will. OCs are saying, all right, 51. This is who we.
Yeah, 51's more of a problem. They're both a problem. Now you got your hands full, obviously, but yeah, I would think 51 is more of a problem. Probably viewed by. I bet you it's 51.
Combination is a problem.
As tough as you gonna game plan for in the league.
Yeah, right when you see him. All right, as we said, coming up, Wade Smith will join Texans All Access. That's right when we get done, and then wall-to-wall coverage of March Madness, courtesy of Westwood One, follows Texans All Access. All right, Tyler, let's win some money, man. We obviously, as a show, is trying to win some money. Let's win some money here, NCAA tournament style, I'm sure.
Hell yeah, March Madness taking over best bets today, and it's been a successful week, as Ron was kind of hinting at there. If you've been tailing these bets, you got money in your pocket. I got 5 bets for you. None of them have tipped off yet. They're not going to until we sign off. Here are your 5 March.
Right now, get that money now. Get in there.
Yeah, they have.
Here we go.
Is this right that I'm looking at, T? McNeese State and Clemson have already played.
Oh, I had a different one, but
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're